Chapter 41. The apprentice was waiting for her master that first morning. Avaryss sought out Zay before the sun had even rose. The Dark Lord was surprised to find the girl dressed and awake, though, hadn't she been anticipating her master's whims for months during their exile? She merely nodded as the girl rose to meet her, bowing her head in submission. "I'm ready to begin my training, master." The girl smiled. "Command me." Avaryss smirked. "Follow," she said, leading the girl out of Survivor Base out into the cold morning air. You could see their breath as they stepped out onto the plains. Avaryss looked around, remembering the path she had taken yesterday, the course she had made up to test her new student. They stood there for several minutes, Zay shivering slightly. "What now, master?" Avaryss looked over and smirked. "We run," she purred. "Follow." She took off, using her full speed. With the force, she could have been gone from view in seconds, yet she paused on the edge of the camp, close enough for the girl to see her, but nothing more. "Follow," she called back, using the force to enhance her voice, ensuring the girl would hear. "Keep up, or be left behind." Zay started her limp not as bad as normal. The repairs to her foot seemed to help. The master led the way, as was proper. The student was to keep up, or be left behind with the rest of the mundanes. That was the way of the dark side. The way of the Sith. As they ran, Avaryss found herself thinking about the past. She thought of her own training, and those that she had surpassed. She could not help but wonder how Zay would have done in the academy system. Not that that mattered now. The academies were shut down. The Zakuul had made sure of that. Corbin had been sacked twice. The students that would have attended Lord's Reach and Butcher's Clearing had been pressed into service, and mostly destroyed by the invaders. The Fury Academies, Avaryss wasn't sure of their final fate. Abandoned, perhaps, that are converted to uses that didn't include the training of young Sith. Not that it mattered at that moment. All that mattered was her student. The girl that would learn at her feet, learning free of the academies and their overseers. Would she be able to keep up? The first time running on the course was never easy. She knew that. She had run the Fury 9 course hundreds of times. This world was not Fury, but Zay would still be challenged. Too challenged, or would she succeed? It was possible, if Zay used the dark side to fuel her, drew on her aggressive feelings. Do not push her too far too fast. Again, Darth Fear's voice echoed in her thoughts. This is the girl's first time running the course. Do not expect perfection, not yet. Avaryss nodded. In this, the annoying voice in her head was correct. Zay was starting from scratch, just as a foolish, angry girl named Kira Lillis had done almost a decade ago. Zay deserved the same chance that Kira had. In preparation for this morning, Avaryss had explored a 3-kilometer path around the base, trying to recreate a training course similar to the one she had run on Fury 9. This world may not have been as chaotic as that blasted rock, but there were rocks to climb and uneven paths to test her students' resolve. The road to the Sith was not easy. Avaryss could not make it so, and wouldn't. Zay had to find her own way, to be strong. The girl needed to embrace the dark side. The Dark Lord stayed just in view of her new apprentice, motioning her forward, shouting back to use her feelings to draw on the power of the dark side, to keep up and grow stronger. Zay followed, staying just within view of her master. Even here, Avaryss could feel the girl thinking of the recent past, remembering her victims and what they had made her too, drawing on that resentment and guilt, putting the blame where it needed to go. Those who blocked a young Sith on her journey were the real reason that Zay now suffered. The mundane, the family that offered to help her, the smugglers she had tricked had deserved their end. The weak deserved their fate. Her young apprentice kept up well during that first kilometer. Soon, Avaryss realized the girl's limited control of the Force would come into play, exhaustion would set in. She knew about that too. She remembered her first run on the course back on Fury. Many of her fellows had died that day, falling and failing to rise, others lost in lava flows and steam vents. She had survived that first journey, and when she had made it back to the academy, she had fallen to her knees out of breath, not sure if what she desired was worth it. Reminding herself in that moment that it had to be done, if revenge was to be hers. She was curious to see if Zay would prove as resilient. Hate was an excellent motivator. An enemy was an excellent motivator. Darth Fear, his destruction, had driven Avaryss to rise. She wanted to see what motivation now drove her new apprentice. Guilt was a strong emotion. It could turn into hate if properly nurtured. She would do her best to do just that for Zay. Better she directed her hate at others. Her master was the source of her power, the font of wisdom, so to speak. To her, she should remain loyal. As Zay grew close again, Avaryss began to move on to the next stop point. No sooner would the girl reach where she was, than she would see her master gone, and realize she had to run harder, faster. The frustration that would bring was useful. Avaryss blinked. While what? She tried to move her legs, but... She was in no hurry. Let the girl catch up. Besides, she was singing again. It would be nice to hear it up close. Memories of falling asleep to the girl's songs on Ambria were pleasant memories. Agony kissing her. The two of them slipping into a sweet, dreamless sleep together. Not as sweet as Finn's kisses, perhaps, but still nice. They were. Avaryss blinked. She felt the darkness gathering within, bringing with it suspicion, and anger. Suddenly realizing what was happening, recognizing what was going on. Zay was only a few feet from her now, not running, but walking, her voice raised in song. No. Avaryss snarled. A wave of dark side energy rippled out from her. The wave struck her new apprentice, not enough to hurt her, but it did push back, causing her to fall back on her rear end. Zay yelped, her song dying in her lips. The sense of contentment faded. Avaryss felt her full faculties return. She looked down on her student. She was not happy. No, she was not happy at all. Zay. Ow, my butt, Zay whined. Avaryss stalked over to her. The girl looked up and gulped. Her emotions so close to the surface that it was easy for her master to weave a threatening illusion around herself. The image that Zay remembered from the night they had first met. A shadow in the night, a shadow with a red metal featureless face. The girl's distorted reflection staring back at her. To an unprepared child, it had been terrifying. She still carried that fear, and it was that Avaryss now drew from, touched the girl's mind. She stood over her apprentice, saying nothing, just glaring down. Master, Zay asked, is something wrong? The Dark Lord glared down at her. You were in my mind. I was just singing. It helps to keep me motivated. You remember? Avaryss did remember, but that didn't change what she knew to be true. You were in my mind. She had caught the girl trying to manipulate her training. The little mud crutch whelp. That was not how this worked. Punish the girl, child, fear crowed in the back of her mind. Make her suffer for her impudence. The Dark Lord couldn't deny it. She was tempted. So many spells to choose from, so many delicious horrors to inflict. Zay, perhaps sensing what her master was thinking, had several options. She could continue to deny it, or beg for forgiveness. Those were the only two options that Avaryss saw. Zay, however, chose a different one. She glared defiantly up at her master. I just wanted to slow you down. I'm not as fast as you. Avaryss sneered. The Force will. I can't call on it like you can. I don't know enough yet. You are supposed to be my teacher, aren't you? Avaryss continued to look down upon her student. What punishment was deserved here, on the girl's first day, no less? She has to learn, fear whispered in her mind again. Make her suffer. That is what Darth Fear would have done. She didn't doubt that. He had punished her many times, leaving her writhing in pain, unconscious on the floor, or even curled up in a fetal ball, lost in her own nightmares, left for days as she struggled, trying to find her way out of her own mind. Zay continued to stare up at her. Finally she sighed and shook her head, resigned to her fate. If you are going to beat me, she said sullenly. It won't be the first time I've endured one. That made the Dark Lord pause. Zay rarely talked about her history, how her former master treated her. She found herself thinking about Anchor Duma, the treasure hunter that had been Zay's owner. She had met the man through Darth Nox, a fellow council member. He had lauded the man's skills for finding Sith artifacts and returning them to the Empire for a profit. Nox had not told her the man used children to infiltrate the various Sith vaults and tombs he had found. She guessed that he had not cared. Avaryss did not target children. If they were killed as collateral damage, that was one thing, but... well, she was not a monster. Lacking that knowledge, she had hired Anchor Duma. She had tasked him with finding her a vault belonging to Darth Acina. The information within it was necessary for the completion of her plan. It had taken him almost a month to find what she sought, but the item was not the only thing he offered her the day she had gone to Bogton to claim it. He had also offered her the truth about her fellow councilors, with a strong dose of stupidity and betrayal on the side. Rather than providing her with what she asked for, the man tried to change the deal. He wanted compensation for his lost slaves. He also insisted that she not take the data crystal now. Once he deciphered it, he would send her half of what was stored on the crystal for the originally agreed payment. And once that payment had cleared, he would send the rest for an equal sum. A fee for not telling him about the dangers that his slaves had faced. Basically, the fool was asking her to pay twice. She considered retaliating right then and there, but he cautioned her against any aggressive moves. He had many friends on the council, powerful friends. Friends that knew who she really was. She had asked him to elaborate, and he had, at great length. It was during this meeting that she learned that her fellow Sith were talking out of turn about her, talking behind her back. They saw her as a thug, powerful and wealthy, yes, but still just a thug. They viewed her as an up-jumped peasant. She was just a farm girl to them, a farm girl who had cowardly poisoned a powerful scion of the Sith during her student years. Fell. It always comes back to Fell, she had thought at the time. Regardless, she understood, now she knew how her fellow councilor saw her. She was unworthy of the place she had taken from her betters. She was nothing. They were grateful she got rid of Darth Fear, of course, but those with superior breeding on the council knew what she was, and had been telling others about it as well. She was a weapon, nothing more, with limited cunning and political clout. In that moment, she decided to make an example of Anchor Duma. She incinerated him with a Sith spell, damn the consequences, and double damn his friends. Yet, even in that, she was vexed. The item she had come to claim was gone, taken by one of Anchor's last surviving slaves. A girl that had fled into the night. Zay. That is how they had met. Avaryss had chased her through the street, drawn to the artifact by the pull of the dark side. She had finally found it and Zay surrounded by 4 toughs. Avaryss had not been in the mood to deal with mundane street trash. She destroyed them with the Force. They had not deserved the martial dignity of dying at her lightsaber. 12-year-old Zay had stood before her, barely able to stand on her painfully mutating foot, cradling the crystal in her arms. The girl likely didn't know what she had taken it, only that she had been compelled to. Even then, the dark side had called to her. The girl's courage had impressed her, so she had claimed her along with the artifact, and the rest was history. Now here they were, no longer owner and servant, but teacher and student. Zay lowered her head, waiting for the first blow. It never came. The Dark Lord let the illusion drop. Again, she was simply Avaryss dressed in the garb of one of Survivor's squad. Darth Fear would have punished Zay for her actions, but she was not Darth Fear. She kneeled down before her apprentice. "Why would I beat you?" she asked. "I used the Force against you," Zay reminded her. "True, you used subtlety and cunning to slow me down. No permanent damage was done, so I see no reason to punish you, though I do offer some advice, a lesson if you will." Zay perked up at that. "What is it, Master?" "Choose your targets more carefully. Not all Sith would be as understanding as I am. Had I had the ability to pull that on my master, and he caught me, oh, he would have punished me severely." "How?" Avaryss shivered. "He trapped me in a nightmare once. He was not a brilliant Sith sorcerer, but he knew some terrible curses. She shook her head. My master was a curious being. He told me he desired for me to let go of the hate I had for him, but at every turn he sought to embarrass and degrade me. He reveled in my suffering. He enjoyed my punishments, my pain. Zay blinked. Why did you serve him then? He knew more than I did. He had power and prestige that I desired. His secrets and position were worth the suffering I endured. The hate he cultivated made me strong enough to eventually surpass and destroy him. The Dark Lord rose. Hate is only one road to power. That was the one true lesson that Darth Fear taught me, but that is not a lesson you need to learn from me, is it, Zay? Avaryss grinned. Life taught you to hate long before we ever met, didn't it? The girl nodded. She rose to her feet, rubbing her backside. I suppose that it did, Master. The Dark Lord nodded. I don't want you to hate me, Acolyte. I want you to be in awe of me. I wield great power that I'm willing to share with you. Again, she saw it, that hungry look in Zay's eyes. The girl craved the secrets of the Sith. She desired to be strong, to stand among the strong, the elite. To be a Sith. I will never harm you for showing initiative. You will suffer under my tutelage, but that pain will be for the purpose of survival. It will serve your training, for learning purposes. I will never hurt you to make myself feel better or for my own entertainment. Such petty cruelty is the domain of sadist and fool. Like Darth Fear, the girl said. Exactly, Avaryss smirked. She could imagine her master glaring at her from beyond the void, but again Avaryss ignored him. The dead were dead, after all. She had nothing more to fear from him. Avaryss chuckled and turned away. Come, apprentice, we still have a ways to go. She took off again, but this time, at a slower pace. She did this as a reward. The girl had revealed yet another power to her, another tool her master could control and turn towards the conquest of this wretched galaxy. Zay followed eagerly, her hunger to be what her master was driving her forward. Yes, my master, she murmured. I'll follow you into hell. No, Avaryss thought. We will bring hell to this galaxy, we will ignite an inferno, and when it was done, I will rule over the ashes. The day of vengeance, the day of the Sith, would finally come. Focus, Timon. The boy missed a clumsy strike, a strike he shouldn't have made at this stage of his training. Finn kicked him in the stomach, causing all the air to go whooshing out of him. The Padawan lay on the ground, coughing and sputtering. He looked up at his master. Finn looked down upon him, an arch look on his face. Care to explain, it seemed to say. The boy looked up sheepishly. Sorry, master. Finn shook his head. He wasn't angry, he wasn't even surprised. The boy was distracted, and he knew why. He glanced across the field. Avaryss and Agony paced around in a circle, shouting out numbers, and in the center stood the object of his young student's distraction. Zay. The girl had just begun her saber training. The two Sith and their student had emerged half an hour after Finn and Tim, and since they had, the boy had not been able to focus, not at all. Finn watched the girl. She held a training sword in her right hand. She wove the blade in the simple motions of Shai Cho, the most basic and first stage of lightsaber combat. 5, 3, 6, 2, 5, 6, shouted Lord Agony. The girl carved the air with her saber. It swished back and forth. Avaryss shook her head. You're off balance, she said, gesturing with her pinky. A gentle force push struck the girl. She squeaked and fell over. Unable to remain upright, she ended up flat on her back. Ow, she murmured. Up, girl, Avaryss shouted. Again? Zay rose and returned to a ready position. Avaryss nodded and shouted out the commands. 2, 5, 6, 1, 3, 6, 5, 2. Swish, swish went Zay's training blade. Your feet are out of position, Agony hissed. She raised a hand. Again, Zay wobbled and fell over. Ow, she muttered. Up, girl, again, Agony shouted. Zay got up and returned to the ready stance. Finn looked at his student, the concern in the half-blood's eyes. He chuckled. In this he was glad that Avi had not been raised at the temple with him. How would he have reacted if he saw her falling down again and again, being unable to help her? Finn pursed his lips. He had heard from Roxy. She had caught the two of them kissing out on the plains. He had spoken to Timon about that, warned him about the dangers of attachment. The boy said he understood, but saying the words and dealing with the emotions behind them were two entirely different things. Zay fell again. Ah. Finn looked down at Timon. The boy looked back, looking concerned. The young Jedi chuckled. I guess I'm not getting any work out of you until we check on her, am I? The boy blushed. Sorry, Master. Come on, he said, gesturing his Padawan forward. Let's see if we can offer some moral support. Ah. Avaryss looked down at her apprentice, evaluating her technique, or lack thereof. Curious. Even in failure, there were kernels of truth and wisdom to be harnessed. Seeing Zay, the way she handled the saber, how her feet worked, it was giving her master ideas of what didn't work, and thereby allowed her to think of what might. 5, 6, 2, 3, 2, 1, 6. Swish, 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 swish. Move your feet. 6, 4, 2. Over lunge, Avaryss said. She pushed out with the force. The girl staggered and landed on her back. Ah. Up, girl, Agony shouted. Again? Zay rose and found the ready position again. Her eyes widened when she looked over her master's shoulder. Finn and Timon stood before them. How are the saber drills coming? Finn asked. Zay gave a hopeless chuckle. I stink, she said. Finn smiled. A hot shower will help with that, the Jedi quipped. Ha ha, the girl replied. Again, Agony ordered, strike with malice and precision. Avaryss stood next to her dream friend. She was frowning. Her foot is hindering her progress. The Shicho is difficult for her. Makashi would be almost impossible. He nodded thoughtfully. Have you thought about Form 6-9? Avaryss tilted her head slightly. The style has no real weakness, he said. And no real strengths either, she reminded him. True, but it is a style favored by those drawing heavily on the Force. It would help compensate for her foot. Avaryss nodded thoughtfully. She had known going in that Zay's skill with the blade would require her to be creative. Agony had offered to teach the girl a modified version of Adaru, the style used by her Sith Marauder mother. Zay would need to work on building up her muscles a bit to use it, but it would be possible. It was worth thinking about, at least. Avaryss watched as the girl ran through the basic sequences of Shicho once again. She stared not at her masters or the Finn. She stared at Timon. The half-blood smiled at her. She smiled back. Avaryss attempted a forced push to knock her down again. Zay sensed it and pirouetted around it, using the energy to throw a kick in the air. She brought her blade around in the ready position. Her master nodded. Good, Avaryss said, surprised. Nice one, Zay, Tim shouted. Thanks, she said, a slight blush on her cheeks. Focus, Agony reminded her. Right? 6, 4, 3, 2, 3, 6, 3, 6, 1. Over lunge, Avaryss growled. Agony tried a force push. Zay whirled, sensing it raising her hand. She blocked it mostly, though she stumbled back, losing her footing. She came down on her rear. Ah. Up, girl, Agony shouted again. Up, girl, Zay muttered. What was that? Nothing, Zay added quickly. Avaryss closed her eyes. She sighed, feeling the heat of the girl's frustration, her anger. Good. She managed 4 more sequences before she got caught by a push from her master. She fell again. Ah. Zay looked up at Finn. See, I stink. He gave her an encouraging smile. From a certain point of view, from another, you could say that this is your first time with the Shicho, and it will take time to pair the force with your muscles and your blade. Control does not come overnight, Avaryss added. It took me several months of training at Fury 9 before the force truly became my ally. You will get it, Zay, Tim said. We believe in you. She nodded and rose to her feet. Trust in the Force, the Padawan said. Avaryss nodded. Trust in the Force was important, but so was trusting in one's emotions. Anger, lust, fury, desire, for love or revenge, it didn't matter which. She smiled. She had not asked for Tim and Finn's aid, but she is grateful. The girl didn't want to fail before the boy she liked. Avaryss was not above using that. Incentive was a wonderful thing. For her it had been revenge on the man who killed her family. For Zay, let it be the thought of being the equal of the young man she desired, and when she caught up to him, when he realized what she had become. He might try to stop her. If that happened, the girl would have to deal with him. If he chose the Jedi over her. A hint of a smile played across the Dark Lord's lips. She didn't want the girl hate. She had not lied about that, but if she hated everything else, and was loyal only to her master, that could be worth its weight in Beskar steel. Zay swung her blade back and forth. Off balance, she purred. Again, a force push, and again the girl fell. Ah. She looked at her master. I hate you, the look said, not the eternal type of hate, perhaps, but it was strong, useful. A good start, Avaryss thought. Swish. 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 Overlunge. Force push. Fall. Ah. The Dark Lord almost laughed. A most excellent beginning. Chapter 42. The Stygian Caldera. It was here, hidden from the galaxy, that the Sith Empire had first taken shape. The nebulous and stellar anomalies hiding the existence of the Sith race for generations. With only a single hyperspace lane leading in and out, the servants of the dark side had existed in isolation, conquering the worlds that shared the SC with them. Only once had it been breached. The Rakatan Empire had attacked the Sith, sought to add them to their so-called infinite empire. The Sith had resisted, and with the aid of the legendary King Addis, the first Sithari, they drove the aliens from their worlds. That had been the beginning. Rakatan technology had been captured, reverse-engineered, and used by the old Sith. When the 12 Jedi exiles arrived and unified the Sith under them, at last, all the pieces were in place. The path to a golden age began. Avaryss knew these stories well, how the fallen Jedi had blended their knowledge with that of the priests of the Sith to create what would become the modern Sith religion. Eventually, that golden age would end, destroyed by the Darragon spies. Yet, the Sith survived. We always survive. She leaned back in her chair, a cold frown on her face. It was a risk returning to the Empire proper. She had many enemies here, but she had no choice. She could only hope that the bounty that Darth Acina had placed on her head was not high enough to attract the truly dangerous hunters. Yet, the chance had to be taken. The risk would be worth it if she could complete this mission. The blending of dark Jedi and Sith knowledge had built the Golden Age. Now she required knowledge, not to build an empire, but to train a proper apprentice. Yet, another step on her road to glory. Once again, she found herself in the survivor's stolen Sith shuttle, once again clad in the robes of the Sith. Before her sat Tara Valentine and Gilly Locke, clad in the uniforms of Sith Imperial officers. "You sure about this, Avi?" Major Locke asked. She looked down at the older officer, chuckled. "Getting cold feet, Gilly. Just curious if you can trust this person you are going to see. After Lana's warning, the bounty. The one that we are going to visit is not exactly in the Emperor's good graces. Turning me in would not help him. She would not reward him for my capture or death. Oh, she would thank him for it, but then order his execution for the slights that she blames him for as well. A painless death rather than a painful one, that would be the limit of his reward." "Cheery thought," Captain Valentine said. "Got to love the way you Sith treat each other. The politics of the Empire are a lethal dance, Captain, but I've learned the steps, and play the game quite well." Avi leaned back. "All will be well, trust me." She watched as the two survivors prepared to bring the shuttle out of hyperspace. She took a deep breath and readied herself for the encounter that was coming at the end of this journey. Again, she could see her master's face in a reflection in one of the consoles to her right. Her frown deepened. "What do you want?" she thought. "Oh, nothing much. merely wondering how far you are prepared to go to continue the charade. Fear grinned at her. The great Darth Avaryss, once a hero to the Empire, now a pawn of Survivor Squad, the very same terrorist that helped prevent our total victory in the last war. Avaryss snorted and looked away. She would not dignify that statement with an answer. She had nothing to prove to him. Nothing. She once again looked at Major Locke. It had been Gilly that had convinced Colonel Capistan to allow them to go on this mission. The soldier had not been happy when he learned that Zay wished to become a Sith, and he really didn't like it when Avaryss asked to meet with another Sith, to meet with him and discuss Zay's training, to find information that would aid in that training. He would have rejected her outright, if not for Major Locke's intervention. His former fiancée had convinced him to allow it, reminding him that they owed her for her recent aid in their strikes against the Zackle. Avaryss glanced over at the Major. She was not above showing gratitude. "I wish to thank you, Gilly," she said. "I'm well aware of the fact that the Colonel didn't wish for you to do this, but—" Avaryss paused, not sure why the older woman would help her. What was in it for them? The Major didn't need for her to finish that sentence. She laughed. "You help us, we help you. The survivors have always worked that way. Don't worry about Chris. I've known him for years. He may growl, but he still knows to respect those that offer us aid. The plans you have helped create have saved many lives. The survivors pay our debts, and we watch out for those that offer us aid." Avaryss nodded. Again she felt that slight twinge in her gut. "A guilty conscience, my child," Fear whispered. "You should have one. You are violating everything you know about being Sith. Aiding Republic agents and Jedi, saving lives. More like preserving the lives of the weak. The people you have saved have no law for the Sith. Any one of them would likely shoot you for simply being what you are." Again, she tried to ignore him, but she couldn't help but wonder. Was he right? It is all part of the plan, she tried to assure herself. So what if I save lives in convincing the survivors to serve me? Soon, I will have all 5 of Hikida's keys, and then I can leave the survivors behind, destroy the Eternal Empire, and conquer the galaxy. Yet, was it all part of the plan? She hated to admit it, but she had barely thought of the plan in months, distracted by other things. She winced. It had been almost 4 months since Hutta, 4 months and not a single whisper about the location of the remaining 3 keys. Holly, in her role as Lana Beniko, had turned up nothing, and neither had any of the survivors' contacts. Captain Cooper had heard nothing. No one in the Fringe had seen anything like the keys. She thought of reaching out to Agony's father, but dismissed the idea. No doubt, Acina was watching anyone associated with her, waiting for her to slip up. It was too great a risk. She was simply not strong enough yet to face Acina and her lackeys. Maybe she never would be again. Without the remaining keys, her plans were over. She would never have the strength to bring down Arcan and his world of mongrels. On top of that, she would never be able to seize the galaxy. The plan to form her massive army required the keys. Without them, how many troops could she field? And even if she had the troops, she had no way to breach the defenses of the core worlds. Her troops could not reach where they needed to go, not without the aid of the Eternal Fleet. The army she dreamed of wouldn't exist. To create such a force, she needed the keys, and Project Death Knell. No keys, no army, no conquest. The thought almost made her whimper. She was starting to fear that she was undone. That all was lost. The dark side of the Force remained silent, offering no wisdom or clue of what must happen next. Why though? She had thought that the dark side supported her. Everything had fallen into place for so long. Why had it turned away from her now? What had she done wrong? "Do I have to list those mistakes for you?" Fear's voice offered. The Dark Lord nearly growled. "Shut up." To be so denied when things had seemed so close. It was frustrating. "You will die a failure, young Avaryss," Fear whispered in her mind. "Give in to despair. All is lost. You cannot hope to win now." Avaryss bit down on her lip, silencing an angry snarl. No. She would not give up. She was a Dark Lord of the Sith. No, she was the Dark Lord of the Sith. The only Sith master worthy of that title. She had destroyed Darth Tarek, defeated fear, and seized his holdings. She had destroyed the spirit of my Lilith, the last of the Emperor's pawns on her home world, and drained the power from it, becoming stronger than ever before. She was, technically, the Emperor's granddaughter, heir to his strength, the only one that truly deserved his throne. No, she wouldn't give in to despair. She had faith in the dark side, and in her own abilities. She would find a way. As her anger built, she realized that things, though complicated, were not hopeless. Yes, she was currently unsure of where to go in her main plan, but the secondary ones were proceeding nicely. She and Finn had continued to grow closer. When she came to him now, in the privacy of his quarters, things had become more intimate. She could feel his self-control cracking. In those moments, she flooded their connection with lust desire. He was responding to those wants, though he still held back from the final release. It was only a matter of time now, she was certain. Then, there was Zay, her apprentice, her most curious student. It was for her that they made this journey. Avaryss was certain they would succeed. Zay's progress continued. Step by step she continued down the dark path. Avaryss was most pleased. Where that fool Kira Lilith had taken almost 2 months to let go and fully embrace the dark side. Zay had reached the same plateau in less than 3 weeks. The girl's heart was a smoldering cauldron of self-loathing and resentment for those that had refused to save her as a child. Those emotions were the sweetest of nectars for the dark side. It gorged itself and rewarded Zay with its power. The last 3 months had seen the girl transform. Slowly, the subservient serving girl was falling away, and in her place, the Sith she would become. She could now lift small objects using the Force. She could perform a standing back flip over the head of a full-grown human male. She had even managed to go for 5 full days with no food or water, her constitution preserved by her connection to the Force alone. So quickly she had advanced, and why not? The power of the dark side was a heady draft indeed, and Zay desired to drink deep of it. Her skill with the lightsaber had also increased. Darth Acina was a good teacher, a skilled blade master. Working closely with Avaryss and Finn, they had crafted together the sequences that made up Zay's chaotic lightsaber form. The blending of the acrobatic forms of Adaru with the steadiness of Naiman. Zay had progressed past the basics of the Shicho. Her rage fueled her power in combat, her drills showcasing her growing talent and what she would one day become. It was said that Naiman took 10 years to master. Avaryss could see why, but her student was skilled enough that she could already kill with the form if needed to. Zay had proved that spectacularly 4 days ago. While away from Survive Base, she and Avaryss had hunted down a herd of Arid. She wanted to see how lethal the girl was with her new weapon. Avaryss had stampeded the creatures and let her apprentice hit them. Before the hunt, she and the girl had gone 5 days without food or water, relying on the Force to sustain them. By the end of those days, Zay had been almost feral. Her meditations on the dark side and lack of food had brought out the predator in the young girl. One Arid would have fed them for the night, but the bloodlust was upon her. They slaughtered them to the last beast, 14 in all, even the youngest of the calves, all slain by the master and the apprentice. The two had ate well that night, even brought back some meat for the survivors, who never guessed what had happened. Before leaving, Avaryss had used a spell for bury the bodies. She no point in leaving signs of the slaughter for their survivor friends to find. Someone might get the wrong idea, apprentice, she had said. We don't want anyone thinking there are vicious monsters on this world, do we? No, master, Zay agreed. This world is safe. There are no monsters here. Avaryss had laughed at the girl's words. It had been perfect. It was for that reason that Avaryss had brought her along with him today. It was time she saw a bit of the Empire for herself, met Sith besides those who served her master. She would, after all, be a citizen of the Empire one day. No, not merely a citizen, but a leader. The Dark Lord was proud of the girl, and eager to show her off to another Sith. Plus, he needed to sense what Avaryss sensed, get an idea of her power. What she had discovered during their many training sessions over the past few months, Avaryss needed to be sure that what she was feeling was correct. She had tested the girl many times over the last few months, not just the power of the song but for other abilities as well. Using tests and techniques she had discovered in the scrolls she had found in the forgotten tomb back on Korriban, she believed she understood Zay's potential now. If she was right, the girl was a prize worthy of a Dark Lord. Zay's mental skills were far beyond anything that Avaryss had ever seen. Her song, the way she entered the minds of lesser beings, it was not something that the Dark Lord was familiar with. One thing was certain, she had no idea how to train the girl when it came to these powers. She needed help. Avaryss had meditated long and hard on those concerns. Had she still been in the Empire, she, as a Dark Council member, would have had full access to the Sith Citadel archives. She would have found the necessary training manuals and the tools she needed to aid her student and teach her what she needed to know. Alas, she could not go to the Citadel, not while Acina called herself Empress. She would be arrested, tried, and executed before she even reached the first floor of the tower. No, she had needed another option, and after days of thought and meditation, she had found it. At least, she thought she had. A quick call to Holly, and her guys as Lana Beniko had been all that was needed. Beniko's people had found the man that Avaryss had sought. He would be able to help, at least, she believed he would. They would know when they reached their destination. She would know when they reached the world of Shrilur. The shuttle emerged from hyperspace, the planet growing in their viewport. Avaryss regarded the world with a sense of fascination. It was here, she believed, that she would find what she needed to help Zay. She was certain of it. Scanning the surface of Shrilur, Captain Valentine said, "Let's see what's down there." "I'm detecting a landing beacon on the 4th continent," Major Locke added. "Looks like someone is home down there." Avaryss nodded, as Holly's contacts had predicted. Good. This would not be a wasted trip. Tara Valentine shook her head. "Scanners show a lot of ruins down there, abandoned cities, roadways, the remnants of fields and farms." She looked over her shoulder, looking the Dark Lord in the eye. "What happened here?" Avaryss frowned. "The Republic happened here," she hissed. "After the so-called Great Hyperspace War ended, your Senate decided to make sure that the Sith Empire never bothered the Republic again. Your fleets descended on every inhabited world in the Empire. We had no military left. Our lords and warriors perished either in the attack on the Republic or in the fight between Ludocresh and Nagasato." Avaryss sighed. Shrilur was bombed from orbit, its cities flattened, billions killed in a matter of hours. "By the Force," Locke said. "Where were the Jedi during this?" Valentine asked. "Why didn't they stop it?" "Who do you think led the assault?" Avaryss asked. "The Jedi hate us. They desired only to exterminate us, to destroy anything touched by the dark side. Shrilur wasn't even a military world. It was a farm world, its foodstuffs shipped to the more advanced worlds in the Empire. No Dark Lords lived here, no warriors trained on its surface." Avaryss sighed. "People in the Republic wonder why we are so committed to defeating you. Why we waited over 1,000 years, hiding, gathering our forces, growing stronger. Down there is all the evidence you need. The dark side is fueled by rage and the desire for revenge. The Republic gave us more than enough reason to seek it in the days after Sadow's defeat. Avaryss shuddered. She took a deep breath and counted to 10. When she looked up, her expression was sad, resigned. "You want to know why I wish to reform the Sith? Acknowledge the Republic. Down there is one of the greatest reasons. Once Arcan is defeated, I hope to avoid such horrors from happening again. I wish to lead my people away from such destruction. Zay, Zen, and agony, and we will show the Republic that we are willing to break the cycle of vengeance and bring order to our troubled galaxy." Avaryss leaned back and chuckled. "Listen to me, I'm already sounding like a bloody politician. I think we can all agree that the destruction of the last 1,000 years must end." Neither survivor said anything, but Avaryss thought she had gotten her point across. She had not even lied to them. There would be no wars in her new galaxy. All would be bound to her will. War would be a thing of the past. "The landing beacon has locked onto us," Locke informed her, We have a large villa on our scopes. The old sniper frowned. Problem? Avaryss asked. We also have 4 anti-ship batteries positioned around the structure. They haven't locked onto us yet, but if we get too close. Avaryss nodded. So be it then. Put us down outside of those guns' targeting range. Zay, and I will continue to the villa on foot. You sure about that, Avi? Locke asked. We're picking up a lot of life readings, big ones. Could be some dangerous things down there. We'll risk it. Avaryss rose from her chair, heading back to check on Zay. Find us a safe place to land. I'll take care of the rest. She left the cockpit, her senses reaching out towards the planet. Whatever was down there, she hoped that Holly was right. She hoped this trip would be worth it. The 2 Sith made their way down a ruined roadway, the hot, sticky air cloying as a gentle breeze did little to relieve the heat. Thunder rumbled in the distance, promising rain, but even in the coming storm no relief would be found. Avaryss took a deep breath. The destruction brought to this world so long ago had left its impression, so much suffering and death. The Dark Lord shuddered. It was wondrous. Master. She turned to look at her apprentice. What is it, Zay? The girl shivered despite the heat. She closed her eyes and let out a soft moan. The dark side is so strong here, my lord. I feel it too, dear girl, Avaryss said. She put a gentle hand on her shoulder. Let it fill you up. Let it rejuvenate you. This is our world, a Sith world. One day, our people will know vengeance. Our people, Zay purred. Again, Avaryss felt that sense of rage within her, the resentment reserved for all who hadn't experienced what she had. Zay bowed her head. Yes, my lord. As you say. Avaryss nodded, looking upon her apprentice both with her eyes and the dark side. She approved of what she saw. Like her master, she was now clad in the garb of the Sith. A black body stocking covered by a red leather jacket, black jackboots, a belt of metal chain, and crimson fingerless gloves completed her look. Over that she wore a long black seed cloth hooded cloak with scarlet shimmer silk lining. She peered out from beneath the hood of the cloak, looking upon their destination, the only building standing for miles. Lightning flashed in the distance, turning night into day. The 2 Sith glanced at each other. You really think that we will find what we need here? Zay asked her teacher. Avaryss shrugged. Provided that one we seek is still here, yes. Zay frowned. The girl looked unconvinced. Avaryss gave the girl a sly look. This one knows much about the Force, apprentice. He was one of my teachers. He was one of the first to teach me the ways of the Force, to understand the secrets of Sith sorcery. He also claimed to have an intimate understanding of almost any Force discipline. Avaryss grinned. If he is still here, he will be able to help. He might have lied, Zay suggested. Only one way to find out, Avaryss replied. The 2 approached the structure. A deep dry moat surrounded it, so deep that you could not see the bottom, and the only way across a long stone bridge. The Dark Lord took the lead, reaching out with the Force, trying to gain the attention of those inside the villa. The attack came upon them without warning. Tentacles shot from moat, long whip-like appendages with snapping claws on the ends. They struck like serpents. Avaryss and Zay fought back. The Dark Lord slipped into her favorite Sarisu, blocking 5 of the tentacles as she fell back across the bridge. As they tried to withdraw, she lunged forward, slicing through 2 of them. The claws clattered to the bridge, spewing black ichor. Careful, apprentice. Really, why didn't I think of that? The 2 Sith retreated back across the bridge, escaping the tentacles, but even then, they were not out of danger. Strange crab-like creatures emerged from the abyss, clacking their mandibles as they scaled the pit and, having reached the edge, leapt at the 2 women. Avaryss thrust her hand forward, blasting them back with the Force. 2 went over the edge, but 4 more hung on, and lunged forward. They were met with a blast of Force lightning. The Dark Lord snarled. She was not easy prey. Abominations, she thought. The creatures surged with the power of the dark side. Alchemical creatures, she guessed, monsters made by the ancient Sith. No match for a Dark Lord, but... She glanced over her shoulder. Zay had her own problems, but they didn't seem unsurmountable. The apprentice was holding her own. She tumbled out of the reach of the creature's claws. As she found her feet, she stabbed out with Dime's lightsaber, gifted to her by her master 2 months earlier. A second creature tried to get behind her. It snapped at her with its claws, only to have her pirouette around it, and then catch the beast with a spin kick in his head, a kick from Zay's heavy protected boot. Avaryss had no more time to watch the fight. She once again found herself under attack. 3 more of the beasts had emerged from the pit. Longer tentacles joined them, long enough to reach the Sith that had escaped them. Avaryss snarled. Enough of this. She began to gather her power even as she blocked them with her lightsaber. Zay somersaulted to her right, drawing in one of the crab monsters. It made the mistake of getting inside her guard. She lashed out with her lightsaber, not the blade, but the hilt. A month ago, she and Timon had modified the weapon. They added an extendable section to the hilt. Using the Force, Zay could now turn her saber into a light pike. Avaryss had thought it a mistake, too complicated for her young student. Zay had proved otherwise during the slaughter of those Arid. Now the monsters of this world were learning that too. The hilt caught the thing in the joint, shattering his leg. It staggered forward, and before it could recover, Zay lashed out with the blade, taking the top half of the monster's head off. The creature stumbled forward and fell, his legs twitching. Before she could recover, another monster surged forward. Yikes! Zay cried out as she avoided another attack. She tumbled away again, and stabbed out with her weapon, driving the creature back. Avaryss, still gathering her power, rolled her eyes. When it came to battle cries, Zay's choice of words was interesting to say the least. Still, she doubted, whoops, yikes, and Eek would be catching on any time soon. No matter, though, she was finally ready. Avaryss unleashed the full power of the dark side. It flowed from her upraised palm. The beasts never knew what hit them. The death field exploded outward. She drained the life from all the remaining monsters. Even the tentacles rising from the pit didn't escape. The monsters withered like dried flowers in the hot sun. The Dark Lord drank in their dying pain, using it to fuel the field and complete the destruction. Zay made it to her master's side, protected from the field by her own force shields. The girl sang a note of victory and death, paralyzing any creature trying to escape, making them easy prey. And then, as quick as the fight began, it was over. Avaryss sighed, almost high on the life energy she had absorbed. Zay grinned savagely, feeding off the adrenaline. The way is clear, my lord. Now we can. Avaryss's eyes widened. Down. Zay dropped as the last of the crab creatures lunged out from the jungle. It must have been circling around during the fight, waiting to strike at the 2 women. Avaryss blasted it with force lightning. It chittered and shook under the pure electrical assault. A single swipe of her lightsaber ended the creature's life, and saved Zay's. Avaryss looked down at her student. Are you well? Zay nodded. She rose, dusting herself off. Where did that one come from? Avaryss glared at her. You should have sensed it. Had I not been here, you would have been killed. Zay looked down at her feet. I could have handled it, she muttered. Avaryss frowned. You will report to Zen when we get home. You will spend double the time this week working on your perception drills. Zay rolled her eyes. Perception drills was something that Zen had come up with. Zay stood in the center of a circle while the former Jedi pelted her with fist-sized rocks. The object was dodge them or knock them away with a training saber. Zen knew enough not to strike at Zay's head, but that didn't mean she didn't enjoy torturing the young Sith. The first time Zay had endured the drill, she had not been able to sit for a week. That was how badly bruised her rear and thighs had been. Wonderful, she said under her breath. I love getting bruised by that whore. What was that, apprentice? Zay winced. Nothing, master. Your will be done. Avaryss nodded. Of course it would. One thing she could not deny. She took far more sass from her apprentice than Darth Fear had ever taken from her, and now that the girl was finally learning to feel and use the dark side, it was only getting worse. She should have censured her student, but again, she saw no reason. The girl complained, but she obeyed every order without question, completed every task and test given to her, and if what she believed about the girl's powers were true. A little sass was a small price to pay to possess such a powerful weapon. Once again, the two Sith made their way across the bridge. This time, no monsters emerged to block their path, and as they reached the other side, the estate's large doors swung open, and the master of the house came out to greet them. Lord Avaryss, he called down to her, with a most unexpected pleasure. He was flanked by 4 guards, dressed in the garb of first-level acolytes from the Corbin Academy, not a surprise given his last posting. The old pure blood was heavier than Avaryss remembered, his thick fingers and wrists adorned in gold rings and bracelets. His nose and ears equally adorned, the gold decorations almost glowed in the dim light, almost as brightly as the golden glow of the old pure blood's eyes. "Hello, Philin," she called back. "It has been some time." Philin, former overseer and force master of Fury 9, and Corbin smiled down at her. "I do hope my pets were not a bother. They get very hungry, you see, and we have not had visitors in such a long time." "You are likely going to need more pets," she quipped. "The ones that welcomed us seem a little dried out." "So I see," Philin said, looking over her shoulder, seeing the dead mummified remains of the creatures. Again, he smiled brightly. "Regardless, it is good to see you again, my old student. Please come in. There is no reason for us to get soaked in yet another summer rainstorm." Avaryss nodded and motioned for Zay to follow. Philin hadn't changed much in the last 10 years. Hopefully his collection of Sith manuscripts and training modules remained intact. As they stepped over the threshold, Zay paused. She put her hand to her head and leaned against the door. "What is it?" Avaryss asked. "Were you injured?" "No, master. I sensed something. Zay shook her head. She rubbed the bridge of her nose and stood up straighter, her eyes cold and dangerous. "It is nothing, my lord," she said. "I'm fine." Avaryss frowned. She sensed nothing but that overblown bloat feeling. The girl might have imagined whatever it was she thought she sensed. Still, Avaryss frowned. They would just need to be mindful. Philin had what she needed. She was sure of it. Now, they just needed to get it, and if the old pure blood tried to deny them, well, things would get very interesting, yes? Very interesting indeed. Chapter 43. What do you think of my home, young Avaryss? It was once a temple, you see, dedicated to the great Tulak horde, during his reign. After he fell, his apprentice had it sacked and abandoned. Finally, it was sold to a merchant and converted into a pleasure house, the ultimate insult from an apprentice who had never had the strength to truly face his master. Philin chuckled. "So much for the glory of one of the old masters, eh?" Avaryss didn't respond. Her eyes regarded the halls with a sense of distaste. Priceless statues, paintings, and friezes dotted the hallways. Beneath their feet the floor was carpeted in the thick rugs, Alderaani if she was not mistaken. The whole display struck her as both extravagant and wasteful. Philin hadn't changed, that was certain. He had always been an arrogant bloat. Overseer Philin was self-serving, arrogant, and devious. When she had first come to Fury 9 as a hopeful, he had looked upon her with disdain. She had been nothing in his eyes, though. To be honest, she had been nothing back then. Just a scared, angry girl wanting to avenge her family. A girl that had no idea what she was getting into, and what learning to use the dark side would mean. Her old teacher smiled jovially. "You didn't need to land in the jungle, my dear. My estate has a perfectly good landing pad, large enough to handle anything from a heavy troop transport to a personal shuttle." Avaryss shrugged. "We detected it on the way down, as well as the anti-ship cannons you have watching the skies around this place." She gave him a cold smile. "I could not be certain what type of welcome was waiting for me. Darth Acina is not happy with me right now, as you have no doubt heard. I therefore chose to err on the side of caution." The pure blood's expression turned sly. "You think I would have shot first and asked questions later. You do remember what type of a Sith I am, yes?" "Of course, Master Philin. But I also remember my first trial of blood, and the lesson you taught me that day, beware your master." He gave her a sideways glance. For the moment she feared that she had offended him, but then, he cackled to himself, his amusement radiating out through the force. "Well said, young one, well said indeed." Their escorts remained silent as the group made their way down the hall. None of them appeared much older than 18, only about 3 or 4 years older than Zay. As for her apprentice, the girl said nothing, which was a first after so many training sessions. She continued to rub the bridge of her nose, shaking her head every so often. Avaryss sensed discomfort, but couldn't guess what might be causing it. Whatever it was, the girl seemed overly sensitive to it. As they finally entered what might be called the main hall of the estate, Avaryss was once again reminded of what dealing with the old pure blood was like. 2 large crimson imperial banners hung from each wall. One of the hooded statues, so familiar to anyone who knew Sith architecture, stood sentinel over the small door in the back. Avaryss guessed it was a library of some sort. Even from here she could sense the call of the dark side within. She could feel the presence of dark side objects. They called to her like a beacon, which was not surprising. The ancient Sith had imbued many of their baubles with dark side energy, either to increase their powers, or to damn an enemy that might have defeated them, and sought to use them. Such objects were dangerous, of course. You never knew what might happen when you lucked into one. Philin had kept several such toys in his private collection back on Fury 9. She was not surprised that he had more stashed here, and all likely made of gold and covered in gems. The old pureblood had always chosen to surround himself with signs of wealth and prestige, drawing on the feelings of greed they inspired in his allies and adversaries both. Though Avaryss appreciated the value of greed, and even fed upon it herself, her desires had always been more frugal than most Sith lords. Wealth was good, but knowledge and power were better. Credits were only so useful as the prestige and connections they could buy you. During her time on Dromund Kaas, she had never flaunted her great wealth. Her investments and position as a silent partner in Thun Cyber Systems had made her far richer than most of her fellows realized. And through Agony's father, and a host of other contacts, she had put that wealth to work. Even Darth Fear had never realized the extent of the web she had built for herself. Even before being named Inquisitor of the Ordana system, she had built up quite the network of spies, agents, and informers, all serving her needs. Darth Mar, the Void Keep Him, had damaged that web to sell fear on the idea that she needed to be moved off Dromund Kaas. He had given up so many of her agents, all the ones she had mentioned during the meets with Mayor's Cabal. It had been an insult of the First Order. She had rebuilt as much as she could in the months after she joined in the Council, but the damage had been done. She had tried doubling the pay to those she sought out, but again, fate had mocked her. Those that might have joined her refused, knowing what had occurred to those who had come before. They didn't see her as powerful enough, despite her position and status of being ruler of 3 whole star systems. Between her failing health, the need to complete the ritual to save her life, then recovering from that ritual, coming up with her plan to destroy the Republic and Jedi, and her duties on the Dark Council. Had she not been so ill at that time, she might have turning things around, but she had not. Those had been crazy time, indeed, so much to do and so little time. Between her failing health, the need to complete the ritual to save her life, then recovering from that ritual, coming up with her plan to destroy the Republic and Jedi, and her duties on the Dark Council. There had been little or no time to spread her wealth around. So many distractions, and now that she knew how the Council viewed her, she suspected that they had taken steps to prevent her influence growing on Dromund Kaas. Even now, the thought made her hatred boil. The Council, all those left who had mocked and dismissed her, would answer. Starting with Acina. Her wealth had not been enough, it seemed. Her power had not been enough. Appearance had been too much for her in those days. Maybe she should have tried harder to fit in. She could have easily have afforded an estate on Dromund Kaas, a home that would have been the envy of even the most regal of her fellow Dark Council members. Yet, she had chosen to live more simply. Her penthouse apartment in Kaas City had been tasteful enough to be decorative, but in no way revealed the full measure of the resources at his mistress's disposal. The Dark Lord frowned. Looking back now, she realized why so many of her fellow counselors had looked down on her. They had not understood what had really mattered to her. It had likely even contributed to the image they had of her as a common thug. For appearance's sake, maybe she should have built a palace for herself, if only to put her fellows at ease. Something to think about when she had finally made the galaxy hers. Zay looked almost spellbound by the show of wealth. Her green eyes wide, her hands questing out, but retreating, not wishing to disturb the old purebloods collection. The Dark Lord could feel the girl's hunger. Now that she was starting to realize just how powerful she was, what the Force offered someone she desired to possess, to be seen as more powerful than the rest of the galactic rabble. Unsurprising that, considered the life the girl had led, and how her master had chosen to exist. After almost a year and half of living simply, first in their exile camp on Ambria, and then at Survivor Base, the young Sith was dazzled by Phylon's display of excess. Avaryss considered that as well. She would need to break her apprentice of that, or at least teach her the value of moderation. Wealth was good, but never revealing your true strength was a valuable tool. Let your enemies think they are your superior. It was a blind spot that could be exploited and used to great effect. Philin leaned in so that only she could hear him. Who is the little one you have following in your wake? That would be Zay, my apprentice. The pureblood nodded thoughtfully. A bit on the puny side, don't you think? Poor boy, he should really be hitting the gym, if only for appearance's sake. Those sticks some would call arms will not serve him well during his training. Avaryss suppressed a laugh. Zay hadn't heard that, thank the Force. Though considering her skinny frame, it was unsurprising that Philin had made a mistake. She had lost weight during her trial of blood, and the Dark Lord knew that the girl no longer slept well. Nightmares, Avaryss knew them well. She had showed her student the value of meditation, drawing on the dark side to replenish herself, thus saving her needing sleep. Yet, sleep was not her only problem. Zay had become a little paranoid when it came to her food. Her victory on the transport ship, the ease with which she had poisoned her benefactors. At Survivor Base, she had often volunteered to help in the kitchens, not to be nice, but to make sure her food was safe to consume. She only ate freely when it came to the ration meals that the survivors kept in their stores, the ones sealed for freshness, and showed no signs of the being tampered with. Philin would not know that, however. Zay was small for her age. He was not wrong about it. She could likely still pass for the 12-year-old that Avaryss had met 2 years ago. Or perhaps, he was simply being unpleasant trying to throw his guests off guard. Maybe he had hoped that Zay had heard what he said. He was not unused to such a tactic. Size and physical strength can be useful, she agreed, but power is far more important in a young Sith. I should know, after all, I'm no Darth Malgus myself. True, her old teacher agreed, but then again, like Malgus, your name is being mentioned in many circles these days. Avaryss frowned. By whom? What circles? Philin said nothing as he led them out of the hall and into a parlor off of the main hall. The guards remained just outside the room, flanking both the inside and outside of the door. He gestured for his guests to sit, and Avaryss took him up on his offer. Zay remained standing, exploring the various containers and shelves that filled the room's corners. Her eyes drifted over to a large glass sphere, containing a knot of writhing coils. Be careful, young one, he called out, especially with that large bowl to the right. Those are shadow constrictus, and they have not been fed yet today. As if on cue, the tentacles threw themselves against the glass, startling the young girl, causing her to jump back. The creature inside, drawn by her dark side power, pushed against the glass, trying to reach her, to feed upon her force-rich blood. A smaller version of what had attacked them outside, the Dark Lord realized. Realizing it could not get out, she stuck her tongue out at it, and moved away quickly. Though she glanced back furtively, watching the creature. Avaryss turned her attention back to their host. This was no social visit, after all. She had need of Phylon's wisdom. She would not leave here without it. You said my name is being spoken of by the rest of the Order. What exactly are they saying about me? Pray tell. Philin cackled. Oh, your name is on many lips these dark days. Would you care for some refreshment, my lord? I have a lovely white from Alderaan, or do you prefer something from your home world? I have a robust spring wine from Oradana. That is where you were from originally? Yes. Avaryss nodded, both surprised and impressed. You are a generous host, my lord. Philin shrugged. Given our history, I had suspected that you would seek me out again. You are, by far, one of the most successful graduates to come out of Fury 9, and a personal success story for me, given your rise. Recent events do not change that. Given your ascent to the Dark Council, it was wise to cultivate that relationship. Understandable and appreciated, she said with a polite smile. But if you would be so kind, pour my drink, the Oradana, I think, from one of the eeled bottles. Philin chuckled. Neither would say the word poison, but the threat was always there. Can't be too careful, she thought to herself. The pure blood looked at Zay. Can I get you something, boy? Something to refresh you from your long journey. Zay spun. Boy, I'm a girl, you. Avaryss stopped her with a raised hand and an icy glare. You are addressing a senior Sith, Zay. This is not one of our training sessions. You will keep a civil tongue when you are in the presence of one stronger than you. You will remember your place. Zay bowed her head. Her anger was still there, but her history as a servant reasserted itself. Yes, my master, she said to her feet. Sorry, Master Philin. I beg your forgiveness. It is okay, my dear head girl. Think nothing of it. My offer of a drink still stands. She shook her head and returned to her exploration. Boy, she muttered, her hand going to her short blonde hair. It is kinda boyish. Maybe I should grow it out. Avaryss heard her muse. Tim might like me with long hair. Avaryss ignored the girl and returned her attention to their host. Again, interesting. Had that been a legitimate mistake on Phylon's part, or had he been trying to provoke the girl? Maybe trying to drive a wedge between her and her student. If so, why? What game was he playing here? Avaryss smiled. Oh, how she had missed interacting with a fellow Sith, not one serving within her own house. Such games fired the blood and reminded you that treachery was everywhere. She had missed this. Such games made her feel alive. It felt like coming home. She accepted the drink that was offered her and paused only briefly before taking a sip. She sensed no poison beyond the simple grain alcohol in her goblet, and so she enjoyed the liquor. And the dance between the two Sith continued. Tell me about these stories, Master. I've been out of the loop for a while, and am most curious about what our people have to say about me. As I said, there are many. Some call you a rogue Sith, that you have gone as mad as that overly ambitious fool, Tarek. Others say that after your defeat on Phallus, you fled, fearing for your life, but have sworn revenge. Those stories claim that you have entered into an arrangement with the pirate gang, that you have been aiding them in raiding Sith military stockpiles, hoping to use them against Acina, perhaps. Avaryss smiled at that one. So, no one had linked her with the survivors, yet. Good. Let them believe what they would. She doubted that most Sith would understand her choice, or accept that her alliance with the survivors was a ruse to preserve and hide her true strength. Best to let that rumor continue and grow. She laughed pleasantly. It is the pirate's life for us, Zay. Yo-ho, master, the girl replied, again rubbing the bridge of her nose. Philin chuckled, amused by her reaction. But then, his expression turned serious. He leaned in closer. There are even stories that say you are not really Darth Avaryss at all. That the real Avaryss perished trying to save the Empire on the Phallus ice sheet. That you are now an imposter, wearing Avaryss' mask and carrying her lightsaber, an attempt by an ambitious weaker Sith to seize power beyond her station. She frowned at that. As you can see, that one isn't true. I sit before you, and can tell you many stories of our training sessions together. I am Darth Avaryss. I'm sure you don't dispute that. Of course, my dear, of course, but you are not the same woman that I met on Corbin a few years back, nor are you the girl that I trained years ago. Tell me. His smile turned cruel, his expression sly and devious. How is life in your new body? essence transfer can be a trying experience, and so often fraught with complications. Avaryss blinked. I don't know what you are talking about. Come now, my dear, I'm not blind. You sit before me, your lost arm returned to you, your eyes with a healthy glow, and no longer wearing the sonic dampeners that you needed to protect your remaining hearing. Sith alchemy is powerful, but even it could have restored a body such as yours completely. The only possibility, then, is that you didn't fix it, that you got a new one. He was right, of course, but she was not yet ready to yield to his conclusion. Many Sith sought the secret of essence transfer, and they coveted it as such. Those that succeeded needed to be careful, lest they find themselves hunted. Those without a power base could end up as a lab rat for a more powerful master, one hungering for the secret they sought might offer eternal life. Eternal life, she thought with a shake of her head. Vitiate had managed it, and it had turned him into a thoughtless beast, all hunger with no real physical existence, or understanding of what it meant to exist in the mortal world. That is not the life she desired. She had only used essence transfer to save herself, and ensure that she could find true immortality, not a trick of the Force, but the most natural kind. Immortality, true immortality, it could only be found in legacy, in children. She longed to turn the name Avaryss into a bloodline that would rule the Empire for the next 1,000 years. One day, her children's children would look back on her as the start of a grand dynasty. No, essence transfer was not something she wished to attempt again. The ritual had been expensive and dangerous. When she closed her eyes, she could still feel the touch of the void. When she slept, she could almost imagine all her dead enemies reaching out from the madness beyond death, reaching out for her soul and trying to drag it to the other side. Another Sith would not understand. They would try to force the secret out of her, and her old station no longer protected her. She needed to be careful. I will neither confirm or deny what you think, and, if I may ask, how have you come to draw such conclusion? From your old friend Harkin, of course. During our time working together on Corbin, he spoke occasionally of his work with Lord Zash. I know he used you as a researcher during the last few months of your student years on Corbin. Philin smirked. I got a chance to look at some of Zash's notes, the ones she sent to Harkin. You are not the only sorcerer in the Empire, young Avaryss. I recognize some of the spells Zash had you studying. Seeing you sitting before me now, wearing a glamour, not unlike Zash, if I remember correctly, but also radiating perfect health. He nodded, pleased with him. You did manage essence transfer, did you not? What are the side effects? I must wonder. I've heard many horror stories. The new body ages rapidly. The effects of the dark side can twist it, leaving it misshapen and warped. There are even reports of failed transfers. The Dark Lord exists only partially in their new form, that the very ghost of their victim still haunts their steps. Avaryss said nothing. How much did she dare admit? She had no desire to show weakness. Before a Sith, like Philin, showing such weakness was suicide. She decided to play the arrogant card, let him think nothing was wrong. My new body is fine, Master. It is young and strong. Perfect and healthy. I wear glamour now, only to put my allies at ease. Eventually, I will shed it, and I will know my new face, but now is not the time. I'm pleased to hear it, my student, he said, bowing his head. Perhaps we could discuss the details of the ritual you used. I must confess that I'm more than curious. I bet you are, she purred. A new face might be just what you need right now. Tell me, does Acina still want you dead for your failure on Corbin? I mean, the planet did get sacked twice under your watch. First the Regionists, and then the forces of Zakuul. The Dark Council was not pleased with you. Trust me, I was at the sessions where your possible punishment was discussed. Philin snorted. None of that was my fault. I was not even there when Revan's forces attacked. And as for the Zakuul breach, you can blame all that on Darth Acina. She was in charge of the defenses. It is not my fault that the twin conquerors breached them and took Atrox's life in the process. Avaryss sneered at him. If that is so, then why are you hiding out here on Sri Lure? Surely you can explain to Acina what happened. The pure blood shrugged. As you said, child, can't be too careful. Avaryss nodded, pleased with how this meeting was going. As she suspected, Philin was not in the favor of the Empire right now. He needed a lifeline if he ever wished to leave this backwater. It was a lifeline she was prepared to extend. And now for something completely different, she said. Though it has been fun to gossip and remember the good old days, this is far from a social call. I have need of your wisdom, Force Master, and I am prepared to pay handsomely for your time and knowledge. Philin smirked, finishing his drink in a single gulp. It must be serious if you have sought me out. There are others who you could have turned to, those loyal to your house, or someone loyal to theirs. I can't take the chance right now, not with the bounty on my head. Too many would see profit in my end, and besides, who knows the mysteries of the Force better than you, Philin? You taught me sorcery, but bragged of understanding the other talents of the dark side. It is those talents I seek to understand. The future of the Empire might depend on it. Are we not exaggerating a bit, my dear? I don't think so, Avaryss said with a frown. I have found a most intriguing candidate, Philin. Like I was, this acolyte is, a precious stone hidden among the refuge. That is the term you used when I was welcome to Fury 9. Yet, the powers wielded by this one are beyond my understanding. The Force didn't grant me what I need to instruct my student, and so I've come to you, Force Master. I need training manuals, or even an holocron if you possess such, something that can unlock the student's true potential. Now intrigued, the pure blood leaned in closer. And what kind of powers are we talking about here, my lord? Avaryss smiled. Powers of the mind, particularly the art and use of battle meditation. Her eyes narrowed. I need to understand it. I need exercises and a training regimen. For the good of the Empire, this must be done. Philin's eyes widened. He looked up at Zay with new eyes. The girl, he asked. Avaryss nodded. Have you tested her? With what little I know about such powers, sure. She tests very high. Philin stroked his chin thoughtfully. Where did you find this girl? Unimportant, she answered. What happened? Did your thugs luck onto some Jedi Master in hiding? Did your legion of thugs kill him, and yet somehow you managed to convince his Padawan that only you could give her the strength to bring the killers to justice? Avaryss frowned. After everything she had endured with Necros and Zen, she had had her fill of dark Jedi. She would never waste her time on another one. Zay has never been formally trained in the ways of the Force. She informed him. She has attended neither temple nor academy. I found her on one of the Bogdan moons. The dark side drew us together. I'm certain of it. That got his attention. The girl has never studied the Force before. No. How will she learn her place within the Empire? I will teach her. He shook his head. Training a hopeful in the wild, with no basic understanding of what it means to be Sith. It is a dangerous path to walk, my old student. Maybe, she agreed, but it is the path that I've been set upon, that we have been set upon. The dark side has taken a hand in this. It guided me to meet Zay. I'm certain of that. Philin snorted and waved dismissively. I don't believe in fate. Believe it or not, the girl is now mine, and she must be trained. Philin poured himself another drink. He looked unconvinced. You are aware of the Dark Council's edicts on the training of those possessed of the gift of battle meditation, are you not, Avaryss? All with the gift are to be turned over to the Citadel. Such talent is extremely valuable to the Empire. The Master, that discovers them, is highly honored. You could regain your position overnight. If someone of sufficient power can be found, they could be used well in our fight with the invaders. We could? Avaryss glared at him. I will not turn Zay over to the Council. Acina would never allow me to keep her. Even if she took me back, restored my place and titles, and she allowed me to live, I would be separated from Zay forever. The Council would break her to their will. She would be turned into a weapon, no better than some battle computer, and then they would waste her talents trying to fight the Zackle. Droids have no fighting spirit to demoralize. It would be the equivalent of throwing the girl away. Philin nodded. He had to see that she was right. Perhaps you are right, but even so, what do you hope to gain from all this? Even if you had a fully trained prodigy, gifted with the skill of battle meditation. An army of thugs and rogues would be no match for either empire. Acina or this Arcan would destroy you utterly. Avaryss smiled. Leave that to me? The old pureblood frowned. He remained unconvinced. Are you sure that I can't convince you to see reason? The council, she snarled. The Dark Council can kiss my ass. Had they truly accepted me as a member, they would have access to Zay's power, but they didn't do that. No, they thought it more appropriate to look down on me, to insult me. Well, now I will wield this power, myself. Zay is my apprentice, and her power is mine to control. Philin chuckled. He likely didn't understand what she desired, what was at stake. Avaryss was still not sure how she would get her plan back on track. Well, she would, somehow. She glared at the old pureblood. Do you have what I need, or not? I do, he said after a few moments of consideration, though I still feel you are wasting a valuable commodity. The girl could be your ticket home. My commodity to waste, Force Master. My apprentice. Before Philin would release anything to Avaryss, he insisted that he see what the girl could do. Perhaps he was trying to see if what she said about Zay was true. To that end, the three returned to the great hall of the estate, a large enough room that Zay could show off her skill with the lightsaber, perform the drills and sequences that Avaryss had had her practicing these last 3 months. Once Philin and Avaryss had settled into chairs before her, Zay began. She shed her cloak and coat, and drawing her lightsaber, and performed the modified sequences that she had been taught by Darth Acina. Form 6, 9, the Councilor style, with Form 3, Adaru, thrown in for a bit more offense. Avaryss had never seen Philin fight with a lightsaber. She had long suspected that his skills had atrophied long ago. Why he wanted to see such a demonstration she didn't know. Zay, Philin said to himself, Darth Zay, hardly an intimidating name. Avaryss snorted at that. Zay has yet to take a Sith name for herself. She is still discovering her powers, and her connection to the dark side. In time she will leave the girl she is now behind, and embrace her new life. If she survives, of course, the pure blood reminded her. Avaryss shrugged. That was the real trick, wasn't it? She had come close to death many times during her student years. She would have spared Zay those trials, but dared not. A hopeful that endured such challenges emerged stronger, and often rose to the height of power among the Sith. She wanted that for her apprentice. Avaryss said little more as the girl gave herself over to the dark side, focusing on her anger, her resentment at the turns her life had taken. She thought of those she had killed, those that had stood in her way. She thought of her mother, likely having perished in the life of a common slave. Zay spun and twirled her light pike, feints and parries turning into stabs and overhead slashes. She adjusted the heft as she worked from sequence to sequence. Philin snorted. She is a bit sloppy in her transitions, he commented. She picked up the blade only 3 months ago, she reminded him. She will get better. Give her time. Philin snorted, but commented no more. Avaryss pursed her lips. It was not Philin's place to judge her student, only provide her what was needed. She glanced at the guards that defended the Force Master, 4 acolytes from Corbin Academy. She could sense their jealousy. Seeing a Darth choose one, untrained in the Force, was likely galling to them. Any one of them would have happily challenged Zay if they thought that they had a chance to become her apprentice. She touched them each in turn with the Force. Fierce and fiery all, but not possessing the potential as her dear Zay. If Philin suggested a fight between one of them and her student, she would decline on Zay's behalf. Battle meditation was not a gift that should be wasted on the results of a death match. At the very least, Zay needed several months' training before she was proficient enough with the blade to kill another Force wielder. She. H. Zay cried out and fell to her knees, her pike slipping from her grasp, its blade winking out. She cradled her head in her hands as she cried out in pain. Avaryss rose. What was happening? What was going on? Something wrong with your student, Avaryss? Philin asked. She glanced quickly between the Force Master and his guards trying to determine if they were the cause of this. A spell could have done what she was seeing. She. Master, Zay cried out, Master, help me. Avaryss hurried to her side. What is wrong, apprentice? What is happening? Dunno, she gasped, struggling to breathe. I can't. Avaryss stared at the girl in disbelief. Zay was sweating, yet she could see the girl's breath, her lips changing a shade of blue. This made no sense. She had seen this happen once before, but that was in the presence of. Avaryss blinked. No, it couldn't be. Impossible. Can you hear me, Zay? The girl nodded. It hurts, master. It hurts so bad. I know, but you mustn't look away, girl. The dark side is reaching out to you. Do not fight it. Go to the peak in your mind, just as I taught you. Rise above the mundane and the material. See what the dark side is showing you. Do not give in. You are strong, one of the worthy. Find your place beyond the pain, and tell me what you see. You can do it? I know you can. Zay gulped air and nodded. She closed her eyes, murmuring to herself. Go to the peak. To the peak. Rise above. Rise above all. Avaryss nodded. Through the force she could feel the girl obeying her orders, and that was not all. She heard something through the force, something distant, and yet so familiar. Zay took another shuddering breath. Slowly, she brought herself back under control. She looked up, her eyes shiny with tears. Yet, she refused to give in to the pain, her expression shifting from that of pain to hunger. Can you feel it, my master? Don't you sense it too? Sense what? Zay, what are you feelings? The girl giggled, a maniacal kind of giggle, what one might expect from one who had gone mad. I can't feel it, she murmured. It is here. Zay took another deep breath and began to sing. A single note filled the chamber. Avaryss closed her eyes. She could hear it, not just with her ears but with the force. Zay was reaching out, her mind touching not just the structure and the people in it, but something more. Something familiar. Her voice rose higher, singing out a higher note. What is going on, Avaryss? Philin demanded. What are you and the girl doing? The Dark Lord didn't respond. She could not. Zay's voice was in her head and in the force. Two notes blending into a perfect melody. A melody that, at that moment, added a third note to his song. Avaryss gasped, the sound taking her breath away. She looked in shock that soon morphed into excitement and a desire to tear this place apart brick by brick. For now, she knew what Zay had felt, and she heard it too. It called to her, wanting her to find it. She laughed. Glorious. Wonderful. Delicious. All doubt she had felt on the way here faded. Now she knew the force was with her. The dark side had chosen her to be its champion. There was no doubt anymore. Zay looked up at her. Her green eyes were wide. The pain pushed aside, turned into dark power. Master and apprentice smiled at each other. It is here. I can hear it, can't you, master? Avaryss nodded. Yes, she could. She looked at Philin, her eyes filled with dark hunger for power. How amazing. She didn't know where, and she didn't know how, but she knew it. One of Darth Acina's keys were here, in this estate. The third key, the one that would guide her to the other two, and with them, possession of the galaxy. The fall of the Republic. The extinction of the Zakuul. The destruction of the Jedi Order. The final and complete revenge of the Sith. All for me, she realized. All mine. The will of the dark side be done. A shiver ran down her spine. The galaxy and everything in it. All. Mine. Chapter 44. The Sith, like many other civilized cultures, did have one rule. A rule that most considered inviolable. A guest should not endeavor to murder his host, for any reason. Avaryss tried to keep that in mind as Philin showed her and Zay to his library. The room in which the singing of the key could be heard, the most clearly. The Dark Lord frowned. Philin seemed in no hurry to help them. In fact, the old bloat seemed to be intentionally slowing down, not even daring to accelerate their search. Avaryss clenched her fists in frustration, but, so far, remembered her social graces. Though it was true that the Sith used the dark side to rise above any limits in so-called civilization, some niceties needed to be maintained, for the sake of holding the Empire together, of course. Zay stood at her side. The young girl was a ball of barely contained nerves. She had been the first to hear the keys call, had been hearing it since they had first stepped over Phylon's threshold. The Dark Lord should not have been surprised. The first key they had found had awakened Zay's force abilities. It had frozen or burned away any constraint the girl had placed upon herself. Now, she was likely part of the Song of the Keys, just as they were part of her. Avaryss took that as a good sign. Using them in concert with Zay's awakened mind abilities would be even easier. If she was as strong as Avaryss believed, everything was finally falling into place. The Dark Lord could not ask for more. Well, maybe Philin hurrying the Criff up. That would be nice. She looked at the Force Master with disdain. Could he really not see what was at stake? The fate of the entire galaxy hung in the balance. Be calm, she thought to herself, breathing out slowly and counting to 10. Be calm! Upon first hearing the key's welcome tones, it had taken all of her self-control not to murder Philin, his guards, and then tear this place apart, searching for her prize. Had she been alone, she might have attempted just that, but Zay was with her. She had to set a good impression for her student. One day, Zay would likely live in the Empire, perhaps even rule over it as a regent, until one of Avaryss' children came of age, of course. She welcomed those thoughts, after several weeks of wondering if she was undone. Being in the presence of the third key, knowing it was in reach brought back all her desires and dreams of power. I was not mistaken, she thought, the mere idea filling her with dark pride. Everything I've done has been correct. Now she just had to keep herself focused on the prize. It is in here, Master, Zay said at her side, her head snapping back and forth like a tucana on the hunt. It will be found, my dear, she said in a soothing voice. We will find it. Zay nodded, trying to hold her own impatience in check. Philin, meanwhile, seemed content to idly search through his many manuscripts and books. Idly running his fingers over the spines of ladder, he paused briefly at a display case, holding several old yellow scrolls. Avaryss couldn't read them from here, but she recognized the sloping writing of old Sith text. The old pure-blood sighed, and shook his head. What exactly is it that you think is in here, Avaryss? He turned to face her, his large arms resting over his belly. What is it that you hope to find? What is your purpose? The safety and security of the Empire, Philin. What else could I be interested in? You are still evading the question, he reminded her. Avaryss shrugged. Why not give the old pure-blood a taste of what she wanted? He likely could feel the key's presence as well, though he didn't have the context to understand exactly what he had lucked into. There is something in your collection, she informed him, something of great value to my plans, likely hidden from the untrained eye. You probably never even realized just what it was. He nodded. Yes, I can sense something. She smirked. I need it, Philin. Please name your price. The old pure blood snorted at that. What am I now? A street vendor on some outer rim market world. I am of the old blood, Avaryss. You cannot simply buy me like some mercenary or bounty hunter. Avaryss nodded. My apologies, Master. I didn't mean to offend. She began to pace the room, looking at the wellspring of knowledge around her. Unlike the rest of the house, this was more to her liking. She could have spent hours in here, indulging her every curiosity about the dark side. Who knew how many secrets were here, just gathering dust as status symbols? She had to wonder exactly how many of these tomes the old man had read, if he understood what was inside of them. Again, she felt the urge to simply kill him and take this house for herself. The guards wouldn't be a problem, not if she struck fast before Philin had a chance to defend himself. But no. Philin, despite his arrogance, could be useful to her plans. She needed like-minded individuals on her side, those that understood the value of wisdom and knowledge. He would do, if he would but only submit to her will. She tried to be more tactful, given their history, if nothing else. All I can say is that this item I seek will bring great power to those that possess it, but it exists as a part of a set. On its own, it doesn't mean much, but if found and reunited with its other pieces, the whole landscape of the galaxy will change. Her old teacher said, scratching his chin. I already have two, once the third one is mine. I will cast a spell that will call out to the remaining two. They will tell me where they are, and once they are in my hands. Philin nodded. Clearly, he could guess what would happen then. And you are certain this isn't another flight of fancy. Many young lords that taste power get it into their heads that they possess some grand destiny. They start thinking they are capable of rising higher than they are truly capable. He chuckled. Every young Sith I've ever known gets it into their head that they might be the Sith'ery. I would hate to see you drawn down that path, young one. You have done so well for yourself up until now. Avaryss scowled at him. I do not seek some mystical title, Philin. I don't believe in the Sith'ery, and have never claimed to be the perfect Sith. What I am is ambitious, and that drives me to excel. My plan is the careful work of many Sith, allied together to bring about a grand vision that is almost 50 years old now. I've done the research, and I believe the time is right. I would have preferred a more cautious pace, but the Zakuul arrival has forced my hand. We must act now while we still have the strength to oppose the invaders. We must use every weapon in our arsenal, and this, what I have found, will make even our most basic weapons far more dangerous. All that I require now is the tools to complete my conquest, and for those that aid me, the rewards will be as numerous as they are great. Philin chuckled. How great? Avaryss smirked. Use your imagination. Oh, don't say that, child. I can imagine quite a bit. Good for you, she said dryly. If you must dream, then dream big. You wish your place on Corbin restored. Done. You wish a seat on the reconstituted Dark Council, it will be yours. What about the throne? As long as we are dreaming big here. Some seats are reserved for one, I'm afraid, she purred, though you don't have to sit on the throne to reap the best rewards the Empire has to offer. She walked over to one of the bookshelves that lined the walls, sighing, warming herself from the heat of so much dark side wisdom. A Sith ruler does not stand alone. A ruler needs hands, a voice, and a wrath to enforce the will of the Empire. Many positions will be opening soon, Philin. Why not put yourself forward early? Why wait for the competition to gather? You don't have that kind of authority, he reminded her. You will be surprised what I will be able to do, soon. She gave him an evil smile. I should have been Empress, you know. After Fear died, after I seized his holdings. The food and medical supply of our great empire, they were all mine to command. I made many polite suggestions to Darth Mar and Darth Nox. I even spoke with the Empire's wrath. I was a hero to our people. Who better to be named ruler, as a figurehead, of course. The council could continue to do its grand work, and I would be the face of the reforming empire. Philin sneered at that. Figureheads have a way of becoming actual rulers if the ones that rule are not careful, he reminded her. Only the ones with the ambition and skill to make such a jump happen. Again he nodded and motioned for her to continue. When I finally began to succumb to, well, a health issue, I used my knowledge of the dark side to save my life. I claimed a new life, a life that was being wasted by its original owner. She chuckled. You know, it is a bit of a shame. This body was not the one that I originally desired. There was a pretty blonde noble that I had my eye on. A ruler of a rich and bountiful world. I would have been a lord and a queen both. Alas, my loyal HK droid could not bring me the prize I sought, and I ran out of time. I had to settle for this form. She sighed. I should have been Empress. Who better than me, Philin? WHO better. I conquered death, mastered the secrets of the ancients, and still, they look down on me, my fellow counselors. Where is the fairness in that, I ask you? None of them fought and killed Tarek. None of them found a way to survive his final gift, seizing a new body when no one among the Jedi even suspected. Is that not cunning enough? Is that not ruthless enough to prove that the crown belongs to me? She took off the silken choker, the glamour dropped away, her face reverted to that of the girl that had been such an annoyance to Avaryss during the early days of the war. She smirked at Philin. One day, This face, this voice will be known as the mother of a reborn Sith Empire. I stand before you now, with no mask, no disguise. I stand before you and ask for your allegiance. The Sith throne is my destiny. The fact that the item I seek is here is ample proof of that. The dark side has chosen me, villain. I am his sword and the voice of his will. You will be a god, master. Zay cheered, clapping for her teacher. Avaryss shook her head. Gods are formless beings that have lost touch with what it means to be alive, apprentice. I intend to be a guide to our people, to bring a new era to them. I will show the unwashed masses that it is best that they exist as my thralls, and once the Zakuul have been exterminated, not conquered, but wiped out to the last child, Vitiate will be finished. He will have nowhere to hide, and the galaxy will bow to me. They will debase themselves before me, in humble gratitude, their savior and liberator. Avaryss shivered with excitement. And then, once everyone sees the glory and wonder that is me, I shall claim my cut of anything I desire. It will be beautiful. Zay beamed happily. And I will be at your side. Avaryss nodded. The girl squealed with delight. The Dark Lord of the Sith turned to Philin. You can't have a place in this as well, Force Master. The galaxy is calling, and there's many rewards awaiting our hands, waiting to be plucked. Philin looked down at his hands. He brushed away a bit of lint from his crimson robe. He smiled. Yes, I can see it all now, child. It is all so clear. Avaryss grinned triumphantly. You, dear Avaryss, are completely and utterly out of your mind. Zay glared at him. How dare you speak to her like that? She. Avaryss stopped her again with a raised hand. The line between genius and madness is a fine one, she reminded him. She wasn't even insulted. Mad. She knew she was mad. She had been driven to insanity long ago. How else had she survived the Sith training? Still, the pure blood had not answered her offer. That didn't sound like a no, Philin. It wasn't, admitted with a cruel smirk. He turned to Zay. You need to understand, young lady. Darth Vitiate was quite mad, as well. And as a wise Sith once said, what is a little mental instability between a lord and his underlings? Avaryss cackled. I think you are misquoting Jorek Ul-N, Darth Revan's Force Master, if I remember correctly. You were always a talented student, Avaryss. He shook his head. Your offer intrigues me, young one. I will find that manuscripts you need to train your apprentice, and now you may search my collection. If this item you seek is here, we will discuss your plan. If it sounds good, I will support you. Fine, Avaryss said. Excellent, Philin said, clasping his hands. Now, to work. I will get those manuscripts. As for the two of you, search to your heart's content. Avaryss nodded in thanks and turned to Zay. Can you find it for me, Zay? Can you find the key? She nodded hungrily and moved quickly to the bookcases, her hands drifting over the spines, humming to herself. Avaryss watched through the Force. She could sense Zay's tendrils, the expression of her dark side ability questing out, searching through Phylon's collection. It won't be long now, she thought. She watched as the pure blood and the young girl moved along the wall. She considered helping Zay, but decided against it. Philin needed to see her a leader, not just another of the rabble. She would stand patiently and await her servants. They would find what she saw, she was sure of it. Unsurprising, the old pureblood found what he was looking for first. He returned to with 3 leather-bound manuscripts. Avaryss inspected each one, flipping through the pages and reading the titles. The first one was simply titled Battle Meditations, no author, exactly what she was looking for, of course. Yet, the second one caught her eye. The Alteration of the Mind, Reshaping the Wills and Minds of Your Lessers. She didn't recognize the name of the author, but it did set off a bell in the back of her mind. Beric. She pursed her lips, deep in thought. If Zay could master such techniques, perhaps it would be possible to restore her brother's mind and will turn back the clock, as it were. Give him back to her? Is that truly what you desire? Fear's voice rumbled through her thoughts. Beric betrayed you. He shot you in the stomach more than once. He came to me and called you a traitor, and now, after you punished him, left him on the verge of death. You want to try and save him?" She frowned. She could not deny that things would be tense between them. She had used him as a lab animal after his betrayal, punished him severely for what he had done. But surely he would understand. If Zay could restore his mind, undo what Darth Acina had done to him, he would be a great asset, and not simply just as a proxy enemy she would have destroyed at her leisure after he had sold the deception of being one to the survivors. She smiled slightly. She would speak with Zay after the girl studied the journal. She wouldn't get her hopes up, but maybe. Perhaps. Zay continued her hunt. The girl had stepped back from the bookshelves now, inspecting the collection as a whole, singing low, her tendrils of the force curling and stretching out. "Find it, girl," Avaryss said. "Find it now." "I'm trying, master." "Do not try. Do. There is no such thing as trying." The girl nodded. She began to sing louder, trying to match the tone of the hidden key. Philin came up beside Avaryss. "Maybe it isn't here," he suggested. "It is here," Avaryss said, coming up behind her apprentice. "Do not waver, Zay. You stand in the middle of a treasure trove of Sith knowledge. For a Dark Lord, power is everything, and knowledge is power. Rooms such as these are our temples, or should be. This is what we worship. If the key is anywhere, it will be here." Zay nodded, her brow furrowed. She closed her eyes and raised her hands. Again, her master could see her breath. Sweat began to trickle down her brow. She took a step towards the wall to her right, then another, and another. She stopped before one of the bookshelves, the second from the one closest to the wall. "It is here, master," the girl crowed. "I found it." Zay pulled her lightsaber from her belt and ignited it. She twirled it in preparation to slice through the shelf and into the wall. "Hold, child." Philin stepped in close, just out of reach of the blade, but enough to stop her from completing her swing. "Those shelves are made of imported grill wood, very valuable." He smiled as he leaned forward. He reached beneath the shelf to down from the one that Zay was about to destroy. Avaryss heard a clicking sound. A switch or button, she realized. The shelf next to Zay swung open like a door, revealing another room. Avaryss shivered. The amount of dark side energy in this place was intoxicating. The three of them slipped inside. This room was half as large as the library, but filled with display cases, and in each sat one or two dark side items. Rings and bracelets, amulets and helms, treasures imbued with dark side power. Avaryss shivered. She had never felt anything like this. It was making her dizzy. Zay seemed unaffected. The girl went from case to case, finally stopping in front of one of the largest, her green eyes wide and hungry. She turned to her master, a cruel smile on her face. "It is in here, my lord. I'm certain of it." The Dark Lord stepped forward. What she saw put a smile on her face. She recognized this case and its contents. She had first seen it almost 10 years ago, or rather, Kira Lillis had seen it. It had been in Philin's quarters on Fury 9. Her eyes fell on one item out of all others, the Sith holocron that she had been drawn to back then. Yet, experience had changed her understanding of what she was seeing. She felt the dark side, but the item didn't feel like a holocron. She had studied several over the last decade, made one of her own, in fact. As she looked at the item, it was different from other holocrons. It was larger, almost 2 times bigger than any holocron she had ever seen. The symbols seemed more intricate. She glanced at Philin. "Where did you find this, master? I remember seeing it during my student years." "Oh, that old thing, one of the hopefuls back on Fury 9 discovered it in one of the abandoned tunnels in the mountain. The poor boy could not figure out how to access it, so he brought it to me." Philin shrugged. "I've never been able to get it to work. The gatekeeper will not respond. It is locked, I think. Perhaps it requires some code phrase or mental command. I've been researching it for years, seeking to understand it, but so far, nothing." Avaryss smiled. On Fury 9, why was she not surprised? In his youth, Darth Acina had been on Fury 9. He had attended the academy, and even come back for a time as an overseer. He had been the blade master to her blade master, Overseer Daz. Locked, Avaryss thought, we will see about that. It was ironic that she lusted after this object all those years ago, never imagining she would see it again. The Force, it seemed, had an odd sense of humor. She sent the signal that she had found in the data crystal that Zay's original owner had found for her. The signal that had awakened the other keys. The holocron glowed weakly, or rather, the key inside the holocron glowed. Avaryss laughed. Not a holocron at all, but a reliquary. The old man had hidden one of his greatest treasures in plain sight. The keystone on the top of the pyramid twisted and fell off. The crystal sides of the pyramid turned to dust, falling away to reveal what was within. Avaryss giggled. The key flared with dark side power. It called to her, asking to be picked up, to be taken to be with his fellows. Zay came up beside her, the girl's eyes wide with wonder. Master Philin, she said, please open this case. Philin. Surrounded by so many dark side objects, she had missed the sense of growing menace in the room. The gathering of power. She barely had time to raise her shields, defend herself. The spell hit her like a blaster bolt. She cried out as her mind caught fire. It felt like dozens of burning embers had been poured onto her brain. Zay cried out in surprise. Avaryss whirled with a snarl. Betrayal. She went for her lightsaber, only to find it gone. She looked at Philin. He held her weapon before him, waving it like a toy, a cunning smirk on his chubby face. She hissed and raised her hands. Oh, I wouldn't do that, my student, he advised, lightning in this small space, surrounded by so many wondrous objects. You could cause an explosion, you would kill me, sure, but you and the girl would die, as well. She glared at him, that smug expression, that condescending look. It was the same look she had seen during her meetings as a member of the Dark Council. So much for our mutual history, she thought. Damn it. I should have killed the arrogant bloat while I had the chance. The pain finally got the best of her. She fell to her knees, hardly able to move. Philin snapped his fingers. His 4 acolytes entered the chamber. Zay lay groaning at her master's feet. 2 of them picked her up, almost dragged her out of the room. The other 2 seized Avaryss. They dragged her out, as well, out of the library, and back into the main hall. Philin followed a respectful distance away. The acolytes threw her down on the cold stone. She breathed deeply, trying to focus her mind, clear it. She glared up at her former teacher. He chuckled. Poor Kira, he said, shaking his head. You underestimated me. You forgot the lesson that Adaz and I taught you during your trial of blood. He shook his head. Beware your master? Surely you remember that. She struggled to her feet, shaking off the spell he had cast. It hurt, but it was far from crippling. She had endured worse during her training. I'm going to kill you, she spat. You will try, he said, inspecting his nails. Zay groaned and shook her head. She looked around, shocked to see the 4 acolytes standing around her, their lightsabers lit and humming. My master? Why, what is this? Betrayal, apprentice, Avaryss hissed. Betrayal most foul. Oh, please, Avaryss, Philin said. What did you think was going to happen here? You reveal yourself to me, and show me an item of great power in my collection, and not just that. His eyes blazed with greed and hunger. You also revealed that you have 2 more of these items, and that the last can be sought using the other 3. He nodded thoughtfully, patting his large belly. Me turning you into the Dark Council, you and you alone, would have been a mistake. I would be executed on the spot, but you, the girl, and these wondrous toys. He cackled. I think my exile on Shrulur is at an end. Thank you, my dear. Avaryss glared at him. The bloated fool. Did he think she would let him get away with this? He was a teacher, not a warrior. She had been honed in battle after battle. He and his students could not stop her. You won't live long enough to profit from this. I'm stronger than you. It is 6 against 1, Avaryss. I like those odds. Avaryss sneered. The old man couldn't count. Him and his 4 students didn't make 6, and she had. Avaryss blinked. Zay. Philin went over to the girl. He lifted her to her feet. Are you okay, child? Zay looked at him suspiciously, rubbing her head. I'm okay. What is going on? What is going on is that you are finally free of this madwoman's desires. This would-be master of yours is no true master at all. Zay, Avaryss cautioned. She would have attacked Philin, but her head was still swimming. She doubted she could levitate a teacup right now, much less fire a bolt of lightning. Don't. Child, Zay was it. You wish to be Sith, yes? Philin asked her. Zay nodded. You desire to unlock your full potential, to stand among the greatest of our empire. Again, a nod. Philin smirked. I can help you achieve that goal. I know people on Dromundkas. They will be very eager to meet someone with your potential. They understand your gifts and can teach you everything you could ever wish to know about the powers of the mind and how to use the power of battle meditation. Zay blinked. She chewed her lower lip, her brow furrowed in thought. No, Avaryss thought. No. What about Master Avaryss? She asked. Philin snorted. Avaryss is no Sith Master child. She is an outlaw and an outcast. She murdered her first lover during her days on Corbin, and then killed her master after blaming him for her own shortcomings, for failing to deal with his more ambitious underlings. Zay blinked, likely not understanding everything the pureblood was saying while she was listening. Damn it. She has no idea how to train you, child. Such knowledge is beyond her, but my allies can. They know more about your powers than even you could guess. Come with me to Dromundkas, and I will make you more powerful than this failure could ever hope to be. He is lying to you, Zay. He glared down at Avaryss, much as he had the day she had first arrived as a hopeful on Fury 9. Like she was nothing, worthless. He sneered. You asked why the council didn't make you empress. Allow me to enlighten you. You are not worthy of the throne, girl. You are nothing but fringe trash. Powerful, yes, in a thuggish type of way, and like any other common thug, not worthy of leadership. You proved that when you lost the Battle of Phallus. I was betrayed. Acina canceled my reinforcements. We would have drowned the Zackle army, shattered the ice sheet they were standing on. We would have sank them into the sub-zero waters of Phallus. They would have frozen to death in seconds. The battle would have been won. Who cares about the eternal fleet in orbit? Their ground army would have been dead. The twin conquerors would have died. But Acina didn't stick to the plan. She held my reinforcements back, and my men were cut to pieces. Excuses, Philin said. He shook his head. You should have seen that betrayal coming. You should have killed me as soon as you realized the item you saw was here. But then again, what else could I expect from a peasant like you? You were always unworthy of lordship. She hissed. Peasant. The word was like venom on her tongue. Philin put a hand on Zay's slender shoulder. You deserve better than this, child. Better than this failure as a master. Avaryss took a deep breath, her rage finally burning away the last of Phylon's spell. As powerful as she was, she could still be overwhelmed by superior numbers. Two of Phylon's students had moved behind her. It only took one to stab her in the back. She looked again at Zay. Philin continued to weave his web around the girl. She needed to break that up now. He will enslave you again. Zay blinked and looked at her. He doesn't care about people like us, Zay. We are common trash to him and to those elitist fools on Dromundkas. They will use your power and toss you away when they have no further use for it. Only through me will you find the freedom you seek. Only I am willing to offer you that freedom. You can have what you want. Everything you want. Even Tim. Tim, Zay murmured. Philin hadn't heard her. He blasted Avaryss with force lightning flinging her back. His students added to her pain, hitting her with lightning as well. Avaryss snarled and tried to rise, but her muscles wouldn't listen. They were shorted out by the blast from Phylon's hands. You don't know how to find the other keys, Zay informed Philin. Our allies have them. Allies that will let you get close to them, my child, Philin said. We will capture the command crew of the ship you arrived on. They will tell us what we need to know, after some alternative persuasion. Philin grinned. We will find them and seize the keys. You will be a hero on Drummond Cos for bringing Avaryss here to justice. Your rewards will be great. Zay continued to worry her lip with her teeth. She was considering what he was offering her. Avaryss took a deep breath, calling on the power of the dark side, letting it fill her with energy. Gilly and Captain Valentine were in trouble. They may have been pubs, but they had fought at her side, deserved her respect. Zay, she called out, don't do this. The girl looked at her, with tears in her eyes. Sorry, master. She bowed her head and knelt before Philin. The pure blood laughed. Let us end this, he crowed. He turned to his 4 guards. Deal with this would-be Sithari, my friends. Then, young Zay and I will. Avaryss looked up, unsure of what was going on. Philin was standing there, giving orders, or trying to. His guards were advancing, but in what seemed to be in slow motion, and Zay. The Dark Lord smiled. Zay was on her knees, her voice risen in song. She didn't have the power to freeze them, these Sith, but she could slow their perceptions, and that was enough. It gave her master time. Avaryss made the best of it. She raised her hand, taking her lightsaber back from Phylon's belt, pulling it to her through the Force. He turned slowly, his eyes widening, realizing what was happening. Too late. Avaryss lit her blade and lunged forward. She decapitated 2 of Phylon's students with a single swipe of her saber. Time sped back up. N-O-O-O. Philin shrieked. He blasted Avaryss with lightning, but she caught it with her blade. One of his guards tried to attack her, but she easily deflected his coming attack, and struck back with such force that the boy's own lightsaber went through his shoulder as his wrist broke trying to ward off her blow. The last of the guards tried a force push, but again, the Dark Lord's shield held. The boy tried to backpedal only to be stabbed in the back. Zay drove her blade up to the hilt into him. He gasped in surprise as his heart was incinerated and fell forward. Before the girl could do anything else, Philin gestured in her direction. Zay screamed and fell back, holding her head. No, Avaryss shouted as she leaped to the girl's defense. Philin drew his lightsaber. The 2 Sith masters clashed. Their blades locked. Avaryss glared into his gold eyes. I'm going to cleave you in 2. You won't get the chance, girl. Philin seemed to flow around her. He moved surprisingly fast for someone of his girth. The 2 Sith dueled back and forth through the great hall. Philin stood rail straight, with one hand behind his back. His knowledge of Makashi surprised Avaryss, but did not throw her off her game. She dropped into Sarisu, playing defense, drawing her enemy towards exhaustion and defeat. Zay lay on the ground, wailing in despair, shouting for her mother, begging for her to save her, to not let the slavers take her away. Avaryss had no time to help, to free the girl from the spell. Philin spun away from her again, this time gesturing with his hand, calling upon another spell. He was not the only one. Sorisu's main advantage was that it allowed her to conserve energy and time enough to cast her own spells. The Force Master gestured. A swarm of large black stinging insects flowed from the sleeve of his red robes. They swarmed towards Avaryss only to dissolve as they touched the darkness flowing out of her feet, slithering across the floor like an icy fog. Philin was forced to leap out of the way as the darkness surged towards him. He started to make for the door. Avaryss reached up with the Force, sealing it. Don't run away yet, she thought with a feral grin. The party is just starting. She threw her blade at him. It spun like a saw blade, end over end. He dodged, once again, surprising for someone of his size. Before she could reclaim her weapon, he blasted out with Force lightning. Avaryss caught it in the palm of her hand. Most of the energy was absorbed, but some ricocheted into the wall, setting one of the Imperial banners on fire. Avaryss reached out with the Force again, and drew the flames into her hand. Philin was trying to retreat again, heading towards his library, perhaps to scoop up some Sith trinket to aid him in this fight. He was cut off. The Dark Lord whispered a spell and blew on the fire in her hand. It leapt out, growing larger, turning into a giant hissing serpent of blue dark side flame. Philin blasted it with lightning, but to no effect. Avaryss watched hungrily as the serpent coiled around her old force master. He screamed in terror, unable to come up with the counter to the monster. The flames constricted as the serpent coiled around her victim. Master Philin burst into flames. The Dark Lord laughed, an evil cackle that would have scared even the most resolute soul. Call me a peasant now, worm. Call me weak now. Philin was beyond words. He spun on the ground, writhing in pain. His force shield gave out, as his skin blackened under the heat of the fire. He gave a final whimper, and lay shuddering on the ground. Avaryss took a deep breath, centering herself, feeding off the pain and despair in the room. She shuddered in ecstasy. Delicious. Yet, she could not simply bask in this victory. There was one who needed her help. She went to Zay. The poor thing lay whimpering on the floor, curled up in a fetal ball, tears flowing down her cheeks. Avaryss knelt down. She touched the girl's shoulder, reaching out to her through the force. Zay, can you hear me? The girl whimpered. She still didn't seem to know where she was. Mom, she whimpered. Mummy. Only your master, girl, Avaryss said, the one who you saved today. Master, the girl said, sitting up, rubbing her eyes. Slowly, recognition came back. Master, hi. Her green eyes changed. Tears still ran down her cheeks, but her face was a mask of rage. Where is he? He is there, Avaryss said, pointing. Philin was not yet dead, though he likely wished he was. His skin was blacked and one of his arms were gone. Zay didn't care. She leapt to her feet, shrieking like a damned soul. She leapt up and ran to where Philin lay. She began kicking him with her heavy boot. He gurgled and tried to roll over, but couldn't even manage that. Avaryss reached out with the force, lifting the girl off the ground. Zay continued to scream, trying to kick and claw at the dying pure blood. I'll kill him. He will die squealing for what he did to me. Calm yourself, girl, Avaryss ordered. Zay didn't seem to hear her. She likely didn't want to hear her. She was pure rage in that moment, shouting obscenities that would have made a space pirate blush. Avaryss tightened her grip, not enough to damage, but to hurt. Just enough to get the girl's attention. Zay gasped as the air went out of her. She struggled weakly in the air, gasping for breath. Her master didn't release her until she calmed down. She lowered Zay to the ground. The girl remained on her knees, wheezing, looking up at her master. Avaryss walked over to Philin. One of his eyes remained, its yellow glow cloudy. The other was white and cooked. He reached up for her with his ruined hand. She smiled. You asked me a question once, Master, she began. When you first taught me Force Lightning, you wanted to know what gave me the hate needed to generate such a terrifying display of power. I told you some nonsense about pleasing you, but that wasn't true. She smiled wickedly. What I thought about that day has finally come to pass. You at my feet, cooked like a harvest day roast. This moment was a long time coming for me, Philin. Thanks for making it possible. The dying Sith gurgled. She doubted he could even hear her now, so lost in his pain. She decided to err on the side of caution. She snapped his neck with the force. The two Sith stood over the body, staring down at the ruin, the smell of burnt flesh and blood filling their nostrils. Now, we are done, the Dark Lord informed her student. Now we can. Zay whimpered and did something unexpected. She hugged her Sith master. Avaryss stood there, her arms up, not really sure how to respond. Did she hug the girl back? That seemed wrong somehow. One didn't hug their Sith master, at least, she had never heard of such a thing. Zay stepped away, beaming up at her teacher. Thank you for killing him, Master. Avaryss nodded, once again placing the choker around her neck, her true face hidden once more by the glamour. She bowed slightly to her student. And thank you for my life, apprentice. Why did you do it, though? His offer must have been tempting. I could sense that you were considering it. Zay shrugged. I did consider, but I also knew that you were right. He was lying. I could sense that too. He hoped that I would accept his offer, for the sake of power, if nothing else. I would have been trading one set of chains for another. Yet, you didn't, Avaryss said, sounding pleased. You chose victory over subjugation. Well done. Through victory, my chains are broken. Avaryss nodded, pleased at the girl's choice and progress. Now they had to leave this place, recover the key, the manuals that Philin had found for them. But, first, Avaryss needed to find a hypercom. She needed to contact someone at Sanctuary Base. She would not leave this treasure trove for someone else to find. She had killed Philin. All that was here was now hers by right of conquest. A most successful transaction. She looked down at Phylon's corpse and sneered. It seems that I do have another lesson for you today, Zay. What is it, Master? Avaryss put a hand on her shoulder. Beware your master, she said. And as she led the girl out, she added the second part of that lesson, the one that Philin had forgot, and paid for that forgetfulness with his life. And always remember, dear girl, beware your apprentice. Chapter 45. Children grew faster than plants. Avaryss was not sure where she had heard that, but as they stepped into the small dueling ring outside of Survivor Base, she knew it to be true. 3 weeks had passed since Shrilur. 3 weeks since she had returned to the survivors with the third key in hand. 3 weeks since, after they had left the world, that Avaryss agents had descended on Phylon's now deserted estate and seized his library for her, moving it safely back to Sanctuary Base. The Jedi didn't know that, however. She doubted they would be pleased considering what was going to happen after all 5 keys were in her hands. Things would happen quicker now. The survivors had been shocked to learn that she had just lucked into one of the keys, but both Avaryss and Jaz Darbin had had an explanation. The Force was guiding events. What had happened was part of a larger plan. Avaryss agreed, though she knew that the old Jedi Master didn't see the truth. It wasn't the plan of the Force that was being served here. It was hers. Even now she was preparing the ritual that would allow her to find the remaining 2 keys. Once that ritual was done, they would need to move fast. The keys would sing out at once, all of them, and they would be like a beacon, a flare shot into a clear sky. The survivors would not be the only ones who would detect their call. Wherever the missing keys were, the survivors would need to be moved fast to claim them. Plus, it would be necessary to conduct the ritual far from Survivor Base, lest someone stumble on it, called by the 3 keys in their possession. A risky plan. The Colonel didn't like it, and Avi agreed with him, but without risk, there was no reward. It would take time to prepare the ritual, and in the meantime, they would search conventionally for the last 2 keys. Hopefully the ritual would not be necessary. Hopefully. She didn't focus on that now. Those were concerns for the future. Right now, her mind was focused on the dueling ring and the 2 apprentices about to face off. Zay, still wearing the hooded cloak she had claimed for the trip to Shrilur, looked across the small ring at Timon, her opponent for today. Both of the young people were greatly changed. A week after their return, Timon had discovered something during one of his private conversations with the girl. Something that he thought was of great importance. Zay's birthday had come. A small celebration was held at the base, honoring the day. Avaryss had allowed it, because the girl had never really had the chance to celebrate it before. It had only been marked by her mother, and as slaves, they had had little to celebrate with. The celebration, a gathering of those that Zay had grown closer with, had amused the Dark Lord. Listening to Timon's mother, Gilly, and the rest talk about the girl, her sense of helpfulness, gentleness, and other virtues, almost made Avaryss laugh. They truly didn't see what the girl was, what she had done to claim her place. They would not be celebrating her if they knew. Zay said nothing to dispel their misconceptions. If anything, she reveled in that moment, and her master allowed it. She let her simply enjoy the day. Let her have this one last moment of innocence. As an adult, her life would be much more interesting. She was still going through the transition stage of her development. Soon, such distractions would not matter to her. She would no longer care about such mundane trivialities. Power would be what she desired most, not the simple pleasures of the mundane world. She would be Sith. Yet, considering what had happened on Shrilur, her saving her master from Philin, the Dark Lord thought it an appropriate reward. The survivors, those not on missions, had attended. Zay had blushed at the attention, while her master kept a respectful distance. not wishing to distract her from this simple pleasure. The girl was 15 now, 1 year from adulthood on Avaryss' former home of Oridana. It was therefore appropriate that her training continue. Zay had decided to make a life for herself within the Sith Order. Avaryss was determined to see that it was a successful one. Time was finally changing the girl. As well, she finally hit what might be called her growth spurt. Not that it was much of a spurt at all. She now stood about 1.5 meters in height, just a few centimeters shorter than her master. She was still petite, but no longer would be mistaken for a boy. Her figure had become much more shapely, more feminine. She was not alone in making a change. Timon had had his own experience with adolescence, his growth spurt being more dramatic. He had been close in height to his master when they had first met the boy. Finn was by no means a small man, but now his student had surpassed him. Timon was no longer a young boy. He had shot up to a little over 2 meters in height. He was still thin, a lanky giant, but it was not hard to imagine what he would look like when his large frame started to fill out with muscle. He will be as big as Fel, Avaryss thought, again feeling just a hint of regret. What might have been had the Force been kinder? She tried not to think about it. If anything, it didn't hurt so bad anymore, not with Finn at her side, not with him simply being there. Tim would be as big as Fel, taller, possibly stronger too, a true warrior of the old blood. Master Jazz had not been surprised. General Nar, Timon's grandfather, had been a monster of man, easily passing the 2-meter mark in height. His son, Timon's father, had been shorter, taken after his mother's line apparently. It was easy to see whose genetics the boy had inherited. Avaryss smiled at the two students, a girl of darkness and a half-blood trying to walk in the light. Ironic, to say the least. Finn came up behind her, watching their students. They circled each other warily, neither wishing to give a single centimeter. "Ready, Tim?" Zay asked, a playful smile on her face. "Ready when you are," the half-blood answered, cracking his neck. Zay smirked as she gestured with her right hand, using the Force to undo the clasp holding up her cloak. She rolled her shoulders, letting it fall away, jutting out her small breast. Timon's pink cheeks darkened. He watched as the girl he liked strutted suggestively before him. Even with her limp, she still looked good. Weeks of hard training had added muscle to the girl's more ladylike form. The tank top and shorts she wore exposed her arms and shapely bare legs. Some bruises remained, results of perception drills carried out by Zen, but they had grown fewer as the girl's training continued. Yes, Philin would not have mistaken her for a boy had he seen her now. She was lithe, slender. Her body was what one might have expected of a swimmer. Her short blonde hair was growing out too, turning into an unruly nest of pretty blonde curls. The only thing her master didn't care for was the small braid the girl wore over her right ear. It was not quite a Padawan braid. She had added 2 black beads to it, but still, Avaryss didn't like seeing her student wearing it. She didn't like what it hinted at, a touch of rebellion on her apprentice's part, but maybe the girl was just playing games with their Jedi host. Avaryss would not put it past her. She was starting to show a talent for games. Zay had been a cute child, even with her bad foot, but now she was growing into an attractive young woman. Timon had not been the only one to notice. Several of the younger soldiers and technicians serving here at Survivor Base had changed their opinions of Zay in the last few weeks, no longer seeing her as the child who followed in her master's wake. They were noticing her now, and were more open to helping the girl when they saw her, hoping to win her favor, even if it was only a cute smile or a kind word. Foolish, Avaryss thought with a sneer. Very foolish. Zay had been self-conscious of the change, at first, but, with Zen's prompting, she was starting to like the extra attention, thrive on it, and more importantly, use it. The Force isn't your only weapon, girl, Zen had purred. The Force and genetics have been generous. You have a beauty all your own. Your looks, they can be a powerful tool, if used correctly. You will be greatly surprised how far an attracted fool will go to please you. Zay had taken that lesson to heart and realized that Zen was right, but her looks were only part of it. Avaryss' apprentice was making great strides in the Force, as well. She had begun her training from the manuals that Phelan had selected for her, or rather from the sheets of flimsy copied by her master from those manuals. The girl's powers were advancing again, in ways that surprised even her master. Most had been written in the old tongue of the Sith. They didn't know how to read it yet. So, Evie translated and copied those lessons into Basic, while at the same time, recording the originals for posterity into her holocron, further enhancing its value and usefulness to future Sith Masters, and saving that knowledge for future generations to use. She did her best to guide her student, rarely offering up the actual manuals, only letting her see the actual pages if their lessons were in Basic, and contained side notes in the margins that the girl might find useful. This part of the training was difficult for the master. She could not perform the exercises described in them herself. Her abilities didn't allow it. As always, she preached caution. Studying the dark side alone can be a perilous endeavor. Apprentice, Avaryss had warned her, you will be on your own and working with the powers that you find in these tomes. Exercise extreme caution. I will not be able to aid you directly. My own talents lay in a different direction. The girl had nodded, happily taking the first pages that had been copied. I will not disappoint you, master. See that you don't. An apprentice. Yes, my master. Never attempt to dominate my mind. I will punish you severely if you try, and fail. She nodded, fearful of her master's threat, but also excited beyond measure to learn secrets that were beyond even her teacher. In the weeks since first opening those books, they had grown in confidence, playing little games with both the beasts on the plains and the young men here. No longer were her powers simply the ability to freeze a person in their tracks or slow them down if they were stronger-willed. She didn't even have to sing out loudly anymore. A simple hum might suffice, those notes a physical manifestation of the girl reaching out and drawing people into her web. Zay was starting to see the true power she possessed. She had discovered how to make those in her sway actually do things. Things that they would not have done normally. Avaryss watched the girl's games with a smile, the petty cruelty she inflicted. Amusing, every last one. From making someone spill their drinks on themselves or their companions, or coming out of the fresher not fully dressed. These were the smallest examples of her experiments with the powers of the mind. Zay was careful, though. She only used the Force when there were no Jedi around to sense it. Early in the morning, or late in the evening, any strange occurrence could have been explained away as exhaustion on behalf of the girl's victims. If she had gotten caught, she would have apologized to the people involved, a small prank, nothing more, no harm done. The survivors trusted her now, and would have discounted it as youthful indiscretion. The Dark Lord knew better. Zay was starting to see that these people were tools to be used, pawns to be played with, and discarded when their usefulness came to an end. Again, her master was impressed. Subtlety, cunning, betrayal, and a touch of cruelty. Zay was progressing quickly in the dark side. She would be a powerful Sith one day. Avaryss was most pleased. Yet, her mental games would not save her today, only her martial skill. Avaryss was determined that she master that part of her training as well. As Zay looked across the ring at Timon, she turned her attention to her teacher. What is thy bidding, my master? What would you like of me today? Let us see another defensive drill from you, acolyte, she said. Let us see how long you can last against your young friend. The girl smirked. I was hoping for a more offensive test. Master Agony has taught me some interesting new sequences. In less than 2 minutes, I can end this duel. I think you might be impressed by my speed. I'm sure you are growing quicker every day, my dear, Avaryss said with a slight frown, but that is not the point of today's lesson. You need to work on your stamina, you must gain endurance. I need to see how long it takes you to reach your breaking point. A defensive drill, if you please. Avaryss kept her rebuke light. She didn't like to be questioned. As you say, master, the girl answered with a slight bow. The Dark Lord knew that Zay could end things quickly. She had seen her do it on the plains during their private lessons. The girl was turning into a vicious killer, make no mistake. Ending things quickly, that talent was useful, but Zay needed more than that. Avaryss understood the value of endurance. Zay needed to work that side of her physicality. In a defensive drill, Zay's opponent was tasked with playing the aggressor, while the girl defended herself, for as long as she was able. The apprentice's style of lightsaber combat could be taxing both physically and mentally. These drills allowed her to get used to the feeling of exhaustion, get used to it, and power on through. She needed to learn to pace herself, so that she would not fall easily into the trap of being worn down by an enemy. Zay and Tim both scooped up their training blades. Hers was modified to function as her actual weapon did, with a retractable haft. She extended it to full length, thrusting it forward like a spear. "Ready, Tim?" "When you are," he said with a smile. The two apprentices began to circle. Zay jabbing out with the spear, its end humming, forcing the larger boy to keep his distance. 2 minutes, huh? He asked. "I have reach on you, and I'm faster too," Zay reminded him with a laugh. 2 minutes is probably a little longer than I need." "I'm not so easily beaten," he responded. "I can definitely last longer than your 2 minutes." The boy gave her a cruel smirk, his blush darkening. Even Zay blushed. He had not meant the comment to be suggestive, Avaryss thought, or had he? Finn leaned over so that he could whisper in her ear. "They're not sleeping together if that is what concerns you," he informed her. "Roxy asked me to keep an eye on him, make sure he is behaving himself." Avaryss suppressed a chuckle. "The fun part about having your mom living with you in a military camp. Not that Zay would have a chance either, she made sure of that. She had not given Zay any time to seek out such revels, and would warn her about the dangers of such a thing. Her own experience with Fel had taught Avaryss a valuable lesson. This was an important time in Zay's training. She could not afford to be distracted by physical urges. Avaryss had fallen into that trap herself, and suffered greatly for it. "The girl will thank me later. If she does finally give in to her desires for Tim, it should be at a time of her choosing, when it serves the purpose of her master." When the chance to manipulate the boy was at its peak, the Dark Lord smirked. "Speaking of giving in to temptation, I could come to you tonight, if you wish," she informed her dream friend. "I know I've been busy, but—" "You have the girl to think of right now," he advised. "You should try and remain focused on that, yes." I suppose so." Finn chuckled. "I should take that advice myself. Tim may look like a man now, but he is still young, still needs to be guided." "That is true too," she agreed. Avaryss frowned. What was that about? What the hell was going on? Before she had left for Shrelure, her seduction of Finn had been proceeding nicely. Their touchy-feely sessions in his quarters had almost broken down the last of the walls between them. He had been close to succumbing. She knew that to be true. Since her return, something had changed. Something had happened while she had been away. She could sense it. Finn, though not actively pushing her away, had chosen to back away whenever she tried to draw closer. Every time she tried to figure it out, even using their forced connection, she found herself running into a wall. He was blocking her not only physically and his excuses, but with the force. Had Master Jas talked to him, asked him to slow down, not risk further attachment? If so, she found it frustrating. She would ask Agony about it, maybe Zen. Zen had been friends with him during his Padawan pack days. She could reach him if she pretended to need his help. Avi was sure of it. Agony was. Agony had been training with Finn lately. She had noticed that too. Perhaps he had said something to her. The Dark Lord was most eager to find out. Timon struck in the dueling ring, drawing her attention back to the here and now. Zay swung her fully extended pike back and forth, trying to keep him at bay. He tried to batter the weapon away, get inside her guard, and push her down, running her over like some charging beast. Zay dropped back, rolling out of the way, letting Tim run past her. She whirled around, coming up facing him, looking to jab him in the back with the training blade, ending this drill right now. Tim anticipated the blow and blocked it, his blade swinging behind his back, pushing the light pike out of the way. The two apprentices once again found their ready position. Avaryss evaluated the first move. The sequence Zay had used was inspired, but again, she was a little slow on the transition. It was clear what she had done was a move she had not mastered yet. The Dark Lord was not concerned. For 2 hours each day the girl drilled with her sequences. In time, she would do them without thinking. The Force would take her body in his hands and guide her. She would become an extension of the dark side, and the unorthodox style would flow from move to move like water. She would be a lethal weapon, a weapon that few Force wielders would be able to predict. Again, her master was pleased. Tim growled and charged in again. Zay shortened her pike and met his heavy blows, not parrying, but misdirecting them. She pirouetted and tumbled around her larger foe, jabbing and stabbing out with the tip of her pike, not trying to score a hit, but to keep the boy off balance, to keep him worrying about the point of the blade, and occasionally taking whacks from the extended haft of the girl's weapon. Avaryss fought the urge to applaud. Zay was slowly turning into a crafty fighter. In time, her blade would be like her mind abilities, working her opponents into playing her game, not the one that would lead them to victory. She was also humming now, drawing on the dark side. That hum was lost under the hum of the training sword, but Avaryss heard it. She was used to hearing it now. Zay was slowing Tim's perceptions, just enough to keep her from getting mentally and physically worn out. The Dark Lord wondered how long the girl would make the drill last this time. Her record was 15 minutes, and it had been set against Zen. That had been an interesting confrontation. The duel had taken place on the plains, far from the survivors' camp. Zen had expected a quick and easy victory after almost 10 minutes of Zay evading her. The fallen Jedi's patience was starting to wear thin. "Are you a circus performer, or a Sith? Stand and fight, you little clown." Zay giggled as she tumbled out of Zen's path again, ducking the blade with ease. "Clowns," she exclaimed. "I always liked clowns. The circus, too. Not that I was ever allowed to go to a show." She pirouetted around her opponent, lightly tapping her on the rear with the extended hilt of her weapon. Zen hissed and spun, her yellow Sith eyes glowing with menace, the training saber in her hand pulsing with energy. Zay playfully whirled her training pike, her mood light, despite the growing rage of her opponent. "Slaves weren't welcome at the shows," she said with a hint of bitterness in her voice. Her smile sprung back quickly, though, amused by the older Sith's frustration. "At least I got see the circus coming into our town. It was so bright and, yipes." Zen charged her, swinging her blade viciously at her head. She leaned back, ducking under the blade, the electricity in it making her eyebrows stand up. Avaryss watched the duel closely. She could sense Zen's rage, her jealousy boiling like a pot ready to run over. The fallen Jedi didn't like the way her former master doted on the young girl. The Dark Lord had been cautious in letting Zen and Zay duel. It would not be unexpected if Zen tried to injure her young apprentice. Avaryss was standing close by to make sure that didn't happen. Zay's gifts were far more valuable to her than Zen's savagery with the blade. She would intervene if necessary. Zay should have been frightened, but either her youthful bravado or confidence in her master's protection made her continue to goad her opponent. "Missed me. Whoops. Missed again. And again. Ha adi, ha ha. You little wretch. Come now, Zen, hit me. The little clown is making you look bad. Yikes. Damn you. And oops, you missed again." For the moment, though, the girl was holding her own, goading her opponent, working her emotions like a puppeteer. When Zay fully mastered all of her gifts and the blade, she would be a terrifying force on the battlefield. For though now, she was just poking the rancor. Avi was there to make sure the girl didn't get eaten. Again she cartwheeled out of Zen's path, poking her between the shoulder blades with the tip of the haft of her weapon. For 15 minutes this had gone on. Zen had finally had enough. She threw down her training sword and drew her lightsaber. Snap hiss. Zen, Avaryss growled. The young Sith didn't hear. She charged. Zay dropped her training blade and drew her own lightsaber. She tried to get out of the way, but Zen didn't let her dodge this time. She swept out with his crossguard lightsaber. Zay brought up her blade just in time, misdirecting a strike that would have gone straight through her face. The apprentice retreated. She tumbled out of range, barely, and extended her pike to full length. She didn't cry out for help from her master, she tried to deal with the attack herself. She struck at the older girl's ribs, but the fallen Jedi had anticipated that move. Zen brought her blade up and with a flick of her wrist, used the crossguard to slice through the haft. Zay threw the broken part away and dropped into a standard 9 fighting stance. Their blades crossed once, twice, 3 times. Finally overwhelmed, Zay took a kick to the stomach, sending her sprawling. Zen brought her blade up for a killing stroke. Stop. Avaryss flung out her hand. She pinned her former student in place with the force, paralyzing her mid-swing. It was a move that Darth Fear had been particularly fond of. Zen didn't like it any more than her master did. She howled in frustration as Zay scooped up her weapon and got out of the way, retreating behind the safety of her Sith master. Avaryss glared at her former student. Though she was pleased with the strength that Zen now wielded, she had given specific orders. This had been a training session, nothing more. She would not tolerate the other woman harming Zay, not until Zay had the full capability to defend herself. The Sith master was not pleased. This exercise is terminated, she said coldly. That isn't the only thing that is about to be terminated, Zen snarled back, glaring hatefully at Zay. The younger girl stuck out her tongue, but still held her weapon before her, at the ready, unsure if her rival would manage to escape her master's trap. Avaryss approached her, her eyes cold and imperious. Zen shut down her lightsaber, let it fall from her grip. She knew that look. She knew what it meant when her teacher was displeased. If the runt is too weak to survive these drills, she has no place among us, Zen said with a cruel sneer. The Dark Lord didn't reply right away. She continued to stare the fallen Jedi down. Finally, cowed, Zen lowered her eyes. It was only then that Avaryss chose to speak. Do not make the same mistake that Dime made, she cautioned. Just because we are not on Dramancast, and I don't have the full might of my house behind me, that doesn't make me weak. I do not question your strength, Master, Zen replied morosely, nor do I wish to oppose you, but the girl, despite what gifts she may possess, is not worthy of calling herself your apprentice. Zay snorted at that, and was about to say something, but paused when Avaryss raised her hand, stopping her before she could comment. See to your weapon, Zay. Recover the broken pieces, she ordered. Leave this to me. Yes, my master. The girl hobbled away, but not quite out of earshot. Avaryss leaned in, whispering in Zen's ear. You looked down on her because she was my servant girl. I looked down on her because she was nothing, a common slave. And so were you, at once. Zen's eyes widened. I wasn't a slave. So you didn't belong to Sidar Ben. He didn't turn you into his personal lackey, having you risk yourself while he hid behind his network of spies and informers. Zen lowered her head. She looked down at her feet. Don't you remember what it was like when you served him? When you were nothing but a tool of his will? I remember, Master. And who freed you from that fate? Why gave you the strength to slay Sidar Ben and find your own way in the galaxy? Zen looked up, her golden eyes pained, her lip trembling. You did, Master. I owe you everything. Avaryss frowned. Then why do you seek to disobey me? I don't, I only want. She fell silent and shook her head. I only wish to serve you, to win back what I once possessed. She looked up, held her master's gaze. I live only to serve you, and through that service, find my own freedom once more. Avaryss smiled. Then perhaps you are not as foolish as that idiot Muin. Perhaps you are ready to serve as the executioner of my house. Zen blinked. You're what? My executioner. I will need one for the war I'm about to start. Bleeze is my war master. She advises our forces. But I need someone to stand on the front line when I cannot. Someone that knows her place in my empire. Isn't such a command reserved for the first apprentice, if Zay is that? Zay's value on the battlefield will be in a meditation chamber, using her mind to enhance our forces and demoralize our enemies. An invaluable tool, don't you think, but not the only one. An executioner will be needed to lead our force in battle. And you wish for me to serve this role? Avaryss nodded. That and more. She leaned in even closer, whispering in the girl's ear. I think that I can use Zay's abilities to bring Beric back to us. I think she might be able to free him from the conditioning that Shudasadi put in his head. Zen's eyes widened at that. Beric, you would forgive him? Avaryss nodded. If he can be brought back to his senses, sure. Zen's whole expression changed. But what was done to him? What you did, there isn't any way to. What was done to Beric can be undone. Remember, I cheated death, myself. Fixing the damage to his body would be easy enough, and if not, I can find him a new body. Replacing his old shell is easy enough. I could grow him a new shell from the blood sample stored in the Citadel. Sith alchemy had done far less, in the past. An empty vessel would not require the large number of sacrifices that I needed to prepare the body for his will and mind. A single tear ran down Zen's cheek. And, if he came back, if you restored him, if he swears allegiance to me, as you have, I will let the two of you be together again. I will give you back your child, and let you two wed as is proper. Hell, I'll perform the rite myself, such as my generosity. Beric, Zen sniffled, my daughter. All will be yours, and more, Avaryss promised. All I ask in return is that you let this jealousy between you and Zay end. Do that, and you will have your life and your freedom. Avaryss backed up. She stood before the frozen Sith. She drew her lightsaber. So, what shall it be? Are you my executioner, or just another fool to be executed? Make your choice. She released the girl from her forced grip. She fell to the ground, and her knees. Zen bowed her head to the ground, arms spread in the dirt, debasing herself. I am yours, my lord, until I die in battle or by your hand. Avaryss smirked. Amazing how well that worked, she mused. She understood the value of stick and treat. You showed your pet the stick, and they knew you were willing to use it, but when faced with the treat, they were more apt to take it. The policy had worked well for her in the past. Zay hobbled up before her master. She frowned down at the older Sith. So, are we all friends now? She asked sweetly. Zen looked up and glared at her. We are allies, she said, nothing more. Oh good, Zay replied. It's so nice that I know you will be standing in front of me during a battle, drinking up all those blaster bolts meant for me. Curfew, kid. Zay walked at her master's side as they made their way back to camp, though she flipped a rude gesture over her shoulder at the fallen Jedi. Avaryss noticed, rolling her eyes. You are reckless, young one. Don't you remember what I said about picking battles? I remember, but whatever you offered her, I think it is more valuable than a bit of petty revenge against me, isn't it? Avaryss nodded. That was true. Zen grumbled and rose to her feet, but would not act against her master or her new apprentice. She had a reason to keep Zay alive now, and that was what was important. Avaryss smiled. You never could overlook the value of a little incentive. It went a long way. Zay continued to dodge and spin around timid. The boy was still not quite used to his larger size. He had become clumsier as a result, and that disadvantage was all that Zay needed. She was running rings around him. Yet, Tim was not getting angry. If anything, he was amused. See, he called out, we have gone beyond 2 minutes. I'm guessing we are closer to 10. Well, huzzah for you, handsome, Zay quipped. Timon blinked. Handsome. Zay jabbed playfully with her pike. I bet you can't touch me in the next 5 minutes. He grinned gamely. What will I get if I do? Well, what would you like? What can I do for you? Tim's pink skin darkened to red. Knock it off, you two, Finn called out. Less flirting, more fighting. Who's flirting, Master Finn? Zay asked, batting her eyes innocently. We're just talking. Uh-huh, the Jedi said. Avaryss chuckled. Maybe she and Finn needed to duel more. Maybe that would help her break through the shell of Jedi calm. She took a shuddering breath, looking at him. Thoughts of their nights together flooding her mind, the smell of his skin, that wonderful maleness that made her warm and her knees weak. Damn, she really needed to break down the last of his resistance. What did she have to do? Walk into his quarters, strip down, and demand that he throw her down on the bed and make love to her. How hard was that to accept? Seriously. Timon struck at Zay again. She spun around him and caught him in the shins with the haft of her pike. A loud crack rang out. Tim went down on his knees. He cried out in pain. Zay blinked her weapon, stopping in mid-swing. Timon. What did I? That was all it took. Timon grabbed her, he knocked her light pike from her grasp, and spun her around. Eek. Zay hit the ground hard, the young half-blood pinning her beneath him. He grinned down at her, panting. Gotcha, he said. Zay looked up at him, realizing what had happened. Ow, she muttered. Tim laughed. Exercise over, he declared a win. Avaryss and Finn came up to him. You okay there, Padawan? Finn asked. Fine, Master, he answered. Avaryss gave him a curious look. What was that crack? Oh, this, Timon gestured. They all heard a loud cracking sound. A small mental trick through the Force. Small, but it had been enough. Zay smirked up at her. Friend, possible paramour. You just wanted an excuse to get me on my back. Tim laughed nervously and rose to his feet. He offered her a hand up. Zay accepted, and he pulled her into his arms. She popped up on her toes and gave him a chaste kiss. A prize to the winner, she purred. Finn and Avaryss looked at each other. So much for the Force requiring a lack of attachment. They would both need to speak with their students, though who could say it would work? And besides, wouldn't that make the two masters hypocrites, given their own connection? Nice trick, boy, Avaryss said to Tim. He shrugged his now broad shoulders. Just a bit of fun, Master Avaryss. Fun and games. Chapter 46. First dusk was upon them. Avaryss looked down over the desert at the sand devils whirling across the dunes. She took a deep breath and let it out, drinking in the now cooling evening air. She couldn't help it. She enjoyed being back on Tatooine. By the fading light of Tattoo 1 and Tattoo 2, with Darth Acina at her side, the two Sith stood, awaiting the call of either Finn or Major Locke. If things became unstuck, the two were to board their speeder bikes and come to the rescue of the team now waiting in the deep canyon to the west, a place ironically called Beggar's Canyon. A fitting place to meet a Republic senator on the run, she mused. A creature clearly not worthy of the power and station he wielded. Had he been, he would not be fleeing for his life, and the survivors would not be needing to risk themselves to ensure his continued survival. Her companion wrapped her tan cloak tighter around herself, her lips pursed with discomfort. So, we cook during the day, and now we will freeze after sunset? Agony complained. How can sentient creatures live like this? Who would want to live like this? Avaryss smirked. Agony had toughened up a lot over the last few years, but at heart, she still remained the pampered Dromon-Kos princess she had been in her youth. Avaryss was different, as was her opinion of this world. Avaryss loved Tatooine. It was a microcosm for the galaxy as a whole, and the perfect place to indulge in the dark side. From the Jaws and their sand crawlers, hustling for deals and survival, to the Tusken raiders roaming the plains, preying on the unwary, and the foolish, ending their lives with that sweep of a gaffi stick. Plus, this world had always been lucky for the Dark Lord. It was here that her journey to wealth and power began. Her first mission had been to destroy a Republic safehouse here. The second had seen her end the life of a troublesome inquisitor, an enemy who had dared block her path to power and glory. Those memories flickered through her mind as they waited, two of the defining moments of her life. She wondered if she was about to experience a third. That would depend entirely on the survivors, she supposed. Avaryss had thought this mission not worth their trouble, and had voiced such concerns to Colonel Capistan. She hoped, this time, that she was wrong. 3 days earlier, the group had been contacted by Senator Avar Team, an old ally from their days of harassing the Sith during the Great Galactic War. The senator, always something of a firebrand, was known for speaking out against what he saw as injustice in his system, and considering that the Zakuul had moved in after the Republic's defeat. The man had had much to say. The invaders had ignored him, at first, but he, apparently, had finally gone too far. He had gotten on the bad side of the Zakuul invaders, and had needed to go on the run. Given his history with the survivors, he had reached out to them for help, hoping they could help him disappear. Colonel Capistan and Jazz Darbin, being the heroes they thought they were, agreed to come to his aid. Avaryss had been with the others when they had been told about this mission. For once, she was not the only voice of dissent. "It is a bad idea, Chris," Major Locke had said after they had all heard the first outline of the plan. "It is a bad idea, and you know it." The colonel looked down at his former fiancée and sighed. "It is not ideal, I know that, but Senator Team got the same warning all of our old allies did. Spiro, the Torag brothers, Effie the Ranit, and Tufu Nadan, they were all warned that we couldn't help them if they got in trouble. The mission has to come first. They all know that Lennox Gull and the Zakuul are looking for us." Gilly shook her head, removing her lucky cap, the one she had taken off a slain Sith captain during the First War. "Team has the resources to vanish himself. Asking for our help is overkill. Besides, he should have vanished when Effie and Tufu did. They've worked with him in the past." He knew it was a bad idea staying put. The colonel nodded. "Survivors don't leave people behind, Sonner. You know that too." Gilly frowned, but stayed silent. Avaryss didn't blame the sniper. This whole affair smelled to her too. "We have arranged some distractions for our Zakuul friends," the colonel informed them. "The groups we have been working with have been making noise in the last few hours, letting the Zakuul contacts on their worlds hear that we are running operations in their systems. Gull has been pretty thorough in the last few months. He will need to divide his forces. Look into those reports." Avaryss nodded. Misdirection could be a powerful ally. It could work, she supposed, but that didn't mean that she couldn't help. "I have contacts on Tatooine, Colonel," she said. "I think I can arrange something for our Eternal Throne friends. Something useful if things don't go the way we think they will." Shire growled from her place on the other side of the room. "You trust these contacts of yours?" "They're not political," Avaryss said dismissively. "When I replaced my master, they were some of the first to reach out to me, eager to be in with the new boss and keep the credits flowing." The Dark Lord chuckled. "We should be able to use them without them realizing exactly what they are doing for us." Capistan nodded. "We would appreciate that, Avi. I will speak to you after I confer with our off-world allies." Survivors dismissed. The group broke up. Avaryss glanced up at Major Locke, one of the few survivors she could say she trusted. The Major didn't look happy, and the Dark Lord didn't blame her. Gull might be misdirected in all this, but then again, if he had predicted and hoped for the survivors to jump this way, things could get really nasty. The Dark Lord turned to her apprentice, motioning for her to follow her. Zay hobbled quickly to her side, the two of them heading out of the base, out of earshot of the others of their little group. "You will be staying here this time, apprentice. I have a special task for you." "I was hoping to come too," she said. "Timon is. Timon has more combat experience than you. Plus, you have only been studying the blade for a few months. Not this time, apprentice. Your day will come, but it is not today. Am I understood?" "As you say, my lord," Zay answered, "though I have been working hard with my studies. My abilities are still too unpredictable," Avaryss said, cutting her off. "I do not like repeating myself, Zay. You need more time to practice and perfect your powers. This one has the chance to get nasty. Your time will come, young one, but not now." Zay nodded. She knew better than to question her master on something like this. Avaryss smiled. "Besides, your own mission will be challenging enough. I need you to spend some time with Colonel Capistan. I want to see if you can get inside his head, plant a few seeds that might bear fruit later on." Zay wrinkled her nose. "You realize that he hates me, yes. He views my choice to join the Sith as a betrayal. That I should be grateful to the Republic that the Jedi and survivors took us in, saved us from dying on Ambria. And what do you think about that?" Zay sniffed, her scowl deepened. "I think he believes that you manipulated me into joining the Sith. He doesn't understand." "And what doesn't he understand?" The girl smiled, a cruel, wicked smile. "That I despised the Jedi and the Republic long before we met, my lord. They will pay for abandoning my mother and everyone else I grew up with to slavery and death. The Dark Lord nodded. Zay had been Sith long before she had discovered her powers. She was most pleased with their relationship. Nevertheless, my student, you will try to befriend the Colonel. Get into his head, or his heart. I leave the final choice to you. I'm still not entirely certain that I wish the survivors destroyed when all is said and done. I don't like breaking such useful tools as these. The girl nodded. I suppose that I could play the innocent victim. Say that the things you're having me learn are terrifying, that your lessons. Let's not lay things on too thick, Zay, Avaryss warned. I don't want the Jedi questioning my training methods. They might ask us to stop our journeys out to the plains, or start sending out watchers to spy on us. That would complicate things, and that will not do. The girl nodded. She had a quick mind, and could see where such a problem might arise. Not feared, then? The girl lightly tapped her chin, chewing thoughtfully on her lower lip, her brow furrowed in thought. Confusion might work. Confusion, Avaryss said. Explain. Zay's expression changed a mix of excitement and fear. Oh, Colonel, sir, she said, the things that I'm learning now, amazing, but. Speak on, child, Avaryss said, playing the role of a certain military officer. Zay shivered. What she says will be expected of me as a Sith, as an Imperial citizen. What will be asked of me? Sir, I don't know. I just don't know. Avaryss grinned. Not bad, actually. Is he Dragon? Avaryss murmured. Zay gave her a confused look. Master. The Sith Lord smiled at her student. A silly girl who died trying to kill me, thinking it was her duty. She served under Capistan's command, and he blames me for her death. Zay nodded. I remember, he tried to shoot you when we arrived. That was the girl's name. Is he Dragon? Avaryss nodded. He could not save her, but perhaps he may wish to try and save you. I think that is your end, apprentice. His compassion and desire to save one when he couldn't save another will be his undoing. Zay smirked. Sounds fun. The Dark Lord chuckled. Do nothing to harm the Colonel. Just get him to like you, trust you, if you can. Let's see if we can't find any weaknesses to exploit. She laid her hand on the girl's shoulder. This task may not sound dangerous, but it could be. Proceed with caution, young one. Do not be blinded by your recent successes. As you say, Master, the girl replied. It will be done, my lord. Avaryss nodded, pleased. Good. Very good. The two Sith continued to watch the horizon, Agony with Bennix, and Avaryss with the Force. The fact that Major Locke had assigned the two Sith as backup was telling. After months of work, they had finally managed to gain the trust of the group, at least, as far as combat was concerned. The Dark Lord was most pleased. She had an earpiece in her left ear, connecting her to the Major and Finn. Locke was up high, covering the group with her sniper rifle, while Finn, Timon, Shira, Zen, and a company of survivor soldiers awaited the arrival of the Senator's shuttle. When the Senator arrived, the survivors were to take him into custody. From there, his shuttle would take off with one of his guards serving as a decoy, and, hopefully, draw away any prying eyes that sought to see the politician come to harm. Meanwhile, the survivors would see him safely into hiding. Simple, perhaps, but still fraught with danger, the Zakuul were not easily fooled. The chatter between the group was kept to a minimal, communication silence observed. They were not alone on Tatooine after all. The Zakuul did have a ship down in Mos Ela. The ship was being watched, but no one had disembarked for days, except for the crew, and then only going to the local cantina. No sign of military hardware, no knights or sky trooper droids, and no Linux ghosts sniffing around. It seemed that the plan had worked. Perhaps they had thrown the enemy off the scent. Avi looked at her friend. They wore tan and brown robes, easier to hide in this environment, though Avaryss didn't like it. They reminded her too much of Jedi robes. Agony turned to her, still wearing a black eye patch. What did the doctor say about your eye? The Dark Lord asked. She said that the damage wasn't permanent. Agony shrugged. It is getting better, but my vision is still a bit blurry. It has been throwing me off slightly in combat. I've been using the Force to compensate, but until my vision fully returns, it is safer just to keep the eye covered. The blonde Sith smiled. Besides, I don't need my eyes to fight. When I was 10, my mother locked me in a chamber with 3 grown Councilor slugs and no lights. She had hidden my training sword somewhere in the room, and I needed to find it before I was attacked. I succeeded, and killed the slugs before they even had a chance to touch me. It was my final test, you see, before she consented to send me to study on Korriban. Avaryss nodded. That did sound like something Lady Tasia would do. She was a fierce marauder, and a ruthless Sith. She had made her eldest daughter quite powerful, though. No one would deny that. Still, Avaryss frowned slightly. She had noticed a change in Agony lately. Before, the pain from losing her family had been a driving force in the young woman's life. She had been feeding off that rage and pain almost constantly. Now, Avaryss could not sense it. The pain had become a dull ache in the Force for her old ally. She still hurt, and could still draw on it, the Dark Lord suspected, but it no longer drove her forward. What had happened? Avi had to wonder. What had changed? Agony pursed her lips as she continued to scan the empty desert. We should have brought the girl with us, she said. I've been working with her. Her powers are not ready yet, Agony. The blonde turned to her friend. Even if she doesn't fully understand battle meditation, she had keen senses. I've noticed that during her drills, she anticipates far faster than most. She could have been useful here. Maybe, but that talent is exactly why I didn't bring her along. Even as a novice, she impresses me. And you? Imagine how powerful she will be in a year's time, 5 years from now. I will not risk losing her until she is strong enough. The Sith don't throw mere hopefuls into full-scale battles until they are ready. We don't ask them to face Jedi until there is a chance of success. I will not risk losing Zay because her fledgling talents give me a slight advantage. Agony nodded. She might not have totally agreed, but Avaryss was the girl's master, not her. The 2 Sith went back to watching. Agony had seen a shuttle coming over the horizon. It seemed that their prize had arrived. Avaryss began to ready herself, just in case. She played the mental game she always did, to bring the dark side to blossom within her. Her comlink beeped, not the earpiece, but the one she carried on her belt. Agony's did as well. Both Sith looked at each other. The chime identified the incoming signal. It was not used by the survivors, but a Sith communication. Avaryss was hesitant to answer, but the communicator kept beeping and beeping. Finally, cursing under her breath, she answered. Yes. I was wondering when you were going to pick up, a strong male voice said over the line. Avaryss frowned. She recognized it, even though they had never spoke before. At that moment, her earpiece squealed with interference, a jamming signal. The Dark Lord ripped it out. The man on the comlink spoke on. I offer you greetings, he continued. It is Darth Avaryss that I am speaking with, yes. We didn't get a chance to speak on an air shadow. Forgive my breach in manners, and allow me to introduce myself. My name is Lennox Gull. This is Avaryss, and I know who you are, Knight of Zakuul. Avaryss responded, may I ask, how did you get this frequency? In his boundless wisdom, the Emperor of Okorian provided us with many secrets of your foul outland empires. Those secrets made it easy to deal with your pathetic forces on many worlds. Avaryss sneered. Of course, the so-called Eternal Emperor had given the Zakuul their transmit codes. As Emperor of the Sith, he would have had access to all of them. Vitiate's invasion of Sith space was as brilliant as it was deceitful. Treacherous spirit, Avaryss thought. Despised grandfather. So you know our comm frequencies, big deal. I no longer serve the Empire, or the Dark Council. Yes, you have become a terrorist, odd for a Sith. Your people so dislike chaos, and prefer order. You must be a great disappointment to your masters. Speak plainly, Zakuul, Avaryss spat. I have no time for your jibes. Actually, you have a lot of time, or will in the next few moments, Go replied. You see, our brief encounter on the smuggler's moon reveals something intriguing. your interest in certain artifacts that my master and his sister now covet. Gull paused. Avaryss thought she heard him chuckle. Emperor Arcan has tasked me with bringing you back to the spire, and to him, he would like to converse with you about the crystal item we acquired on Nal Hutta. Avaryss paused. So, they had still not discovered the key in their hands was a fake. Good, she could work with this. Where is it? She hissed, letting her naked desire for power shine through. Where? It is mine. You will see it soon, he promised, but for now, I would ask you leave this comm frequency open. My knights will be coming to collect you soon, once they have dealt with your terrorist allies. Avaryss smirked. So, they had been right. This was all a trap, but she didn't see how they were going to spring it. Whatever you hope to do, it won't work. Any incoming signal will be picked up by my allies, and the business we are engaging in will be concluded in moments. We will be far from here before any of your knights arrive. You misunderstand, Sith. My forces don't need to go anywhere. We already know your allies are in Beggar's Canyon. My forces are standing by, and I don't need to give a signal to attack. That signal was key to this one. The moment you answered, the attack begun. In the distance, the sky flashed in the canyon, the wind picked up and carried the sound of blaster fire. Avaryss cursed. You can't save them. You're pawns, and I don't think you would risk yourself if you could. Remain where you are. My men will be there to collect you shortly. Emperor Arcan is looking forward to meeting you. His sister as well, you will. Avaryss destroyed the comlink and jumped on her speeder bike. Agony joined her. What are we doing? Are we fleeing? Avaryss gunned the engine and shot forward. Towards Beggar's Canyon. She couldn't leave the others behind. The colonel would not accept that she and Agony alone had escaped the trap, and if he learned of Gull's call, he would assume she had had a hand in setting the survivors up. No, escape was not an option. She would not lose the survivors, not until they helped her complete her plan, not until she had all 5 keys. Then they could die, if it came to that. Then they would die by her hand. Senator Team had been the first to die. The shuttle ramp had lowered and he had just stepped down. He had seen Finn and waved, and the shuttle had exploded, killing all on board. Blaster fire raked down from the canyon walls as the survivor spotters on those walls fell. Cut down by Skytrooper droids buried in the sand dunes. Hidden until this moment by some trick of the Force, and they were not alone. Bile rose in Finn's throat. 2 phalanxes of Zakuul knights with their plasma shields began to march towards the survivors, one in front and one behind, and supporting both, 4 Zakuul combat walkers firing their laser cannons. Where the forces had been hidden, Finn could not say, but now, with enemies in front, behind, and on the canyon walls. The group was surrounded. Rock and sand exploded as superheated blasts filled the canyon. Lightsabers blazed to life. Red, blue, and green lights filled the coming night. Zakuul blue blaze ignited in the front of each phalanx formation, the knights looking to push the survivors deeper into a kill box. BAM! A sniper blast struck one of the knights. He went down on his knees. The man beside him moved up, keeping the formation, pushing the dying knight out of way. Finn's comm squealed in his ear, jamming signals blanketed all frequencies. Though communication was not important at this point, all of the survivors had feared a trap, and they had prepared accordingly. Survivors. Finn shouted, Gizka Hunt. Gizka Hunt. It was an old command, one from the earliest days of the group's existence. The command was simple, scatter, and meet up later at the assigned rendezvous points. Right now, survival was what was important. The senator was dead. They had to make sure they didn't join him. Shira howled as she struck out with the force. A wave of telekinetic energy struck the first line of Zakuul knights. They backed up, but didn't falter. They were combining their powers, bolstering their ranks, feeding off each other, strengthening each other like batteries. The enemy continued to march. Finn, who had been put in command of the mission, pulled a remote detonator from his pocket. The survivors had planted charges on the canyon walls to bring down part of them if they needed to block off pursuit and help with an escape. He pressed the button, and nothing happened. Singal jammers, blocking all frequencies, not just communications, but any remote signals. Finn felt the first whisper of fear. They were in trouble. A heavy cannon shot exploded the ground near Shira, and then the two were flung into the air and came down hard. Timon tried to help, but was pushed back by the energy blast fired by the sky troopers. One of them exploded, his head removed by a sniper shot from Sunner. So far, the Zakuul were not worried about her. They pushed forward, not concerned with their losses. Their prey were the main group of survivors. Shira took a blaster shot in the shoulder and went down. Niley, one of their scouts, was beheaded by a Zakuul lightsaber. Bobs and Timson also went down, shot from above by the droids supporting the knights. "Wipe them out," a voice over a loudspeaker exclaimed, "for the Empire and the Dragon of Zakuul." Finn recognized the voice. Lennox Gull. So much for their grand distractions. BAM. Another sniper bolt felled a knight before he could end the life of some survivor private. It was then that the Zakuul finally took notice of what was happening. One of the walkers whirled, his heavy cannon locking on to the location of where the blasts were coming from, finally. Finn felt a surge of fear from Major Locke. She would be moving now, getting away, before. K.A.W.A.M. The heavy turret fired, exploding the perch where the Major had been hiding. Finn felt a flash of pain and... no! And still the Zakuul marched on. Finn blocked blaster bolts, but the knights continued to draw closer, and the survivors were pinned between a wall of enemies and a burning shuttle, with even more enemies on the other side. The kill box was getting smaller, and their backup was nowhere in sight. "Damn it, Avi," he thought. "Where are you?" Had she fled when she saw the fighting? Had she? Wrath. The scream echoed across the desert. It sounded like the shriek of the damned. Fears and terror echoed through the minds of those who heard it, a forced scream of great power. Even Finn was affected. The Zakuul in front of the survivors blinked. Some in the back of the line lowered their weapons, affected by the sound. It was at that moment that Avaryss arrived. It was at that moment that the enemy began to die. She rode her bike between the legs of the closest walker, slicing through the armor with her lightsaber. She whirled the bike around, letting it float to the right on its repulsors, floating to safety, while she engaged the first line of knights. The ones at the back, those closest to scream, had been the most affected. She swept low with her blade, cutting off their legs at the ankles before they could bring their shields around. The pained cries filled the air as they stumbled into their comrades, breaking the formation. Avaryss back flipped out of the way and used the force to push over the tottering, damaged walker. It fell on top of the crumbling phalanx and exploded, taking most of the knights with it. The front line of enemies had collapsed into panic. Avaryss whirled her lightsaber in the air. "Here is your chance," the Dark Lord shouted. "Run!" On the canyon above, more explosions. Darth Agony on her speeder bike, cutting into the sky trooper lines, pinning down the remaining survivors. Flashes of crimson light, followed by crackling blue-violet force lightning, drew off the droids, giving Finn and the others a chance, breather. Finn led his troops forward into the disorganized line of enemies. Escape to the desert was possible, for the moment at least. Gull would have reinforcements standing by, he was sure. Escape needed to happen now. Several of the knights tried to engage Avaryss in combat. Without their formation, they now found themselves easy prey, affected by the fear and despair of the Dark Lord's force screen. To Finn's eyes, Avaryss had become a shadow, hewing off limbs and heads with equal measure. A line of 4 sky troopers dropped down from above, but hadn't had the chance to organize into a proper firing line. They were struck by a flying plasma shield, its edge used like both a blade and a battering ram. It hit with such force that it cleaved the droids in two, their bodies split at the waist, toppling down into the sand. Through the smoke and carnage, Finn saw Avi's face. What he saw shocked him. Her skin was pulled tight against her skull, her black hair blew with both the wind and crackled with blue lightning, her eyes and cheeks sunken in and dark. Her yellow eyes were not just glowing, but filled with an eerie light. He could see no iris or pupil, only 2 yellow orbs. "Come to me, my foes," she shouted. "Death has come for you all." She smiled, not the smile he knew from their time together, but a large toothy grin. The grin of a skull. A death's head smile. The girl he knew, she looked like a living corpse. Even Finn felt a sense of fear. This was not the girl he had grown up with, or the one he knew as Avi, the young woman who came to his chambers, looking for comfort and affection. No. This was Darth Avaryss, a Dark Lord of the Sith. Death given physical form. Darth Avaryss could be terrifying. Dark Lord. The cry came from behind them from the still intact Zakuul line. The flames from the burning shuttle parted, pushed out of the way by the Force. Lennox Gull, clad in the armor of a knight commander of Zakuul, emerged, his cobalt blue saber glowing in the glowing carnage around him. "Face me, Sith. Face the power and honor of Zakuul." Avaryss turned, her smile widened, a hungry predator on the prowl. She raised her blade, her face bathed in crimson light. "So, the fool wishes to die," she cackled, a laugh that children feared, a laugh of the earliest nightmares. If Gull was frightened, he didn't show it. He held up his blade. "My Emperor doesn't need you intact, only enough of you left to talk." Avaryss advanced towards the advancing Zakuul line. "Avi." "No." Finn called out to her, both with his voice and through the Force. They didn't have time. As he looked to opening of the canyon, he could see more flashes in the air, 20 or 30 more Sky Trooper droids arriving to support the knight and his men. He let this vision fill his connection with her. Avaryss blinked. She glanced over her shoulder. "Come on," Finn shouted. She hesitated, eager to engage the knight in single combat, eager for his blood. Finn knew that was a mistake. They were out of time. "Avi, we are leaving." The remaining survivors scattered out of the canyon, some making into the swoop bikes that brought them here. Timon helping Zen to the speeder that would have carried the late senator. Finn didn't see Shireville anywhere. Avaryss remained where she was. She awaited the arrival of her enemy. Lennox Gull advanced, his phalanx of knights, walkers, and fresh Sky Trooper support moving in, ready to surround and trap the Dark Lord. Avaryss had other plans. She laughed wickedly. She shut down her lightsaber and fired Force lightning from both her upraised hands. The knights brought up their blades, ready to block the maelstrom. Sadly, for them, they weren't the target. Electricity crackled over the canyon walls, cracked, and ignited the detonators hidden by the survivors before the senator's shuttle had arrived. The charges went off, one after the other. Boom, 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 boom. Rock and smoke-filled Beggar's Canyon. One of the walkers went down, his cockpit crushed by a falling boulder. Knights dropped their shields and raised their hands, seeking to stop the avalanche. In their distraction, Finn struck. The golden flash of Force judgment crackled from his fingertips, light-side lightning striking many of the knights in the front of the phalanx. They lost their Force shields. The boulders came crashing down on them. Only then did Avi turn and run. She made for her speeder bike, Finn hot on her heels. "Come back," Gul shouted. "Face me, coward." Avaryss said nothing. She leapt onto the bike, behind her dream friend. "Go," she shouted, her arms wrapped around his waist. Finn gunned the engine, and the speeder took off like a blaster shot. Zakuul weapons fired impotently behind them. In the sky above, the Sky Troopers tried to orient themselves for pursuit. Avaryss raised her hand and blasted the closest with Force lightning, slowing them, causing them to drop from the sky or careen into their fellows, ending any further pursuit. Behind them, a cry of frustration rang out through air and the Force. Lennox Gull, furious, roared to the heavens. "Cowardly Sith, the next we meet, I'll have your head." Avaryss leaned into Finn, drawing comfort that he was still with her. "You okay?" Finn shouted over the roar of the engine. Avi nodded. She reached out with the Force, letting him know she was unhurt. Far to their right, Agony was speeding across the desert. Several Sky Troopers in pursuit, but unlikely to catch her. Avaryss frowned. "Coward." Lennox Gull's cries taunted her, but didn't motivate her to remain. She was no fool. This whole plan had been a mistake from the very beginning. She pressed a button on her gauntlet. They should have been out of jamming range by now. She glanced up in the sky and watched. A black dot appeared in the growing dark. Finn, who was connected to her through the Force, sensed her amusement. "What?" he asked through their bond. "What is that?" "My contribution to our escape plan," she replied. As they watched, the object coming down through the evening sky broke apart into 10 smaller pieces. Broke apart and began to fall. The Dark Lord reached out with the Force. She couldn't turn and watch, while she could sense what was about to happen. She almost laughed. As she had promised the Colonel, she would make sure that any Zakuul trap would be answered tenfold. The desert shook from the impact. Even the speeder bike was jostled. Avaryss smirked. 1A, K3, Lackey, her loyal droid, and boss of Thun Cyber Systems had come through again. The droid freighter had launched from Anchorhead, launched and taken up orbit over Beggar's Canyon. The freighter had just disengaged its storage compartments, 10 containers loaded with low-grade Tatooine, or had fallen with the strength of a dozen concussion missiles. The containers each half of the size of a Yawa sand crawler. The destruction falling on the Zakuul was considerable. Many of the invaders would die tonight. The ore containers were pretty sturdy. They would survive and be recovered by their owner. Anyone unfortunate to be caught beneath them would not be so lucky. Perhaps it is done, she thought. Maybe Lennox Gull is dead. A cheery thought, but not a certainty. Gull was no fool if he had retreated before the containers fell. Damn. Avaryss said nothing as Finn continued to speed across the desert. They would need to head to a rendezvous point, arranged for pickup off this world. The Zakuul had won this round, but that was all it was, a single round in a much larger fight. Avaryss' eyes narrowed. Gull had hurt them. He would answer for that. The next time she faced him, it would not be with survivor soldiers and Jedi at her back. She nodded to herself. The last time Holly, as Beniko, had contacted them, she had sent a coded signal to her master. That signal, when translated by her data pad, had excited Avaryss. Dr. Vren was alive. She had arrived safely at Sanctuary Base, and that was not all. The Chiss had completed work on the first line of Avaryss' New Royal Guard. The first 12 Nell Trooper elites were ready for deployment, awaiting the orders of their Empress. Her orders. Avaryss shivered in anticipation. You fight well against mundanes and Jedi, Zakuul Kur, she thought. Let's see how you handle the pride of my new empire, the Iron Fist of Darth Avaryss. The elites had only been a dream during her final days as a Dark Council member. Now, they were ready. Avaryss could not wait to see them in action, especially their commander. The Dark Lord was eager to introduce these new forces to the survivors, especially Jaz Darben. He would be very surprised. Finn broke the speeder to a stop, and the distant smoke rose from the ruined entrance to Beggar's Canyon. Are you okay? He asked. Are you hurt? I'm fine, she replied dismissively. You're trembling. Are you sure you're okay? She smiled. Just excitement, she said. It wasn't even a lie. She looked at the smoke in the distance, thinking of Gull and his fools. I hope you survived, dog, she thought. The next time we meet, you won't be so lucky. I will see you die squealing. The thought warmed her on this cool desert night. It won't be long now. Soon. Chapter 47. The storm rose out of nowhere. They had been riding through the night, seeking out the nearest rendezvous point set up by Major Locke. Finn had hoped to arrive by first sun up, and from there, get their bearings. Then we shall know, he thought morosely. Then we will be able to count our losses and prepare where to go from there. He had no idea how many survivors had made it out of the Beggar's Canyon trap, or how many Zakuul might have survived, and if any did survive, they were likely calling for reinforcements right now. It would have been nice to believe that they were safe, that all of the enemy had perished in the canyon. Avi's trick with the freighter had been impressive, but still. Finn sighed. If Master Jaz had taught him anything, it was to never assume anything in combat. If something could go bad, it likely would. The first step in evading an enemy was being prepared for everything. The survivors didn't have the people or materials to stand toe-to-toe with Lennox Gull and his knights. So the only choice was simple: run and live to fight another day. Speed was their ally now. They needed to get reorganized and get off this planet, and quickly, before some larger trap snapped shut around them. First Dawn was not far off when he saw it, a massive wall of swirling sand on the horizon. Lightning flashed within the clouds as it rumbled its way over the dunes. Right in their path, the storm was cutting them off from the rendezvous. Finn fought the urge to curse. What else could go wrong today? Avi squeezed his waist to get his attention. "I know a place we can seek shelter," she shouted over the roar of the motor. "Bring us about 20 degrees. We should be able to make it before the worst of that storm hits us." "Where are we going?" Finn asked her. "Someplace safe," she replied. "Trust me." He nodded and followed her instructions. The winds were already beginning to pick up. Soon the storm would be upon them. The only good thing he could think about that was that blowing sand would erase any tracks they left behind, and any probe droids scanning for heat, pheromone, and any other possible signature would be blinded by the blowing grit and lightning. The storm was likely a blessing. It would buy them time, slow them down, yes, but in the end hide them from their enemies until they had the chance to flee this place. Avi rested her head against his shoulder, her breath warm on his neck. He couldn't deny that it felt good, her arms around him, her body pressed against his. He had been denying her, after his recent conversation with Darth Acina, her attempt to reward him in his quarters. He still hadn't told Avi about that, yet, and he was guessing that Acina hadn't mentioned it either. So far, Avi had not pushed him on the matter, but that didn't mean that she didn't know something had happened. She suspected something was amiss, and he had done a poor job of putting her mind at ease. He had thought about it many times, his and Avi's time together, those quiet moments in his quarters, their hands moving over each other. Even now, he could not deny that he missed those moments, those sweet times, just the two of them in the dark. And that was the problem. He had started to think that he had gone too far. By accepting her promises of comfort, he had set himself down a dangerous path. He had needed time to recenter himself, and he felt that he had done just that, but now he could not escape the fact that he and Avi had grown closer. That closeness reflected not only through their bond in the Force, but also through how it felt when they were close like this. He felt desire. He tried to push that away, at least for now. There would be time to sort through these feelings later, after they had made their way off this planet. Once they escaped from Tatooine, there would be time. Yes, there would be time. The storm had nearly washed over them when they finally slid to a stop within the walls of the old mining complex. The speeder bike had struggled those last few kilometers, the wind trying to blow them off course. By the time they had entered the cave, they were both spitting sand. The winds behind them built into a dull roar. They had made it, barely. Avaryss nodded as she slid off the bike, her legs stiff from the long ride. She looked around, her senses taking in what remained of the mines and the destroyed Sith mobile base that had once been connected here. Memories flitted through her brain, the destruction that she had wrought here, the flash of Calo Nort's lightsabers, the hissing of the abominations created by the late Inquisitor chain, and the realization, the moment that she had discovered how limited her life had been, how little time she had left in the body of Kira Lilas. That loss didn't bother her, not anymore. She had a new life now, and a new body. She took solace as that. Finn coughed as he pushed the bike farther into the tunnel, out of the blowing grit coming from the cave mouth. "What is this place, Avi?" he asked. "The remains of a revenge carried out to its utmost," she replied. Finn snorted and looked around. The Sith structure itself had been slagged, but most of its shell remained. Fires had washed through these tunnels, creating an atmosphere with the smell of burnt metal and melted glass. Nothing of Chain's experiments had survived. The birthing cradles that had held his abominations had been torn apart by the explosive charges that Avaryss and her allies had set. Yet, the dark side echo remained. It was still quite strong. Avaryss could not help but notice that this place looked untouched. that no one had come here after she had destroyed it. No jaws had come to sift through the wreckage. No desert creatures had sought out the protection of these caves. She and Finn seemed to have been the first. Again, unsurprising, the dark side didn't give up its hold so easily. This place would remain strong in it for decades, if not centuries. She was pleased that her actions had left their mark. This place had marked her, after all. All those things, everything that had come to a head here, they had changed her life, setting her on a new path, a path that had led to the here and now. And now, this place would shelter her, not only from the storm, but any attempt made by Lennox Gull and his Zackle to find her. From here, she would plan her next move, and what came next would be bad for Gull and the rest of his fellows. Their entire mongrel empire would share the same fate as Inquisitor Chain. She welcomed the chance to see all of Zackle destroyed so completely. She not only welcomed it, she reveled in it. Soon enough, she thought. Soon. She took in a deep breath, drinking in the carnage that had been. It had been years since she had last looked upon these chambers, the very air tainted by the violence and the foul creations that Chain had brought into being within these dark chambers. All in all, the place felt intoxicating. Delicious. She and Finn had started heading deeper into the caves when the sound of another speeder bike stopped them. Both drew their lightsabers, but stopped as a familiar presence filled the force, two of them, actually. Darth Agony, likely drawn to the presence of her longtime ally and leader, brought her bike skidding to a halt. Finn, she shouted, help. He stepped forward, seeing for the first time the second rider on Agony's bike, and got there just in time to keep her from falling into the dirt. By the force, he gasped, Major. Galadriel Locke moaned weakly, her face red from the heat of the blast she had escaped, blood trickling from her nose and mouth. She coughed weakly as Finn lifted her up. Stupid girl, she whimpered. You should have left me. Finn carried the wounded soldier deeper into the caves, Agony at his side, speaking at the speed of light. I found her near the canyon opening, she said quickly. She was still hanging from one of the stone outcroppings. I cut her down before the sky troopers could get her. Finn nodded, setting her down on the nearest sand dune that he could find. Gilly moaned weakly, her entire presence in the force filled with pain. Avaryss and Agony stood back, watching the Jedi as he worked, as he examined the wounded soldier. Avaryss frowned. She was no expert in the medical arts, and she didn't need to be. Gilly Locke didn't look good. Torment radiated out from the old sniper, her life force flickering in the forest like a fading candle. The blood from her nose and mouth were not the result of a simple injuries. Avaryss could only guess how bad the internal bleeding might be. She frowned slightly. She was no healer, but she didn't need to be. She knew a dead woman when she saw one. Finn pulled out his medical pack, the basic one all the survivors had carried. He gave the Major an injection in the neck, something to help with the pain. Locke moaned. After a few moments, her eyes seemed to clear. She grabbed his arm. The rendezvous, she gasped. You need to get to the rendezvous. The longer you wait, the harder it will be to escape this place. Finn nodded, reaching out with the force, trying to calm the injured woman. There is a sandstorm outside, he informed her, the fact that she didn't realize that told him all he needed to know about how badly hurt she was. She winced and lay back. Finn offered her some water. She drank, but even that seemed to hurt. She coughed and groaned, closing her eyes. Her right arm hung useless at her side. Her left gripped her old Imperial officer's cap tightly. Her lucky cap, Avaryss remembered. Why it was lucky, she couldn't say. Gilly had not told her. Perhaps there was something to it. The woman had survived this long. How much longer, however, she couldn't really say. Finn touched her forehead again. Avaryss could sense him reaching out with the force, trying to soothe the Major, offering her any healing he could. It wouldn't be enough, the Dark Lord realized. Finn was not a Jedi healer. He could handle minor wounds and heal himself if needed be, but this. The Major's injuries. Those were beyond even the Jedi's talents. Locke knew that too. She wheezed as he inspected her body. The injection finally taken effect, blocking the worst of the pain. You need to go, she said. All of you, get to the rendezvous. We will, Finn promised her, once we have gotten you stabilized, and the storm clears, we will head out. It shouldn't take too long to make it Anchorhead. Gilly chuckled, a laugh cut short by a burst of pain. She looked sadly up at the Jedi. Kid, we both know that there is no stabilizing me. Finn shook his head. Don't talk like that. I can help you. You shouldn't be wasting your time, she said. I'm done. Had Agony not took me with her, I would have been dead already. Hey, I am dead already. Finn didn't try to deny it. Avaryss could not blame him. They were connected through the Force, after all. They could both sense that the Major was done. She didn't have much time. Gilly winced and held out her cap. I want you to bring this back with you, back to Chris. He won't understand. He will blame himself. The sniper gasped and clutched her side. Finn held her hand, reaching out with the Force, helping to soothe the pain. As it passed, Gilly met his eyes. The old sniper had tears in her eyes. I was always going to end this way. I suppose that I deserved it. All those years, fighting the Sithies, and before that, running with the gangs on Coruscant. She shook her head. I was never going to die peacefully in my sleep. She sighed. Chris, he will blame himself. Stupid fly boy, he always thought everything was his fault. Even when we broke up, Locke sobbed. Tell him from me. Tell him I never blamed him. If anything, it was my fault. The mission, the baby. I didn't know. Hush now, Major, Finn said, touching her forehead. He sent out calming energy, trying to make her comfortable, at least, until the end. Chris, she sobbed, I'm so sorry. So sorry. I should have never tried to. The Major's eyes rolled back in her head, and she collapsed against the rock. Finn tensed, fearing perhaps that the woman was fading. She lay there, wheezing, mumbling in her sleep, begging for forgiveness, begging for the man she loved. Avaryss said nothing, she merely watched. Part of her looked upon the dying soldier with disdain. Those who asked for mercy were not deserving of it. That was the way of the dark side. Still, she frowned. Still, the Major had saved her life. Better she had died quickly, with a blaster in hand, than end like this, whimpering in some cave like some wounded animal. It wasn't right. It wasn't a fitting death for a soldier like Galadriel Locke. Agony came up to Finn. She seemed troubled. Can't you help her? She asked. Use the light. Heal her. Finn shook his head. If only I could. I'm no healer. He rubbed at his eyes, as he realized then that he was holding back tears. I can make her comfortable. That is about it. Ease her passing into the Force. I can be here for her. It is what the Colonel would want. He looked down at the old cap in his hand. Well, she had asked him to give Colonel Capistan. Poor Chris, he murmured. Poor Gilly. Avaryss leaned back against the canyon wall. She watched her dream friend, caring for the dying Major. She could sense the woman's pain, even drew a small amount of strength from it, rejuvenating herself after the fight with the Zakul and their flight through the desert. The weak deserved their fate. She knew that to be true, but Gilly Locke was far from weak. She wasn't begging for her life or ranting about the fact that she was dying. Her only sense of sadness came for those she was leaving behind. The man she was leaving behind. The Dark Lord's brow furrowed. She had said something about a baby. Curious, as far as she knew the Major had no children, not with Chris Capistan or anyone else. She thought about the Colonel. She had no love for the man. He had pulled a blaster on her the first time they had met, and his people had nearly killed her when they destroyed the Shadow's embrace. She should have been pleased that he would suffer the death of his woman. She should have been shivering in anticipation at the pain that he would feel when he found out she was gone. Yet, she wasn't. She couldn't say why. The survivor were her tools, Pawns, nothing more. But Gilly had saved her life on Hutta. That mattered for something. Didn't it? Agony was on her knees, sitting next to them. She watched as Finn tore a strip of cloth from the sleeve of his combat suit. Soaking it in water, he pressed it to the wounded soldier's forehead. I can't help her, Finn said, shaking his head. I can't. Agony reached out and touched his arm. It isn't your fault, Finn, she said. You are doing all you can. All I can, he said bitterly. Agony rose and went back to her friend and Allie. Avaryss looked up at her. I'm going to keep watch, Avi. I will let you know if the storm lets up. Avaryss nodded and watched her pass. She pursed her lips. She had noticed something. Agony's eye had changed. The patch hid one, but the other. Her good eye no longer blazed yellow with rage, with the power of the Sith. It had turned a gentle blue, the same as the blue eyes of the girl that Agony had once been. She shook her head. What the hell had happened? How had Agony turned back into Taya? How? Why? Locke moaned in her sleep. Finn stayed close, holding her hand. Avaryss, disgusted by the weakness she was seeing, rose and went up into another section of the caverns. She cursed under her breath. First Agony, and now Finn. She growled. She could feel it. She had come to respect Major Locke. Death was for the dead. Finn should have put the woman out of her misery. It would be a mercy. Those that ask for mercy do not deserve it, but the Major had not asked. Agony, Taya, she should have killed the Major back at Beggar's Canyon. Why had she brought her back here? Why? Darth Avaryss didn't like this, not one bit. She was above compassion. She had driven that out of herself years ago. So why now did she? No. She reached for her lightsaber. She would go back in there. And in the Major, it was better than letting the woman go so weakly into the Force. It was the only mercy that the Sith offered. A quick, painless death for a worthy foe. Yet, she paused. Finn would try to stop her. He would not understand. Wasn't a quick death better than slowly fading away? He said it himself. There was no hope for the old soldier. It was not like Finn could save her. Not in this place. Not with the dark side so strong here, eclipsing his light. She. Avaryss blinked. Yes? The dark side was strong here. Very strong. The Dark Lord smiled, a wide predator's grin. She respected Locke. That was true, and her death would weaken the survivors, Colonel Capistan especially. But that wasn't what she wanted. Not yet. Not until she had all the keys in hand. The woman's death would be a tragedy for Chris Capistan and the remaining survivors, but sometimes, just sometimes, a tragedy was not just a tragedy. Sometimes it was an opportunity. She almost laughed, but held it in. Finn would not have liked to hear the mad cackle that nearly escaped her. He wouldn't understand, but he would, oh yes. He would soon. She went back down the tunnel. She now believed that what was happening had been preordained. The dark side was still holding her hand. She was sure of it. Certain. She approached Finn. The Major was still alive, her breathing wheezing between her blood-stained lips. Finn blinked. He had been in the Force, keeping the woman calm. Yeah, Avi, he said. You can't save her, she said flatly. Finn scowled. Tell me something I don't know. She didn't take offense. Finn was a good man, hurting. She could help. You can't save her, she repeated, but. He looked up. But. She smiled wickedly. But, she purred, I think that we can. That got his attention. What do you mean? Avaryss shivered. Excellent, she thought. Delicious. This place, this fallen facility, it is very strong in the dark side. You can feel it? I suppose I can, he agreed. Yet, that won't help the Major. You think so? Avaryss asked. The dark side is weak in the healing arts. It doesn't have the power to save a life. Normally, that is true, she agreed, but not in this case. What are you going on about? I'm talking about us, Finn. I'm talking about the bond we share. and what it might be capable of doing. The Dark Lord giggled. She truly was brilliant. She couldn't wait to tell Zay about this. Her apprentice would be amazed. How does our bond help Gilly? Your healing skills aren't strong enough to help Gilly. That is not some insult. It is fact. I'm not a healer either. My expertise, my power has always been in the manipulation of energy. Heat, light, electricity, even life energy. It all bows to my will. The point, Avi. The point, she said, is that I can draw on the power of the dark side that fills this place. I can absorb it and channel it. She touched his shoulder. I can fill our mutual bond with dark side power. More power than you would ever need. More than enough to boost your healing abilities. Finn blinked, finally understanding what she was saying. I could use our connection, he said. Use our bond. Like a type of filter. More like a lens, she clarified. In our bond there is no real difference between the light and the dark. It is simply power. Power that we can both draw on. I can channel it into our bond, and you can take the power into yourself. You can use it. She leaned in closer. You can't save Gilly, not alone, but together. I can't give you what you need. You are no stranger to the darkness, Finn. It is a part of you. It always will be. You can use my power to augment your own. We will be able to save the Major's life. I'm sure of it. Finn nodded. He knew enough about the Force, and he had grown up with their bond. He knew that too. He looked down at Gilly. She whimpered in her sleep, mumbling nonsense words. She didn't have much time. He knew that. Even now, he could feel her life fading, like a candle going out in a chamber with little oxygen that was being used up too fast. I could take your power, he said. We could save her, Avaryss repeated. I would be exposing myself to the dark side, giving into it to do this. Avaryss nodded. She tried to keep her expression solemn, but inside she was practically cheering. Finally, she had found it. The answer she had sought for so long. To save a life, Finn would give his, not to death, but to her. Yes, this was it. This was key to corrupting her dream friend. The dark side provides again. She almost laughed. The perfect trap for a young Jedi. Darth Acina would have been pleased. She felt his hesitation. He feared what he might become if he did this. She had to restrain herself. She almost asked him if he wasn't a little too old to be scared of the dark. That would not help. He had to see her as the only way, the one last answer. He could let the woman die, or he could take this one chance. A life for a life. His own Jedi code would damn him, and in that damnation, he would finally fall into her arms. Perfect. We can do this, Finn, she said. Trust me. Finn sighed. She felt it, the shift, the sweet moment of surrender. Finally, she thought. It had been a long time coming. Finn looked up at her. How do we do this? Avaryss smiled. She had it all worked out. It was so simple. Lay your hands upon her, Finn. He did as she asked. He rested his hands on Locke's chest. She moaned. Chris' name escaped her lips. Tears ran down her cheeks. Avaryss rested her hands on her dream friend's shoulders. She took a deep breath. Close your eyes, Finn. He glanced over his shoulder. Avi, trust me, close your eyes. He hesitated again, but only briefly. Finally, he did as she asked. He closed his eyes and went into their bond, that place where darkness and light met. Now, she murmured. Come with me, Finn. She felt him gasp. Everything faded. And in that moment, all was darkness. Distantly, Avaryss cackled with delight. Finally. Gotcha. Finn Shadowstone gasped. 1 minute he had been in the cave, feeling the darkness closing in on all sides, and the next, he was falling. The cold suffused him, pushing out the light and scouring him empty of his touch. He had always seen the Force as an ocean of light, its currents and eddies filling him with a sense of calm and purpose. That was all gone. In its place was only darkness, cold and bitter darkness. And he was drowning. He couldn't breathe. He was lost. He felt Avi's presence, the darkness flowing through her. He could barely sense her presence, only a sense of satisfaction. Had she betrayed him? Had this all been some trick? No. Knew. His anger lit, the rage that he had denied all those years ago, burst forth, no longer an ember, but an open flame, a flame that threatened to turn into an inferno. He found Gilly Locke, her spirit weakly flickering in the dark. He could have destroyed it in that moment. Part of him wanted to destroy that spirit, shatter it for all time. It was because of her that this had happened. The darkness was within him, overwhelming him. He didn't want to help her. This was her fault. Her fault. He. No, Finn. Stop. He gasped as another presence filled the darkness, filled the bond he shared with his dream friend. It wasn't Avaryss, it was something else, something older. Don't lose yourself, boy. Focus. You did this to save a life. To find justice, to give life another chance. Don't give in. The darkness can only take you if you let it. You're stronger than that Sith Shudder. Fight. Use your strength. Save your friend. Do it. Now. Finn felt himself rising out of the dark currents. He was being pulled up by. He looked into the eyes of the one that saved him. It was a face he didn't know, but did. He almost sobbed. The figure that held him up glowed with a blue light, the light of the Force in all its purity. Her features so familiar, but not. He didn't know her name, but knew she was with him, that she had always been with him. The woman held him with her calm, even gaze. Her dirty blonde hair was chopped in an almost violent style. Her long red skirt was slit in one side, giving her legs freedom of movement. The armored leather jacket she wore gave her a tougher-than-Durasteel look. He didn't know her name, but he knew her, in his blood and in the Force. He had always known her. Stay with me, kid, she said. Stay with me, reach out with the light, let it fill your friend. You have the power, use it. He nodded and focused. The darkness flowed into him, and through the strange woman. She smiled. We've both been touched by the darkness, she said. It touches us, but that doesn't mean that it owns us. She gave him a confident smirk. You're not that girl's pawn. You got this, boy. You've got this. He felt Avaryss reaching out, trying to touch him, pull him deeper into the shadow. The blue woman stopped her, her light brightening, blinding Finn as well. Leave him alone. Get away from him, you shudder. Finn gasped, almost overwhelmed by the power he felt. He filtered the darkness and used the pure Force within. He felt Gilly's life, the dying embers of it. He blew on those embers with the Force. He called on the power. He felt it, the fires blaze anew. He could see inside the body of dying woman, the wounds closing. She. He felt himself being thrust up, back into the world of life and light. The blue woman let him go, but he sensed her emotions as she faded away. Love, and pride. Watch your back, kid, she whispered. That girl isn't what she seems. Watch your back. Finn cried out. He felt the world of living crash down around him, and then it was done. They were back. Avaryss groaned. Her head throbbed painfully, but, she coughed. Had she been successful? She had felt something. She had almost done it. Finn was drowning in the dark side. Then there had been the light, that blue light. She shook her head. What was it? She couldn't remember. She looked up. Major Locke lay on her side, moaning weakly. The Dark Lord reached out with the Force. What she sensed surprised her. He did it. She smiled. The crazy calf hound had done it. Gilly Locke was alive. Her body burned with life. Her heart beat strongly. She breathed easily. She would be in pain for a while. Recovering from such injuries were not easy, but she would recover. Avaryss sensed it. Finn had managed to pull it off. Amazing. Speaking of Finn, she stumbled to her feet, shaking her head. Finn lay next to the Major. He was breathing heavily, shivering against the cold that was not a part of the real world. Finn, she said. Can you hear me? He groaned and sat up. Why, what happened? She smiled. You did it, she said. We did it. Finn laughed. Good. He panted, yay, us. He leaned back against the cave wall. Avaryss came up to him, reaching out with the force, checking to see if he had suffered any injuries. She sensed none, but there was a change, a positive one, as far as she was concerned. Their bond had come through in a major way. He looked at her with new eyes. She almost laughed. Sith eyes. Finn's eyes were as yellow as hers now. They blazed with dark power. She almost took him into her arms and kissed him. Finally, she thought. No more resistance. No more excuses. She giggled. Welcome to the dark side, Finn Shadowstone. I think you are going to like it here. Chapter 48. The storm screamed through Beggar's Canyon like a gutted starship venting atmosphere. Finn Shadowstone crouched in the lee of the rock face, his glove stiff with Gillylock's blood. 3 hours since the ambush. 2 since her breathing turned wet and shallow, each gasp fluttering the makeshift bandages over her abdomen. Not bandages, he corrected himself. Scraps of my cloak. The wound beneath still smoked faintly, the edges blackened where the lightsaber had cauterized flesh even as it pierced organs. The kind of injury that killed slowly, cruelly, the sort Finn had seen in the Coruscant underlevels after Order 66, when the clones dragged wounded Jedi into alleyways to finish the job. You're not dying here, Major. His voice sounded strange in his own ears. Hollow? Like someone else was speaking through him. Behind him, the cavern exhaled. Not wind, something older. The darkness here pooled like oil in the corners, thick enough to taste at the back of his throat. It whispered without words, pressing against his temples with the same insistent weight as the migraine that had plagued him since they dragged Locke into this abandoned Sith outpost. Agony's boot crunched on shattered transparent steel. Koto won't fix that. The Marilyn nudged Locke's boot with her own, her voice flat. Even if we had any. Finn peeled back the blood-stained fabric. Ruined muscle glistened beneath, threaded with charred uniform fibers that had fused to the wound. He'd seen injuries like this before, on the refugee ships fleeing Duro. None of those victims had lasted the night. A gloved hand gripped his shoulder. Avaryss's nails bit through the fabric even before she spoke. She's already dead, Finn. Her breath was warm against his ear, the citrus and brimstone scent of her perfume cutting through the stench of blood. You're just watching the machinery wind down. The glass shards at their feet trembled, not from the storm. Finn closed his eyes and reached into the dark. The force came like a drowning man's first gasp of air, cold and brutal and alive. Finn's vision shattered into fragments. Locke's chest rising under his palms, golden light spilling from his fingers like liquid sunfire. Avaryss's teeth at his throat, her laughter vibrating through his bones as the dark side poured into him like molten metal. Agony's hand steady on his shoulders, her voice cutting through the maelstrom. Focus, Jedi. Or you'll burn her alive. When he came back to himself, his mouth was full of copper. Locke breathed evenly beneath him, her skin pallid but no longer waxy with impending death. Across her body, Avaryss licked blood from her lips, his blood, he realized, from where she'd bitten him. Interesting. She pressed a thumb to the wound on his neck, smearing crimson across his collarbone. You taste like lightning. Finn stumbled to his feet. The world tilted. He caught himself against the cavern wall, his palms sliding across stone that thrummed with ancient malice. His reflection stared back from a twisted sheet of melted transparent steel. Yellow as burning in a face gone feral with power. Agony's hand closed around his wrist. Breathe, before you pass out. Outside, the storm died as suddenly as it had begun. The silence rang louder than thunder. The smuggler's loft above Anchorhead's only functioning cantina stank of engine grease and expired spice. Finn watched Locke's chest rise and fall in the back-to-tank's eerie glow, her naked body suspended in blue-tinged fluid. The med droid had pumped her full of stems before immersion, enough to keep her heart steady despite the trauma. Not enough to erase the scar, he thought. The wound would leave a mark, just like the one on his soul. His reflection warped in the curved glass. The eyes staring back weren't his own. Not anymore. Agony's boots thudded on the rusted grate flooring. They're searching the spaceport. She tossed a holopad onto the makeshift med table. Security cam footage showed Zakuul Knights tearing apart cargo manifests, their masked faces scanning every offworlder with methodical disdain. Let them. Avaryss didn't look up from sharpening her dagger. The whetstone hissed against the curved edge. Imperial intelligence trained me to vanish in plain sight long before you were carving up Zakuul Knights, Taya. Finn pressed his palm to the back to tank. Cold seeped through his skin. How long until she's mobile? The dagger stilled. Avaryss's smile cut deeper than the blade. Ask what it cost you first, Jedi. The weapon flashed as she flipped it. For a heartbeat, Finn saw himself reflected in the polished metal, eyes like a Tatooine sun lizard, hungry and pitiless. Locke's hand slapped against the inside of the tank. Her mouth moved behind the breathing apparatus, shaping words Finn didn't need to hear. What have you done? That night, Finn dreamed of the Jedi Temple. Not as it had been in his childhood, but as he'd last seen it, smoke curling from the archives like funeral incense, bodies floating face down in the purification pools. A younging's doll crushed under a clone trooper's boot, its stitching split to spill out innards of frayed yarn. You remember? A woman stood in the ashes. Not Avaryss. Someone older, her face half-eaten by shadows. The force shivered around her like heat haze. The dark side didn't kill them, Finn. Her voice was velvet wrapped around durasteel. The light did. By refusing to fight. By letting the galaxy burn for the sake of pretty ideals. She reached for him. Her fingers were bone beneath translucent skin. You could have saved them, just like you saved her. Finn woke with his hand around his lightsaber, Anchorhead's twin moons bleeding through the slatted blinds. Across the safe house's main room, Avaryss watched him from her cot, awake and amused. Bad dreams, Jedi. She rolled a small object between her fingers, a kyber crystal, its usual blue hue sickly yellow in the gloom. His crystal. Finn's throat closed. He hadn't even felt her take it. At first light, the holonews chimed to life. Zakuul forces glass Beggar's Canyon after yesterday's attack. Orbital scans confirm no life signs in the region. Agony switched it off. The silence rang louder than the announcement. Locke stirred in her medpod, the Kolto tubes retracting as the machine hissed open. Her hand drifted to the freshly sealed wound, fingers probing the scar tissue. Criff. Her voice was raw from the breathing tube. They think we're dead. Avaryss tossed Finn a vibroblade. The weapon spun end over end, its edge catching the dawn light. Now comes the fun part. He caught it by the hilt. The metal hissed against his palm, not pain, not quite. Anticipation. The same coiled tension he felt as a Padawan before sparring matches, that split second before the first clash of sabers. Locke's gaze dropped to his face, to his eyes. Finn, her voice cracked. Don't. He thumped the vibroblade's activation switch. The weapon snarled to life, its teeth vibrating fast enough to blur. We have work to do. Outside, a speeder bike roared to life. Somewhere beyond the dunes, the Force whispered of a stolen starship waiting in the dark, its hold stocked with weapons, and its nav computer set for Imperial space. And Finn Shadowstone, once Padawan, once healer, now something else entirely, followed his new masters into the storm. Chapter 49. He needed to get away. Finn took a deep breath as he finally stopped. He had just started walking, leaving Survivor Base far behind. A cool breeze blew over the plains, the rock formations, so common on this part of the planet, poked up through the grasslands, giving any who sought them out a view over the tall grass and far into the distance. Finn made for one now. Though he was grateful to be back, the events of the last few days now filled his mind. He shook his head. He had come out here to find what? Perspective, perhaps. He couldn't stay at the base. Being underground reminded him of the mines on Tatooine and what he had experienced there. The dark side filling him up, the strange sensation of Avi's teeth at his throat, drowning in the rage and darkness. And then later, entering another darkness of his own free will and getting lost in heat. So hot, everything desire, so hot, so wet. He shivered. He couldn't do it, being underground. Not right now. It left him feeling confined. Something he made clear to Master Jazz after his debrief. He needed some time alone to think. He needed to meditate. He didn't intend to be gone long. Soon he would need to return and get back to work. The mission was not finished. The war was not over, despite the losses the survivors had taken. Heavy losses, he knew. Jaz Darbin had granted his request, though the Jedi Master could not hide his concern for his former student. The dark side glow of his eyes remained. Time had done nothing to change them back. So, he had come out here to find peace. He had found none at the base. He had returned, hoping that being back among his friends and allies, that he would be able to find his center, and from there, use the light side of the Force to undo what he had done to himself. He had been wrong. All he felt was curiosity, suspicion, and fear. He had seen the concern in his master's eyes. The look that Timon gave him, the boy, no, not a boy, not anymore, the young man he was training. He shook his head. Timon had not known what to say, not when he saw Finn's eyes. Tim, he didn't understand, and Finn didn't blame him. Looking back, both to the cave and the anchorhead inn, Finn was not sure that he understood either. The taste of soft skin, the moans that turned into cries of passion. Avi and Taya, their bodies moving against his. The excitement he had felt, the desire to dominate them both, the sweet surrender as they moved in a tangled mass of arms and legs. The sound of flesh moving against flesh. Their skins so soft, the taste of passion sweat on his tongue, the wetness of. He shook his head. Even thinking about it made the heat rise anew. He had never been that brazen. Never. Avi had responded to it, even as he gently pushed her into Taya's arms, as he watched the two of them. It excited him, and when they came to him, No. He needed to step back. He needed to think. As he knelt down to meditate, he could still hear Gilly's words, the warning that she had repeated before they had struck out for Tatooine. She had said the mission was a bad idea from the start. He now feared that she had been right, though not for the reasons the Major had given. He tried not to second-guess. That way led to frustration and anger. What had happened had happened. It was the will of the living Force. Yet there loses, not just the people, but... Finn cursed under his breath. No. She was right. Major Locke had been right from the beginning. Rescuing Senator Team, the attempt had not been worth it. Out of the 30 that went to Tatooine, only 12 made it back, and still the Senator had been killed. It had been wasteful on so many levels. To say that the losses had been abysmal would have been an understatement. Most of the soldiers that had went into Beggar's Canyon had not come out again. Of the 8 who had not escaped with Avaryss, 2 were badly wounded. One of them was likely out of the fight permanently. The young man would never walk again. Tim had saved his life, his and Zen Lore's. Even though Tim had never cared for the Sith, he still did his duty. Finn was proud of him. If anyone doubted the boy's quality, there was all the proof you needed of it right there. He would make a great Jedi one day. Alas, one great Jedi could not replace the loss of so many brave men and women. The loss of so many soldiers was damaging, but the greatest loss of all was the most damaging. The loss of an old friend. Shira Veal was not among those that escaped. She had not managed to reach any of the rendezvous points, and had not tried to send any signals that would have confirmed she survived. She was now missing, presumed dead. Finn still couldn't believe it. Shira was one of the toughest Jedi he knew. If she was gone, both the survivors and the Jedi Order would be lessened because of it. Shira had not just been a good soldier, but a good friend. Her presence would be missed. He could almost see her now, that long face, her brown eyes filling with concern. What would she have said if she could see him now? What would she say about the change of his eyes, and what it represented? What he had risked? He could not imagine that she would be pleased. He knelt down, trying to push such thoughts away, but still, they remained. He found himself thinking of the trip back from Tatooine. when the ship arrived to take them off planet. Tara Valentine had been piloting. It had been she that had been the first to see him. See what he had done to himself, the change. See in his eyes, she had paused misstatement. Finn, thank the Force that you have. He closed his eyes and looked away. I'm okay, he had told her, reaching out and giving her shoulder a reassuring squeeze. He felt her tense. It was brief, but it had happened. Okay, she had answered. Well, all aboard, next ship to Survivor Base now departing. Avi had come next, a satisfied smirk on her face. Taya, Finn could no longer think of her as Lord Agony, brought up the rear supporting Major Locke. She had awoken from the trance able to walk, though it would be unlikely she would be leading missions for a few weeks. Finn thought about the Major, what he had done to save her life, and remembering her first words to him as they had left the Anchorhead Inn. Did our Sith friends get hurt in the fight? She whispered as he helped her down the stairs of the inn. No more than anyone else, he answered. The sniper's brow had furrowed. They are walking a little funny. They should speak with Roxy when they get back. Finn coughed into his hand. He hoped neither of the two ladies had heard that. Though the thought did almost make him smirk. If you had told him 3 years ago what would happen in the master bedroom of that suite, he would have thought the person speaking was mad. Yet, it had happened. He still didn't know what had come over him. It felt like it had the moment he first restrained Avi back on Kivens Holdings, but this time, it was so much stronger. Too strong. He had been shocked when she tried to restrain him using the Force, shocked and hurt. That hurt had quickly turned to anger as he heard her berating Taya, choking her, and threatening to harm her. That anger had been what he needed to get free. He knew it wasn't right, but very little of what had happened in the Anchorhead Inn had been right. Though it had felt good, too good, perhaps. How quickly that anger had morphed into desire. Anger had let the heat in. He had enjoyed her struggles, knowing in that moment that was more powerful than her. When Avi had given in, surrendered to her desires, first for him, and then for Taya, he. No. Ignore it, he thought, don't think about it. Call on the light. Now that you are alone, you should be able to cleanse yourself. He knelt down on the hard stone. He could still feel the heat of the day beneath his skin. He closed his eyes and reached out with the Force. He took a deep cleansing breath and breathed it out through his nose. He began. There is no emotion, there is peace. His mind entered the light, seeking the peace, going. Back to their home, a place of peace amidst the storm. Survivor Base. He thought about the return to Survivor Base and what they had discovered when they arrived. They were the last group to make it back. Tara Valentine had shuttled the scattered groups one by one from each rendezvous, back to the transport that had first brought them to Tatooine. The transport that had hidden behind the largest of Tatooine's moons. They reached the ship without incident, a miracle in itself, if Finn was being honest. After the fight below, he was surprised not to see any Zakuul ships in orbit, no sign of the Eternal Fleet. Of course, why would there be? Lennox Gold didn't seem to regard the survivors as a military threat. They were merely criminals to be routed. Finn's eyes had narrowed at that thought. The arrogant knight would learn the error of those thoughts. Tara, the eldest of the new members of Survivor Squad, had been happy to see the Major alive. She had known the sniper since she was a little girl. Everyone had feared Locke lost when she had not checked in after the attack. It had been natural to fear the worst. The few that made it out of the canyon had seen her sniper's nest explode, so her return was seen as something of a miracle. Finn took no credit for her survival. He was just happy that he had made a difference. It was the Jedi way, after all. The Major was a necessary part of their team. It had been his duty to save her life. Tara had understood that. When they had talked later, he sensed no judgment on her part. She understood, which was good. It gave him hope that the others might be as accepting, after all. Tara wasn't the only one who had been happy with the Major's survival. As Galadriel Locke had limped off the transport, Colonel Capistan had been waiting for her. He waited at the base of the ramp, and she paused, just out of arm's reach. They had stood before each other, saying nothing, but, at the same time, saying everything. She stumbled forward, and he caught her. She sobbed softly into his large shoulder, the losses they had suffered, and the gratitude of being alive finally catching up with her. Finn left the two alone. Everyone did. Gilly and Chris, given their history, they deserved to be alone. What they felt for each other, it was older than most of the young people on this base. The two had been lovers, dreamed of a life together long before he was born. The colonel had sought him out later. He had also been shocked by the change of Finn's eyes, but he let it go far quicker than anyone else. He understood. Finn had saved the woman he loved. If anyone doubted the colonel still cared about the major, that thought was put to rest for Finn Shadowstone. He saw it. Chris was grateful. He understood. Knowing that there was understanding, knowing it, helped. There is no ignorance, there is knowledge. Finn smiled as he felt the light flowing through him, the gentle waves of it beating against the shore of his being. He had saved a life. That was what had mattered. It was all that mattered. He breathed in and out, feeling the life around him. He moved on to the next part of the code. There is no passion. Passion. His breath froze in his throat. He could hear them again. The moans, the sounds that had turned into cries of passion. It had been a frenzy at first, but then they had found a rhythm, and they had moved together until all three had been spent and comfortable. After the first time, he had slept. Abby curled up in his arms, her breath warm against his bare chest. As she had drifted off, he had kissed her sweetly, making her shiver oh so slightly. He had no real words to describe it. It had been like nothing he had experienced before. Even the first time when he had been with True, even that had not felt like this. It was intoxicating. He had awoken a short time later, or rather, had been woken. Taya, moving her hands against his body. Her hands, her lips, and her tongue, it had been electrifying, arousing him again. He had looked up into those hungry eyes. He stroked her cheek with a calloused hand. Have me again, please. He had not made her beg. He flipped her over, sending her into a fit of happy giggles, and gave her what she desired. There, revels had awoken Abby. She was not angry, merely desired to share in them. She had touched him and kissed his neck, demanding attention as well. She had nibbled on his ear as he finished with Taya. Then, he had her too. The force roiled between them. Desire, wanting, for someone who had practiced denial most of his young life, it had been overwhelming. The two women were so powerful, he had seen that many times. They were both fierce and passionate fighters, but now, they surrendered so willingly, asking only that he take charge, and in taking charge, letting them have their way. It was. His hands balled into fists. Why had he denied this part of him for so long? Why had he even bothered? What this felt like. He welcomed it. He felt a fool for denying himself for so long, and could feel resentment forming for those that had preached that he choose denial over release. Finn. He shook his head. Finn, hear me, please. Thoughts of heat and pleasure retreated. He felt it again, reaching out from the darkness, a blue light. Soothing coming. And unjudging. The darkness is tempting. I know, but you aren't some youngling that spent his entire life cloistered in a temple. You know the galaxy isn't a place of absolutes. Nothing is black and white. You took it upon yourself to look into the void, to revel in its power, and you enjoyed that moment. But do you really want it to define you, to change who you are? The words penetrated him. He might not know the speaker, but he felt. The voice, he knew it, somehow. It spoke truth. It had always spoken truth, and he knew how to answer. No, he thought. No, it should not define me. He felt a ripple of satisfaction. Good, the third precept isn't so easily maintained during times of strife. There is no passion, there is serenity. How can there be serenity in times of war? A war that is both within and without. Passion can be a gateway to greed. That girl you have been bound to expects you to take that route. You were right to help the other girl, her friend, but even that may put you at risk. You can care for something, desire it, but those desires can be turned to a positive outcome, the protection of friends and those you love. Don't let those desires become twisted. Do not resent those who offer direction. The past is the past. Use those lessons as a guide. Don't reject them outright. You can do this, kid. I know you can. Again, he felt that sense of love and pride. It washed over him. The resentment that had been growing in him died. How had he been so blind? Master Jazz had taught him about desire, how to enjoy it, but not cling to it. Let it drag him down. He tried to reach out, see who was calling to him. Who are you? Who are you really? He felt a twinge of sadness. I'm the one that put you in this position, my boy. One day, I will ask your forgiveness, but for now, know that you are not alone. You think you can save that girl, the one who has been a part of you? It may yet be possible. I will do my best to help. All I ask is that you stay strong. Your master found a way. He lived both as a Jedi and a husband and father for years. If that is the path you want, you have all the tools to walk it. For now, farewell. Don't go, he almost shouted. Please? I'm never far away, kid. Not from you, but for now, you must return to the normal world. You have company. Finn nodded. Yes, he could sense it now, through the light, a shadow moving across the waves. Be brave, my boy. We will speak again. He felt a single tear on his face. Goodbye. Goodbye, my boy. May the Force be with you. Finn opened his eyes. He still felt the heat, but he was able to rise above it, for now, anyway. He looked down from the rock and realized he was being watched. Zay smiled up at him, Avi's apprentice, dressed in a simply black jumpsuit, her lightsaber clipped to her belt. Behind her walked a lone Airy. The creature swayed in time with Zay's steps, its eyes glassy and empty. Mesmerized, he realized. Impressive. Her powers were growing quickly. The girl tilted her head, her expression playful. Are you saying your goodbyes to the light, Master Finn? He shook his head. Hello, Zay, he said. What brings you out this far? A bit of hunting, Master. As you can see, I caught what I was seeking. The Airy made a snuffling sound. It seemed unaware of its surroundings, even that it was alone. Odd for such a social creature. You didn't answer my question, the girl said. Have you said your goodbyes to the light? Finn's brow furrowed. An interesting question, but for once he could answer with complete honesty. Had he gone dark? Despite recent events, that was not the case. The brief contact with whoever that was had helped him find his center again. He felt like himself again. For the moment, at least. He shook his head no, rubbing his eyes, rising from his meditations. Her smile widened as she looked at him. Where can I get eyes like that? He didn't need a mirror to know what she was referring to. His meditations had not worked, but that didn't mean that the light had abandoned him. It had not. The voice in the dark, the blue voice confirmed that. He was not forsaken. Study the dark side long enough, you will have eyes like mine. I promise. The girl beamed. Finn resisted the urge to frown. His words had not been meant to inspire. I made a choice. Girl, he added. It left its mark, but... He returned her smile. Are you sure you really want to go so far that your eyes turn? Of course, she said without hesitation, her own green eyes filling with hunger. I would gladly bear the mark of a true Sith. Finn shook his head. He wasn't sure that Timon would be happy to hear that. The girl was changing. It wasn't just a matter of maturing either. Zay had a sweetness to her when she had first arrived at Survivor Base, and innocence. Finn didn't see that now. Something hard had taken root behind those green eyes. She did her best to hide it from Tim, but he could see it now, see it clearly. He wasn't sure if that was good or bad. He frowned slightly. May I ask a question now? Of course. What did it feel like, the moment you gave yourself to the dark side? Zay's brow furrowed, perhaps trying to sense if this question was a trap. It wasn't, not on Finn's part. He was simply curious. It was the moment I decided I wanted to be free, she answered, when I chose not to be a victim anymore. She pursed her lips. Through passion I gained strength, through strength I gained power, through power I gained victory, and through victory. You are set free, Finn said, finishing her sentence. Just so, she said. She looked down at the ground. He could sense her discomfort. To answer your question, I first felt it when I was on the Fairwind, the ship that took me from Inayar Shada. When you escaped from that boy that tried to kidnap you, he added, remembering the story that Captain Cooper had told him when he had first brought Zay back. When you fought for your life. Yes, she replied, her answer coming out like a hiss. Apparently, that fight still had some bad memories attached. He felt sorry for bringing them up, but again, what was done was done. Zay's smile returned moments later. In that moment, I knew what I wanted. I knew that what Master Avaryss had promised was everything I desired. I would do anything to learn from her. In that moment, I was willing to do anything. Not an easy choice, he said, giving yourself over to something so completely. Isn't that what the Jedi do? She inquired. Give yourself over to the Force. Within reason, he replied, we still have our consciences, and what we know to be right. If you say so, she said, though he got the feeling she was just telling him what she thought he wanted to hear. He could almost feel her shutting down, hiding behind walls in her mind, as if she feared that she might say something she didn't want him to hear. That sensation worried him. If Evie was training Zay to be an enlightened Sith, one that accepted the Jedi's continued existence, why hide what she thought? Were they not all allies? Were they not destined to be allies? He again looked at the beast at her side. What is up with your friend? Zay smirked. A test from Master Avaryss. While you were gone on Tatooine, I continued my studies. She reached out and stroked beneath the Aries' chin. It seems that I have a rapport with beasts, she informed him. I have been testing my powers out here on the plains. Arid are the easiest to manipulate, but the thunder ant nests are fun too. Finn frowned. He knew about the thunder ants, insects as big as a human hand. Fiercely territorial, a colony could strip the flesh off an Arid in 10 minutes or less. They were not something to be playing around with, even with the Force. I hope you are being careful, he said. You aren't all-powerful, kid. I know, she said, not yet anyway. She regarded the Arid again, her expression thoughtful. Some creatures are so easily manipulated. All they want to do is feel safe and secure. It doesn't take much to ensure them of that. And when they find their way into the trap, there is no escape. Finn listened carefully. He wondered if Zay was still referring to the Arid. It had taken time, but the survivors had grown to trust Avi and her Sith. He had come to trust her. Had that been an error on his part? Had it been an error on all their parts? She would never have gotten into his head as much as she had on Tatooine, not if he had not been willing to accept what she had been saying. He had let her flood their connection with dark side power, had opened himself up to it willingly. Had he continued down the path she had set? Had he killed Major Locke? What had happened in the old mining complex could have left him a far different person than he was now. Yet, he had resisted, escaped. Or, had he? He wanted to believe it, but, had he escaped, what had happened in Anchorhead suggested that he hadn't. He wondered if Zay knew about that, yet, or if her master was keeping it to herself. Maybe that was one story that would stay between the three of them. Zay gave the Arid an appraising look. It is all a matter of timing, Master Finn. We have to wait, you see, but when the timing is right. We? She pulled the knife from her belt, her green eyes wild with mad delight. She lashed out with the blade, looking to cut the beast's throat. No. Finn raised his hand, pushing the girl over, causing her to sit down hard. The Arid, freed of her control, honked and galloped away, as fast as his legs would carry it. Finn looked down at the girl. What in the hell was that? Ow, she said, rubbing her behind. She glared up at him. What is it with you people knocking me on my rear? He smiled. Better than dropping you on your head, he said dryly. Zay scowled. She was not happy with him, no. Not one bit. That was not kind, she said. My master was expecting that creature's blood. She wished to have liver and wild greens tonight for her dinner. She told me to bring it back fresh. He leapt down from the rock and stood over her, easily given her small stature. Our food supplies are plentiful right now, more so with our recent losses. There was no reason to kill anything out here. Her scowl deepened. You don't understand. You made me fail. Zay, I can't fail. He sensed her anger and her fear. She didn't want to go back to her master empty-handed. Zay shook her head, her eyes haunted. She will punish me. I don't deserve it. I followed her orders. Finn raised his hand. I will speak with her. Zay didn't want to accept that. Her anger continued to boil. I think that she will care. She gave me a task. What my master wants, she must have. Finn's eyes narrowed. Is that so? He thought. What she wants, she must have. Well, they would just see about that. Zay stepped back, balancing her weight on her good foot, her hand near her belt, near her weapon. He didn't think her foolish enough to draw it against him, but he reached out, snatching the lightsaber from her before she had the chance to draw it. Heyy, she cried. That's mine. He held up his hand as he inspected the weapon. Good work, he thought. Tim had been helping Zay redesign it so it fit her fighting style. He examined the haft. There had been changes. A weighted ball on the end, plates welded over the extendable sections. Cortosis weave, he asked. Zay nodded, her expression still miffed. She didn't like being disarmed so easily. Zen chopped through my original haft, she informed him. Colonel Capistan was kind enough to offer me some plates to protect the new one. She smiled. Zen won't be chopping through this one with her lightsaber. Finn nodded and handed the girl back her lightsaber. A sensible weapon, he said, well constructed. You should be pleased. Some of the hostility went out of her expression, though. He still sensed worry. My master will still be angry with me. I'll speak with Avi, he repeated. I will inform her that you didn't fail. You completed your task, and I stopped you from bringing anything back. Zay winced. She is not going to be happy with you. I'll deal with it. Zay remained unconvinced. She is going to demand some kind of recompense for what you did. Finn snorted, a hint of a smile on his face. I think I can offer her something she wants more than arid liver. Zay smirked and giggled. I'm guessing you can, she purred. Finn blinked. Had his words sounded more suggestive that he had wanted? Had Zay heard what had happened in Anchorhead? She started to back away. If anyone can make her reconsider her choices, you can, my lord. Finn pursed his lips. My lord. Zay crossed her legs and dropped into a deep theatrical bow. Her arms spread wide as she looked up, holding his gaze. I will submit to your orders, sir. The consort of my master should be obeyed. She rose and made her way back toward Survivor Base. Finn's brow furrowed. My lord. Consort. He cared for Avi, and was not above offering her the comfort she desired, but was he hers already? Was that such a bad thing? What happened out here was proof that he could do good at her side. He could check some of her worst tendencies. If he had stayed with her, he could help her, guide her. She had known compassion once. He had seen it when they had been children. If he went back to the Empire with her, he could keep her in check. Ensure the alliance between the Empire and the Republic. Wasn't that a worthy goal? Wouldn't that be a worthy sacrifice? He considered those things, his yellow eyes glowing. Already he was thinking about what price Avi would demand for his interference in her apprentice's task. He found himself looking forward to that. She might command her own people, but when they were alone, being intimate, he could ensure that she was kept in check. She wanted what he had to offer. He wanted it too. Zay looked back. She took a deep breath, almost basking in the heat rising from him through the Force. Goodbye, my lord, she said as she hobbled off. Welcome home. Chapter 50. The stolen heart moved swiftly through hyperspace. The Riptide's engines purred as it made its way towards their destination. In the small main cabin sat four meditating Sith. Avaryss, Agony, Zen and Zay were preparing for what was to come when they arrived, preparing to bring Darth Avaryss' plan into its endgame. The ritual, the Dark Lord thought with a hint of a smile. Soon they would be ready. Soon they would be able to find the last 2 keys. Behind her the comm system pinged, demanding her attention. Avaryss reached out to it through the Force, opening the channel. Yes. We will be arriving in 4 hours, Sith, Colonel Capiston's cool voice informed her. I trust you and yours will be ready by then. Most definitely, Colonel, she assured him. This matter will be handled quickly, and without incident, I can assure you. Roger that, he answered. I will calm you back before we emerge from hyperspace. Thank you. You're welcome. Capiston out. Avaryss smiled then. Despite their initial meeting, Chris Capiston had finally accepted them as part of the group. They were survivors now, and were treated as such, within reason. She reached out with the Force, sensing their cargo. The 3 keys in their possession were singing together now. A trio that longed to be a quintet, and sing their one true song. The Song of Victory. The song of the Sith's final revenge upon this wretched galaxy. Yes, she could sense the keys, but she could sense something else as well, the security measures that the Colonel had put in place, just in case the Sith decided to turn on the survivors during this journey. He didn't have to worry about that, but if the measures made him feel secure, why not? The 3 artifacts were secured in a pressurized crate, coated with a lock that only Capiston knew the code for, and then, for extra security, rigged with 4 thermal explosives. Explosives that only the Colonel had the disarm codes. Any funny business, and he would detonate the crate, she didn't doubt that. Not that she would give him any reason to do so. She accepted one simple fact. They would not be able to remove the keys without the Colonel. Capiston's mind was quite strong, so it would be unlikely that they would be able to force persuade him to open it, and that was only the first layer of security. The second measure was based on if the Sith tried to take the ship. At the first sign of aggression, Capiston could hit a button on the bridge console, jettisoning the crate and the keys inside into hyperspace, jettisoning them into a place they would likely be lost forever. A warning for Avaryss and her party to behave. Again, it had been unnecessary. She had accepted all these safeguards with a smile. The Colonel had nothing to worry about. The Sith had no intention of betraying the survivors, not yet at least. As for the measures themselves, they showed that despite his growing trust in them, Capiston was smart enough to trust his Sith allies only so far. That fact showed that the man was not stupid. Only a fool would have trusted a Dark Lord blindly. Her respect for the old soldier was rising in leaps and bounds. On some level, she was starting to like Chris Capiston. He was. They lost a child. Did you know that, Master? Avaryss blinked. Zay had not spoken, but her words entered her master's mind just the same. The Dark Lord smiled. Our connection has grown stronger, or perhaps the keys are enhancing it. I woke them up, and they woke Zay's potential. Most interesting. Isn't it though? Zay responded with a thought. Avaryss almost laughed. She would need to be even more careful with her thoughts now. Why? Because to be wary is to be smart. Apprentice, now, tell me more. How do you know this about Capiston? You did ask me to get close to him, didn't ya? Duh. Don't be insolent, Avaryss responded with a frown. Now, spill. It happened about 10 years ago. Capiston and Locke were on a mission together. She had been feeling ill that morning, but discounted it, thought it nerves. Zay shivered in the Force, excited for the next part. The Colonel planned and led the mission. They were both SIS agents at the time. Things went bad. Locke was shot, a blaster bolt in the side. He got her to safety, but when the medical droid was checking her out later, she had been pregnant. Yes, the child didn't survive. Neither of them had known. It caused a rift between them. The Colonel blamed himself. Avaryss nodded. Yes, she remembered now. Locke, when she had been injured, had mentioned a baby, how it wasn't Capiston's fault. She had hurt her. She had begged Finn to help him understand. So that was it. The Dark Lord winced. As someone who wished to be a mother herself, She could only imagine how painful that loss had been. Poor souls, Avaryss thought. A horrible series of events, with no one to blame, but both blaming themselves and thinking the other blamed them. Most interesting. She would need to consider this, see how to turn it to their advantage. What advantage, my lord? Zay's words reminded her that their minds were still connected. Avaryss almost cursed. She put up her mental shields. She needed to do that more and more around Zay. The girl was powerful, and growing more so. It would be years before she would have the knowledge and skill to challenge her, but she would need to be more cautious in the future. Beware your apprentice. The game would only grow more dangerous as time went on. Avaryss was excited. The game was fun. She lowered her mental shield now, but slowly, carefully. She would have to screen her thoughts, grow used to doing that, opening herself up to her apprentice only when she wanted the girl to respond. Much as Darth Fear had done with her during her training. Fear, the man had done so effortlessly, at least it seemed that way to her. Her respect for the vicious old cat hound grew. The degree of control he must have had to screen his thoughts from her, while being able to contact her from almost anywhere in the Empire. Astonishing. What happened next, apprentice? Continue your story. Not much left to tell, master. The two broke off their engagement. Locke left SIS and became a commando trainer for the Republic fleet. Capistan stayed with SIS. Until being drawn into our plans, of course. Zay frowned. Master, I feel sorry for the colonel. Is that wrong? No. Pity has its uses, as long as you don't let it stand in the way of your quest for excellence. Why do you feel sorry for him? He should have been a very different man. He has an artist's soul. I've seen his drawings. He is very good. He could have been a great artist, but an abusive drunken fool of a father forced him to turn his pen and pencil into a blaster and vibroblade. It is a bit tragic, my master. Avaryss considered her words. An artist, interesting. Zay's analogy about trading his pen and pencil for weapons was an apt one. Now, Chris Capistan used the battlefield as his canvas. His soldiers and ships were his brush and pencil. If half the files she read on him were true, he was still a great artist. He painted in the blood of his enemies. Commendable. As to his origin, she understood that too. Fear had taught her to understand. The abuse of authority figures can be transformative. We both understand that. Yes, Zay replied, thinking of Anchor, the man who had owned her before entering Avaryss' service. Avaryss frowned. Yes, they had both known abuses and abusers. Fear had enjoyed his students suffering a bit too much. Zay suffered under her training, but it was never for her master's amusement, only to teach the girl how hard the galaxy was. And how a Sith had to be harder. I wanted to be singer. The thought caught Avaryss off guard, Zay's musings. Zay gave her a sad smile. I dreamed that my voice would free me from my bondage, that someone wealthy would discover me, see my talent, and buy me from Master Anchor. Buy me and free me. What then, Zay? I would travel the galaxy, perform for everyone. My songs would transform people. I would light up the stars, and my songs would be remembered forever, a legacy that would remain as long as there were those to hear it. You will still have that, her master promised. Your songs will reshape the galaxy, they will guide my armies, and bring terror to our enemies. You will carve your name into the stone of the galaxy. The Sith will honor your name, and the weak will fear it. Yes, my master. Zay looked at her, her green eyes burning. A craving for power, and a hate for their enemies. Avaryss smiled, approvingly. Despite what she said, the girl realized the futility of her childhood dream. A singer, right? It was more likely that Anchor would have sold her to some pleasure house when she was too old and grown up to serve him. Her voice and beauty would be smashed in such a place. She would fall into despair, and who knew what sin? Zay's end would have been equally cruel. Killed by some customer, or overdosing one day on some substance meant to kill the pain, only to kill herself instead. A sad, pointless end for someone gifted with such glorious power. No, the Sith was the only way that Zay would know true freedom. The Sith would make her a goddess among the mundane. She would be a terror to those that opposed them. A shiver of excitement ran down Avaryss' spine. She could hardly wait to find the last 2 keys, to finally spring her trap for the survivors. She was eager to return to her house and begin her war of vengeance, a war against everyone. The Zakuul would be the first to be annihilated. She would show no mercy to the Emperor's mongrels. They would be exterminated, down the last child. Their droids and eternal fleet would be absorbed into the House of Avaryss. She would then turn her attention to the Sith Empire. Her peers would pay for underestimating her. She would squeeze the Empire by the throat until it accepted her rule. All those that laughed at the farm girl from Ordana would pay. They would be crushed beneath her heel. In the end, they would bow to her, realizing that she, the grandchild of the Emperor, was the rightful heir. Then the Republic would fall, the Jedi would be hunted down and destroyed, and the Sith would rule the galaxy. No, not the Sith, she realized, the House of Avaryss. Her progeny would rule for the next 1,000 years. Her heart pounded with excitement. With Finn at her side, and Zay as her apprentice, and Shadowhand, no one would oppose her. No one. I will save the galaxy, she realized. I will be its greatest hero. The one who brought order after countless millennia of chaos. They will fear me, and then they will love me. Avaryss was on the bridge when they finally emerged from hyperspace. She watched as the stars stretched and returned to winking lights in the distance. A green and yellow world floated before them. A shiver ran down the Dark Lord's spine. Even from here, she could sense the dark side on this world. It was a place of shadow and malice. She smiled, and it had all started with her. The command crew stared out at the world. Tara Valentine and Chris Capiston could not feel what she felt, but the 2 Jedi that accompanied them, they surely could. Timon shivered, his pink skin color lightening as he looked out, and upon the dread planet. Master Anathon Sui hooted as his cybernetics accessed whatever information he sought. He blinked and recited mechanically. Vino Escae. Accessing Republic and Jedi database. Jungle terrain, evergreen, and fungal growths primary among the local flora. Native species, decay, degree of force sensitivity, above average. Hostility level, 8. Jedi database. I'm familiar with this world, Master Anno, Avaryss interrupted him. She gave him a cold smile. Thank you for the reminder. The Rodian cyborg fell silent, hooting quietly to himself. Avaryss glanced at him, feeling a sense of relief. That should have been me, she thought, and would have been had she surrendered to Tarek. She shook her head. Tarek. May he never find rest. She had been surprised when she had learned the Rodian story, how he had ended up the way he had. Like her, he had fought Darth Tarek's apprentice, the machine that was left after the mad Sith had twisted Fel's body to serve him, and like her, Fel had injected Anno with the same retrovirus that had nearly killed her. Had Tarek succeeded, she and Anno would have been partners, Tarek's mouthpieces to their respective governments. Mindless extensions of the being that thought himself above light and dark. Yet, they had both escaped that fate when Tarek had been killed on his station, his soul bound to a crystal to suffer an eternal torment. A fate too good for the man by far. Anno, like her, had discovered what fate had in store for him, that his brain was failing, even as his body improved beyond normal standards. Like her, the Jedi had not let the virus beat him. He had come up with his own solution to his failing mind. Avaryss respected that, though she would not trade places with him for a second, no. The thought of limiting her mind, blending it with the droid brain, the very idea was repellent. She was a creature of flesh and passion. All you had to do was ask Finn. He would tell you. She pursed her lips. She had wanted Finn on this mission, but Master Jazz had rejected his request to volunteer. His former Padawan had been through much, and needed time to reflect. Had Jazz Darbin realized the changes in his student, the changes beyond his eyes, he shouldn't have worried. She was taking good care of Finn. Sometimes, twice a night. Finn, certainly, had no complaints. Master Jazz had to know that Finn and her were sharing a blanket now, and doing much more than that, truth be told. If the old fool thought to save Finn, he was far too late, at least in her eyes. Finn knew what he wanted. It would only be a matter of time until he finally threw off the last trappings of the Jedi and accepted who he truly was now. It was only a matter of time. Nice place, the colonel growled from the co-pilot seat. It is perfect, Avaryss assured him. The dark side presence will mask the keys while we perform the ritual, and if any come searching afterward, it will confuse their senses. All that we will need to do then is beat whoever else might be looking to the locations of the final two. She smirked down at the old soldier. And since we already know what we are looking for, we have a slight advantage. Slight, yes, but just enough to ensure victory. We? The comm panel beeped loudly. Tara Valentine blinked and looked at the readout. We got comm traffic on the surface. Chris, they are Sith transmissions. Avaryss blanched. Sith? Impossible. Capistan gave her a suspicious look. Avi, they are not mine? I assure you. I had no idea that any Sith would be in this part of space, much less hiding on a Republic world. Tara, Capistan said, have they detected us? No, the pilot assured him. Uncle Jazz had me upgrade the heart sensor suite. That was the only reason we picked up those transmissions. We're too far away for a ground base to have seen us. They could have picked up our hyperspace ripple, but... She checked her instruments again. I'm not detecting any ships in orbit, no fighters rising to check out our entry point. She gave the colonel a nervous smile. These Sith might be hiding. They don't want us to notice them, any more than we want them to notice us. The colonel nodded. That will change if we try to land. They will pick us up if we get closer. He looked at Avaryss again. You sure you have no idea what these Sith are doing here? None, Colonel, she answered honestly. Few knew about this place. The team I sent in to secure the dark side nexus we need for the ritual war of my house, and my house alone. He considered that, glancing over at Tim. She is telling you the truth, he assured the soldier. Thanks, Tim, Avi replied. The boy shrugged, a sheepish look on his face. The colonel sighed. I don't doubt it, or you, Avi, he said. I'm a pretty good reader of people. You were as surprised as we were when Tara said we had Sith on the surface. Avaryss' eyes narrowed. It complicated matters. She could reach out with the Force, try to determine who was down there. But if they knew her, they might try to claim the price on her head or seize the keys for themselves. Neither outcome was ideal. She tried to puzzle out who might have thought it a good idea to hide here. Her mission to Vino Escae had been known to few, many of whom were now dead. Darth Avaryss slain by his apprentice. Darth Fear slain by her. Sidar been killed by Zen. Barrick had known about it, but this didn't feel like him. It didn't feel like a trap. He had been here once, sure, but if this was a trap to catch her, where were the Sith forces? Acina wouldn't have been stupid enough to send such a small force. Where were the warships to open fire on their entry point? No, this didn't feel like a trap set by her dear brother. No. So, who was down there? Can we hide the keys? Timon asked. Make sure that another Sith can't sense them. I could, she answered. A masking spell isn't difficult. She could also put the keys back to sleep, she thought, though she didn't want the survivors to know that. But what did it matter if they did now? If another Sith killed her and claimed them, it wouldn't matter, would it? She looked at the colonel again. I leave this decision to you, Colonel. I didn't know anyone would be here. If you wish to call the mission off, I will respect that decision. I'll find another world to perform the ritual on. The old soldier cursed, running his hand through his dark graying hair. He cursed under his breath. Tara, where is the location that Avaryss wants us to land? She brought up the coordinates on her board. They are on the night side right now, Colonel, but so is that Sith base. She gave him a nervous look. Too close if you ask me. We might want to leave. Try another world, like Avi suggested. The colonel didn't respond. He was thinking, weighing risks. Taking the keys out were a risk. Trying it twice might attract unnecessary attention. They had been lucky this time, but... Tim, he asked, Any thoughts or opinions? I'm not afraid, Colonel, the boy said. It is not like we are helpless. True, he said, turning to Anno. Any suggestions? That computer you got upstairs have any solutions? Planet side, we have the advantage, the Rhodian said. My squad stands ready to assist. Avaryss frowned. Squad. They had no troops, just cargo containers in the stolen Heart's cargo bay. She had seen them. She reached out with the force, realizing in that moment her mistake. What she thought mere cargo containers were anything but. She had heard something else about Anno's history. He was a droid smith and commanded a company of war droids during the last war. War droids that were now powered down in the hold, 24 in all. More than enough to defend them on the planet's surface. Again, Avaryss' respect for Capistan grew. He had not come unprepared, and had compensated nicely for the losses they had suffered on Tatooine. Finally, the colonel turned to Avi. Any chance you can use the Force to determine if these Sith are enemies? She chewed her lip in thought before answering. I can try, but in reaching out, I will reveal our location. I can get us out quick if I need to, Tara Valentine promised them both. The heart was designed for situations like this. Avaryss considered both points. She didn't like the idea of trying this on another world. They took a chance moving the keys this far. Another trip might be pushing their luck. Finally, she nodded. Neither choice was good, but what could they do? I'll do it, she said, but Captain Valentine should be ready to get us out of here. No prob, there, Sith, the pilot assured them. Do your thing. Avaryss took a deep breath and reached out. She followed the tendrils of dark side energy, letting them go down in the planet. Searching. She took a deep breath and she twitched her head slightly. Her lip curled into a sneer. She sensed something surprising. Not just one, but two presences she recognized. Now, she knew how those below knew to come here. She should not have been surprised. Avaryss withdrew her probe without being noticed. At least she thought she did. Bring us in closer, she advised. I need to speak with the beings in charge down there. You know who it is? The colonel asked. Another bad credit, Colonel, she responded. One who keeps turning up, whether I want her to or not. Tara Valentine looked at Colonel Capistan. The old soldier considered the Sith's request and finally nodded. The captain did as they asked. They drew closer, close enough for the base or any satellites it may have launched to detect approaching ships. Avaryss picked up a comm headset and used the Force to tune the transmitter to known Sith frequencies. She hailed the base below. This is Darth Avaryss of the Dark Council. Respond immediately. I would have words with the Lord in charge. Silence answered the call, but then, Avaryss had not expected a quick answer. No doubt the Sith officers down below were rushing around, trying to verify what she had just said. True, her council designation was not quite true anymore, but it would be enough to scare the average Imperial into doing as she asked. The soldiers were trained to obey the council without question, former member or not. It didn't matter. The council's name carried great weight. The minutes ticked by, tension began to grow on the ship, even though scanners showed that nothing suspicious was happening on the surface. Avaryss began to wonder if she had overplayed her hand. Perhaps the Sith down below were calling for help right now. If so, they needed to leave. Before. Unidentified ship. An official-sounding voice called out over the comm. This is Lieutenant Cray of Trinity Base. Please verify your identification code, Councilor Avaryss. The Dark Lord sneered. Trinity. Cute, girl, very cute. Avaryss sent her ID code. Once again, it was out of date, but the base officer likely didn't know that, not if he accepted her as a member of the council. Again, a brief pause. Then, welcome, Councilor, the Sith lieutenant said. This is an unexpected pleasure. We are honored by your presence. You can skip the formalities, Lieutenant, Avaryss said dismissively. I wish to speak with the Sith in charge. Could you get her for me? She heard a sound, like a nervous cough. We are currently in our night cycle, my lord. Her lordship has retired to her quarters with her mate. She asked not to be disturbed. Avaryss almost laughed. A mate? Really? If it was who she knew it was, she was most surprised. She didn't think her former student interested in taking mates. Avaryss leaned forward. Ask yourself this question, Lieutenant. Would your lord be angrier if you disturbed her evening, or if she missed the opportunities I bring? Tell me, what would make her more angry? Again, a sound that might have been a gulp of air. I will contact her at once, my lord. Please stand by. Avaryss smirked and stood up straight. Oh, how she had missed handing out veiled threats to Imperial officers. Such things were mild entertainment among the powerful of the Empire. It felt like a homecoming of sorts. Chris Capiston looked over his shoulder at her. I take it that conversation was the verification of what you hoped for. Indeed, she replied. We're receiving landing coordinates, Valentine informed them, and a request for her lordship here to meet with the base's commander. The pilot looked between the soldier and the Sith. Should we proceed? Avaryss nodded, but looked at the colonel again. He looked at the pilot and nodded. The stolen heart made for the planet, following the landing signal. Avaryss leaned back, readying herself for the reunion that was awaiting down the surface. She didn't think things would turn violent, but then again, her meeting with Philin shouldn't have turned violent either. She would have to remain vigilant. Capiston held her gaze. She gave him an arch look. I hope you know what you are doing, Avi. She sighed. So do I, Colonel. So do I. The stolen heart came out of the clouds and approached the Sith outpost. The base was lit by half a dozen landing lights. Avaryss frowned at the sight. Well, at least she understood why no fighters had risen to challenge them, or at the very least escort them in. The base was one of the mobile models, the same type as the one she had destroyed on Tatooine years ago. This one was not in much better shape. It had power, but of its 3 landing bays, 2 were dark. Its armor was scorched and pitted, showing signs of both explosions and blaster fire. Bases of this type had 4 bridge-mounted turbo lasers. Only one tracked the incoming ship. The other 3 were slagged, or missing. Looks like you were right, Captain Valentine, Avaryss said. This base is a hiding spot. It would not survive a frontal assault. This, I'm sure. That doesn't make this place any less dangerous, Avi, the colonel reminded her. Desperate people can do stupid things. True, she agreed, but they can also fall on their knees and submit to one they think will help them out of their desperation. That is what I hope to offer. I will speak with the base commander. Then we shall make the journey to the ritual site and be away from here before anyone is the wiser. You hope? Capiston said. I will do this, Colonel, but if it turns out that I'm wrong, keep the security measures on the keys ready. I will not have what we have worked so hard for be lost because the whims of a desperate Sith. Countermeasures are charged and ready, Tara Valentine assured them both. Avaryss nodded. Very good. I'm going to cast a concealment spell on the keys. Make sure they aren't discovered on accident. I will make sure no one boards the stolen heart. She turns to Anno. I trust your friends in the cargo hold are ready if things go bad. We are ready, the Rodian nodded. His eyes seemed to be staring off into the distance, but the Dark Lord thought she heard a shifting sound beneath them. Droids powering up and going into standby mode. Again, she was pleased. Avaryss had always enjoyed working with professionals. The survivors were definitely that. Do you wish for me to go with you? Tim asked. If you wish, but it is just going to be me talking to the base commander. It is not going to be very interesting. I'll come anyway, the boy said. You and Zay might need backup. Avaryss smiled, but inside, she was cursing. She would have preferred to speak openly with the base commander. Tim's presence would complicate matters, but it would also put the survivors at ease. As she had thought earlier, now was not the time to betray anyone. The survivors still had their uses. She would be patient. The time would come. Come along then, she said. You can keep Zay company. The boy nodded and rose from his seat. The stolen heart skimmed over the tops of the giant mushrooms that made up the forest here. The base's central hangar was lit, its fighter racks empty, with only a few armed shuttles and uglies, cobbled-together ships, berthed there. As the Heart entered the hangar and settled lightly on the landing pad, a small honor guard formed up before the ship's boarding ramp, a collection of Sith soldiers, and a motley crew of pirates dressed in everything but Sith uniforms. Avaryss was intrigued. What was this now? Now she really wanted to see what was going on here. She made for the boarding ramp. Agony, Zen, and Zay were already there, waiting. Zen frowned. Am I sensing who I think I'm sensing? She asked with a frown. Yes, Avaryss replied. Her executioner's eyes narrowed. You should take her head off the moment we leave this ship, she advised. She could have sought you out, as I did. Return to her duties, but instead, she has been hiding here. You should punish her for her cowardice. I may just do that, Zen, but first I wish to hear her side of the story. That will determine how hard my blade falls. Zen sniffed. She has no loyalty. I, at least, return to your service. Avaryss resisted the urge to sneer. Zen wanted her child back, and the chance to be reunited with Barrick. She desired that, what Avaryss possessed. That wasn't what she would call loyalty. Still, Zen was here. That was more than the one that was awaiting at the bottom of this boarding ramp. She could sense her now, her and one other. His presence surprised her, but maybe it shouldn't have. The two had worked together in the past. Why wouldn't he seek her out? Or, perhaps, it had been the other way around. She would ask, see where things went from there. The hatch hissed as the boarding ramp lowered. Avaryss took a deep breath, taking in the smells of the recycled air of a Sith base. Ah. She missed that smell. Zen and Agony went down first. They took up guard positions on opposite sides of the ramp, filling in for Sith guards. Tim paused as Avaryss stepped forward. Zay took his hand in hers and gave him a reassuring smile. Don't worry, she whispered. I'm here. Thanks, the half-blood replied. Avaryss said nothing, focused on making the best possible impression. She needed to be power personified. If she was anything less, they would likely not have a prayer. At the base of the ramp, standing before the new arrivals, two familiar faces dropped to one knee. The first was a Devaronian female, her skin as red as Sith blade. The black spots where her horns should have been stood out starkly on her bright skin. Clad in black, the robes of the Sith, with the tricorn-shaped mitre on her head. She looked every bit the Sith she was. She bowed her head, but her yellow glowing eyes were open, her white teeth showing, her cruel mouth stretched into a wide feral grin. The young man standing next to her looked as slovenly as Avi remembered, his dark hair longer, his jaw covered with a 2 days' growth of patchy beard. His uniform coat 3 sizes too big, with his sleeves rolled up. He was a captain in the Sith Navy. She knew that. She had granted him the commission herself. Not that he looked the spit and polished soldier, but then again, he never had. She smiled. Despite everything, she was glad to see him again, happy to see he had escaped Acina's nets. Avaryss stood before the two. She waited a full 20 seconds before addressing either. Then, she smiled. Rise, my friends. And so they did, these two, once part of her inner circle. Howdy, boss, Mr. Threnton Rink said with a wide grin. Good to see you again. Avaryss smirked. Mr. Rink, her personal pilot and driver, and companion in several dangerous adventures. She was happy to see him again. My master, the Devaronian hissed. Welcome to Trinity Base. Necris, Avaryss said with a slight bow. Her former student smiled. Darth Necris, she corrected. I was granted the title a year ago. Zen snorted. And who would be so foolish as to name you Darth? Necris glared at her former fellow apprentice. Darth Sinestra, Sir replied. She was making me a Darth before sending me out on a mission against the invaders. Avaryss frowned. Darth Sinestra. As in Sinestra Fear. Lady Sinestra named you a Darth. That is being so, my master, Necris answered, before she was sending me into a trap. The commander on this base had been given orders. He was being rewarded if my death was assured. The Devish grinned. He failed, but the base was being damaged in an ambush. I have been hiding here ever since. Me and my fellows, those being still loyal to you, my master. Necros bowed her head again. We are awaiting your command, my lord. We are being your humble servants. Avaryss smirked. That remained to be seen. She looked at the young men and women wandering the deck, those not dressed in Sith uniform. And these? She asked. My contribution, boss, Rink said, you told me, before you left, to recruit among the lost and angry of the galaxy. Most of them are here, but a few small groups are bunkered down in both Sith and Republic space. He stood a little straighter. Mission completed, boss. She nodded. Again, very good. It was strange. Most of those loyal to her had switched sides, or fled. The fact that Rink had not was telling. He had done well. What she didn't like was how he cozied up to Necros, and how she glanced at him with affection. What an odd pairing those two were, she thought, but she did remember that Necros had showed interest in him years ago. Rink had lost the girl he loved. He had killed her when she had tried to kill Avaryss on behalf of a machine cult she had joined. Rink's turning to Necros, taking her as a lover, surprised her, but maybe it shouldn't have. He had known Necros for years. Maybe he simply took comfort in her presence. Maybe. It seems we have much to talk about, Necros, Avaryss said. I need to know about what is happening in the Empire right now. Acina has made Sinestra Darth and raised House Fear anew. The Devish informed her the lady has remarried, and there's much more you must hear. I'm most eager to hear, she said. Then follow us, if you are being so kind, Necros said with emotion. My quarters are this way. As they turned to leave, Rink finally noticed Zay and Timon. He chuckled. Hey boss, your servant girl has gotten big, well bigger, and why is she carrying a lightsaber, and who is the half-blood? He smirked. You trade the girl to the boy for his service. Wasn't sure your little slave was, irk. Avaryss paused and turned. She could hear the dark side roaring in her ears. Rink was up on his toes, his hand at his throat, gasping for breath. Zay stood next to Timon, her hand raised, her thumb and forefinger pinching together. Necros gasped. She had known Zay, briefly before everything had fallen apart. Master, your slave, she is being. Zay shot the Devish a cold look. I am no slave, she hissed. Rink continued to strangle. He looked at Avaryss, his eyes almost pleading for help. Agony looked at Avaryss, awaiting her to intervene. Zen, who enjoyed the suffering of others, watched with hungry eyes. Zay, Tim said, looking at her, his expression worried. He didn't want to see Zay become a killer. He didn't realize she already was. He looked at Avaryss. He knew she would stop if ordered. Avaryss waited. Zay grinned. I'm no slave, she repeated, her words directed at Rink. Say, you are sorry. Rink gasped, his face turning red. Soon it would go blue. Zay, Avaryss said. He will apologize, the girl insisted. He can't if he can't speak, apprentice. Zay, realizing she was right, loosened her grip, but not by much. Rink coughed. Yes, Zay said. So, Zay nodded, and let him go. Rink tumbled to the deck, gasping and coughing. Necros looked at the girl with cold loathing in her eyes. Zay glared right back. The Devish looked her former master. Apprentice, she asked, this girl is being your new apprentice. Zen cackled. There have been many changes, Necros. If you had actually come back to serve our master, you would be a part of them. Necros glared at her. Silence, whore. Criff, you necrophile. Enough, you two, Avaryss hissed. You are proper Sith now. Both of you. Try to act like it. Both of her former students muttered an apology. Zay and Tim, in an interesting show of cooperation, helped Mr. Rink to his feet. He coughed and rubbed his throat. Zay smiled sweetly at him. Are you okay? She asked. He nodded and managed to smile. He tried to appear nonchalant, but he looked upon the girl with a bit of fear. He glanced at Avaryss. You didn't tell me the kid was force sensitive. I didn't know at the time, she informed him. And now, you do, Zay said, brushing at Rink's coat, straightening it for him. Please try to remember. Rink nodded. He would not speak so rashly around Zay next time. The Dark Lord was pleased. She let Necris guide her, with the rest of her party forming up around her. Avaryss looked around the base. Yes, she thought. Everything was coming together, but she also had questions now, questions that needed answering. Darth Sinestra. House fear was rising again. She needed to know more. She hit her wrist communicator, informing the colonel aboard the ship that things were under control. Tim was no doubt doing the same. Avaryss frowned slightly. The galaxy had moved on while she had been in hiding. She needed to know how, and quickly. Those that could not keep up would be left behind. She would not be among them. This was her galaxy now, or soon would be. She would not be left behind.